One goal is to encourage more young women and minorities to consider careers in engineering.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome back to the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. I'm Paul Krikorian, joined by my colleagues, Mr. Kretz and Mr. Englander, and we're ready to begin. Members, we'll begin this morning by taking our public comment cards, after which we will review and approve the list of memos that we've received, memo requests that we've received so far. So far, the committee in Friday's hearings asked for 12 budget memos and 3 special study memos. So we'll go ahead and consider those. If you have a chance, take a look and make sure that they meet your needs and are accurately stated. So if there's nothing else, members, we'll go ahead straight into public comment. And I'd like to invite our speakers to come up 1 minute each, please, on the matter before us, which is the budget for 2018-2019. We won't be taking additional general public comment on that. So our first speaker will be Austin Dumas, followed by Juan Guzman, followed by Deanna Tunsdale. Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Austin Dumas. I'm a recreation director for the City of LA Recreation and Parks. I'm also the union president for Local 901 Recreation Professionals. The reason I'm here today is I want to ask the council to restore city services to the department. If you look at this current budget, there's $1 million takeaway in the Recreation and Parks budget, also a 6% decrease or 6% salary savings. What that equates to us is less maintenance staff to man our facilities. We need maintenance staff to clean our restrooms, to make sure that our parks have grass so kids can play soccer. So we were asking to restore city services to our department. I'm park proud. I'm proud of our department. I want to know if you guys are park proud. If so, let's get that $1 million back and also reduce the salary savings to 5% instead of 6%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Juan Guzman, followed by Deanna Tunsdale, followed by Cesar Valera. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Juan Guzman, I'm a senior recreation director for the Department of Recreation and Parks, and I'm the current vice president for AFSCME 901. Our message is the same. We're requesting that we restore city services to the Department of Recreation and Parks. Currently, with the lack of staffing, increased responsibilities of programming without the manpower to carry out those duties. We need more maintenance employees to keep up the grounds, facilities. I'm currently assigned to El Sereno Recreation Center. We have over 420 kids playing multiple sports right now. And maintenance is doing the best job they can, but they need help. We need more employees out there to keep our restrooms clean, to keep our parks looking nice, to continue to offer positive programming to kids in the community. We're asking for your support. We can count on your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Deanna Tunsdale, followed by Cesar Valera, followed by Jorge Garcia.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cesar Valera. I'm a facility director for the City of LA Recreation and Parks Department. I'm also a board member of our AFSCME Local 901 Recreation Professional Unit. And I'm here to request and ask you guys to restore our budget to its original state, and also to decrease that savings as well. The reason is because if we have that cut, we'll be lacking staffing, which will be creating issues at our rec centers. Lacking staffing creates lack of eyes on our facilities, no programming for our youth, adults, seniors, and preschool kids, meaning there's less staff, we have dirty restrooms, dirty grounds, unmaintained facilities, which ultimately becomes liabilities for our city when we have kids falling through manholes, as we've seen recently, as well as broken sprinkler heads. That's waste of money that the city can have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Deanna Tunsdale here? Okay, we'll come back to her. Our next speaker is Jorge Garcia, followed by Yoli Garcia, followed by Judy West. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning. So I'm here on behalf of our community, our parks and parks. I live in El Sereno, and I think that it's important to fund our parks with the proper employees and proper maintenance crews. The study was done by the United States Department of Interior, National Park Service, and it states that Parks and Recreation stimulate business and generate tax revenue. They create direct and indirect job opportunities. They could help conserve land, energy, and resources. Parks help reduce pollution and noise, make communities more livable, and increases property values. Parks recreation benefits all employers by providing continuous opportunities to maintain a level of fitness through one's working life and through helping individuals cope with the stress and fast-paced and demanding life. Now, all these things that parks give us as a benefit cannot be done without the proper employees staffing those parks. So I'm asking you guys, as our representatives, to help us get that funding needed so that these parks have those benefits to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yoli Garcia, followed by Judy West, followed by Kathy Peters.
Hi, good morning, council members. Again, my name is Yoli Garcia, as mentioned. I am a lifelong Angelino. I'm a resident of El Sereno specifically. I'm a mother, and I'm also an educator. So I'm here today advocating for our children, our youth. On behalf of them, I am requesting for you to restore the city service to the Department of Rec and Parks. It is important that our children have a place to go, that it's safe, it's clean, it's maintained. Our park, specifically in El Sereno, is overused. It's a good thing because our children are going there, but we need to make sure that they're well maintained, that the skate park is open, the grass, the fields is available for them. This, in turn, helps out the city in maintaining low crime rates. According to studies, if you have parks that are well lit, that are clean and maintained, crime is decreased, property values go up. Overall, everybody wins. So please restore the city services for rec and parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy West, followed by Kathy Peters, followed by Carmen Hayes Walker. Just come on up. If you were among those, just come on up. We can take you out of order if need be. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Kathy Peters. I work for the Department of Recreation and Parks. I'm a native Angelino and a constituent in a couple of areas. And I've been proud to work for the department for 27 years. But I'm appalled at the abusive treatment of our regular half-time workers in the department. Our department constantly tells us that we're unable to have more hours because of not having a good part-time budget. They blame you, the members of the city council, for our discrepancies, saying that you will not increase the part-time budget. We are underfunded and understaffed. We are already dedicated and benefited and working here at our jobs for recreation and parks. However, once benefited to a regular half-time position, many are reduced to 10 hours a week and backfilled with new part-time workers. By definition, a worker is someone that can work more than a half-time and less than a full-time. That would really help a lot of my brothers and sisters who have two jobs. Can I speak for Judy also? She's supposed to be my...
No, but I will come back to her if she comes
Okay.
back. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Judy West, is not back yet, so we'll go to Carmen Hayes Walker, followed by Tony Gamboa, followed by Eric Previn. Good morning.
Good morning. Carmen Hayes Walker, President, AFSCME Local 3090. A few months ago, the mayor announced putting LAPD officers back on the street, removing them from the desk jobs that they've been doing. However, you know, that's a great start, but there was no mention of backfilling of that work. That work is still there, and so is it been put in the budget to hire the civilian staff to do the work that the police officers were doing, civilian work in the first place? But putting them back on the street is another issue as well. Yes, we've been hiring PSRs, but putting 200 police officers on the street brings more calls into the dispatch center, which then creates more backlog in the dispatch center as well. So I hope that the budget reflects that the continued hire of PSRs and the continued the hiring of administrative staff in the LAPD. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Gamboa, followed by Eric Previn, followed by Kenneth Jones. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Krikorian and Honorable Budget Committee members. My name is Tony Gamboa, and I'm proud to serve as the President of the United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. Thank you once again to the members of the City Council and this Budget Committee, along with Mayor Garcetti, your continued support of the LAFD and our firefighters. UFLAC has been working closely with Chief Terrazas regarding the letter he sent detailing his priorities for budget adjustments for the LAFD. We are in agreement with most of the Chief's funding priorities, with two changes that are detailed in our UFLAC letter that you should have received. Our firefighters are respectfully asking that the request for variable staffing be changed to full staffing for rescue ambulances 887, 862, and 883, which will help to improve our emergency response times and offer critical medical care in these communities. We also ask that a new priority be added to include funding for professional cleaning of our firefighters' turnout gear, which will help to limit the prolonged exposure to deadly cancer-causing substances for our members. Thank you, Chairman Krikorian, to all of the members of this committee for your strong consideration of our budget priorities.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eric Previn, followed by Kenneth Jones, followed by Robin Harris. Good morning.
Good morning. It's Eric Previn from 2nd District, and I believe that Frank Gamboa of UFLAC Tony Gamboa of UFLAC should be visible so that his constituents can see that it's him speaking. The Office of Finance, obviously, a couple things slipped through without being directed, which was the out-front media refund, which is an enormous, almost $1 million. We got to crack down on the kooky refunds, guys. It does not send a sense of confidence to the public. And whereas Claire Bartels is very passionate about customer service, the city attorney is the opposite. Now, he is getting 6 risk managers and a Trump fighter, a dedicated Trump fighter. We've got 24 cases against federal. I didn't realize that. That seems high, given that we're trying to stay. There's an article by David Leonhardt in the New York Times today about what the Department of Justice, but I think Mike Fuhr should be held to a similar standard on that. And we got 10 attorneys back from the CEQA panel, which we use to screw neighborhood groups. So why do we need additional help there? And David Michelson and his ACE program, I must tell you, going after street vendors, not a good idea.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kenneth Jones, followed by Robin Harris, followed by Rodney Allen Bethel.
Good morning to the council. I represent the Department of Aging. I'm asking that the council reestablish the funding for the Department of Aging. I joined the Department of Aging back in this past November. It's been very helpful and beneficial to me. I was a truck driver for 27 years. No longer can drive trucks cross country, health reasons, and was homeless for about a year and a half downtown Los Angeles, and I happened to hear about the Department of Aging. Since November, self-esteem is coming back. I feel life again. I felt like things were just going astray for me. I didn't know which way to turn. And once I signed up for this program, me along with others, it's been very helpful. I'm an associate at the Los Angeles Mission. I'm learning again a new trade, and that's what this is about. It's training us to learn new jobs and new skills. At the Los Angeles Mission, I'm working inside the kitchen, learning to be a cook's helper, and I'm also learning how to serve others like myself that's homeless, that's without despair. Please look into this and help serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Robin Harris, followed by Rodney Allen Bethel, followed by Armando Herman. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. I am currently training with the Older Workers Employment Program at City Hall Homeless Help Desk. I am providing resources and information to the homeless in the downtown area. This paid training has provided income for over 40 participants, as well as updating skills and an opportunity to re-enter the workforce. The last time I was steadily employed was 2009. I am grateful for the opportunity that the Older Workers Employment Program has given me. I have updated my customer service skills and I have added City Hall training assignment to my resume. I am looking forward to these programs continuing because they benefit not only the public, but the entire community.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Rodney Allen Bethel, followed by Armando Herman, followed by Wayne Spindler. No clapping, please. It's disruptive of the meeting when we're trying to pay attention to the speakers at the podium.
Yes, good morning, Council. My name is Rodney Allen Bethel. At present, I'm a participant in the Older Workers Employment Program, or OWEP. I'm currently stationed behind City Hall East Building, the James K. Hahn Building, training at the Homeless Help Desk. The paid training is allowing me to regain my financial footing and develop a different mindset as I endeavor to protract back to my former self. But more important than me, it's my ultra-strong conviction that the Homeless Help Desk is making a difference in the lives of those who may be lost. When I open the door in the morning, my warm, enthusiastic greeting conveys empathy and caring because I was once homeless. Physically, every fiber of my being is not only that of providing basic need information, but solid, accurate, reliable information so that when a person reaches the referred to destination, they feel and say to others, the Homeless Help Desk is a viable and needed part of the community. In closing, to discontinue said program, darkness will return, rendering some in the area rudderless.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Armando Herman, followed by Wayne Spindler, followed by Deanna Tunsdale.
So we heard that we're wasting not thousands but millions of dollars in these so-called pre-settlement issues. You know, had you just paid Wayne Spindler his $2.5 million, we wouldn't have all these problems at City Hall anymore. But instead, we have Kanabi and Englander representing LLC along with Krikorian's buddies because Mr. Budgetman Krikorian no longer has a legal law license because it expired, unfortunately. And then we hear all these talks about children. We got the LAPD on this budget. Fucking cadets. Children shouldn't be a part of the process of rape. We're raping the taxpayers for paying for all these legal actions of liability. And we still have Englander and Kanabi working for the city of Los Angeles. So you must stop all this racism and all these injunctions you place against Armando Herman in the public safety meetings. Otherwise, that short little dick Englander will continue to kick me out of the goddamn meeting.
Sit down and be quiet. Next speaker is Mr. Spindler, followed by Deanna Tunsdale. There's not going to be any clapping.
Why not?
Mr. Herman,
You can clap.
No, be quiet, Mr. Spindler. I'm speaking. Mr. Herman, one more sound, you're gone. Mr. Spindler, go ahead.
Yes. So that's a good point by the prior speaker. Representative of the 12th District needs to recuse himself off of this budget. His uncle is lobbying this budget for substantial amounts of money. He has a conflict of interest. So Mitchell Englander, you need to get off this panel. There are no people of color on this panel. There are no women on this panel. How the fuck are you supposed to represent the 4 million people of diversity in this city? It's impossible. Now, in the LAPD budget, there's a big problem. You promised a promotion to an employee, a D3 named Eric Reed, Detective D3. He was promised a promotion to captain from D3, provided he had Wayne Spindler illegally arrested in 2016. He complied, but he hasn't gotten his promotion. Where is Detective Eric Reed's promotion? Why hasn't he been promoted? He illegally arrested the attorney. He's entitled to his
Promotions are not
promotion.
part of the
That
budget, Mr.
motherfucker's
Spindler.
arrested. He
You're
didn't get it,
disruptive of the
and
meeting
that's
right
what
now.
happens.
Sit down. Sit down. Okay, Mr. Spindler is disrupting the meeting. Can you ask him to leave, please?
I didn't disrupt
Sergeants.
the meeting. I was on my time.
Ask him to leave.
I was still on my time.
You're
at the
continuing to
podium.
disrupt the meeting. You're done.
I was on my-
You're done. You're done. And
you gave
I will
other
add,
people
Mr.
more
You're
time
done.
after a
You
minute.
are done.
You gave
And I will
them
add,
more.
Mr. Spindler. In fact, take Herman out too, please. Herman is done too. And by the way, you won't be asked back for the rest of the Budget and Finance Committee hearings. You're done. You're done for the rest of the Budget Committee hearings. Mr. Spindler is continuing to shout out. Even as he's being escorted by LAPD for the door, he's continuing to shout out and delaying the continuation of this meeting. Herman is done too. Herman is done too, officers. Herman is done too. Mr. Herman, you won't be invited back for the rest of the Budget and Finance Committee hearings, so don't bother. You can free up that time in your schedule. Mr. Herman is continuing to shout out from the audience, as he does every single meeting of every single committee. Yeah. And officers, they're done for the rest of the Budget and Finance Committee hearing on the 2018-2019 budget. They're finished. All right. Our next speaker is Deanna Tunsdale, followed by Jeremy York, followed by Michael Bennett. Good morning.
My name is Jeremy York. I'm here with the representing Department of Recreation and Parks. I've been with the department for 15 years, and I'm a true testament of Park Make Lives Better. I was here when we had all the resources for urban communities, and there when there was furloughs and layoffs. So now we're getting back to where we need to be, and I would like the council to restore our budget to get back to provide resources for homelessness, cleanness, safe haven zone for these kids and everything else in our department and city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Michael Bennett, followed by Judy West, followed by last chance for Deanna Tunsdale.
Yeah,
Good morning.
They asked me to make a statement about the older workers program, and it's a program for like homeless. And when I went in there last year, I was homeless, and I was staying at a number of the shelters downtown. I tried to find some other jobs and just didn't come through, but they called me and they helped me find a job. And like I say, it was around Christmas, I was homeless. I've since got me a place. And you know, it ain't the money is great. The money is great, you know. And I hope they keep the funding to help other people like me. And you know, it was a program started because now that I got a place, I'm no longer able, you know, to be in the program. But I just wanted to let y'all know that I'm thankful that Mr. Garcetti, he's started this homeless thing with the people to give people a chance. I've since got a place, and I'm no longer in it, but it helped me with a lot of things, you know. It helped me to keep going, to move forward, to try to better myself, and you know, and I just appreciate it, and that's thank you a lot, and I hope
Thank you very much, sir.
Still keep home the older workers program financed.
Thank you very much, sir. And to you and to all the participants in the Older Workers Program, congratulations on your success. It's really good to hear. Our next speaker, our last two speakers, last call for Judy West and Deanna Tunsdale. They not here? Okay. All right. Well, thank you all very much for your participation. That will conclude public comment on today's agenda. And members will go next to approval of the memo on memos. So if you can look at the list and make sure that the list accurately reflects your requests of Friday. And if there are any changes, go ahead and speak up. Otherwise, we'll approve them. Mr. Blumenfield?
Looking at it now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, we'll take a few moments then to. Mr. Englander's good. I'm good. Well, I don't want to say it that way. But yeah.
I'm good.
Mr. Bonnet.
I'm good.
Okay. Actually, we can hold this on the desk for the moment, and we'll come back to it. Let's go ahead and bring up the library department first, please. Mr. Szabo, welcome.
Thank you.
So we've received your letter regarding the budget. Thank you for submitting it. If you'd like to go ahead and introduce your team and give a few opening comments before we get to questions, that'd be fine.
Certainly. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. On my left, Andy Vong, who's Director of Systems, Madeline Rackley, our Chief Budget Officer, Susan Broman, our Assistant City Librarian, Robert Morales, Assistant Budget Director, Mike Balakowitz, our Director of Personnel, and Eva Mitnick, who is Director of Engagement and Learning. Great. Thank you very much. Our fiscal year 18-19 budget is another excellent reminder, as you all know, of the benefits of Measure L passed in 2011. This is actually, it's hard to believe, but the 8th budget that is before you for your consideration following passage of that measure. I'm pleased to say that the mayor's budget supports the extremely broad scope of services that the Los Angeles Public Library provides, sustains our major initiatives focusing on serving immigrants through our New Americans Initiative, our Student Success Initiative, our partnership with LAUSD that to date has issued over 500,000 library cards to every child in LAUSD. We also have in this budget dollars to support all of our STEAM programming, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, everything from coding workshops for young people, robotics programs, even virtual reality programs in our libraries. The budget also will, of course, allow us to maintain our hours of operation and certainly all of those promises that were made to voters under Measure L. The additional dollars in this budget and the budget packages that we've proposed include, in the largest package, is library security, a little over $1.4 million. This is for contract and LAPD overtime. We work very well and very closely with LAPD on how best to allocate those dollars. This increase is an increase that follows previous fiscal years where we've increased library security. The total, this increase will bring the total to about $6.8 million. We also have in past years deployed security camera systems at all of our libraries and a number of other security measures. This budget also provides about $1.1 million for additional library collections, both physical and virtual collections. This is the budget that we use to purchase not only physical books, but e-books, streaming movies, e-audiobooks. There's tremendous demand for that. Just this year, we anticipate circulating over 6 million pieces, if you will, of e-content. This budget also supports the IT infrastructure of the library. We are the first public library in the country to have a 100 gigabyte connection, and our patrons are already enjoying that and receiving the benefits of that. The other thing I want to point out is that 3 years ago, the library, with the support of our Board of Library Commissioners, established a budget stabilization fund for each of the last 3 fiscal years. Following the fiscal years, we've been able to put $2 million into that budget. So it is still a small percentage of our overall operating budget, but a little over $6 million currently. But I think that's prudent, good use of taxpayer dollars, and prepares us for the future well. We hope to be able to do that at the end of this fiscal year as well. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Bonin, would you like to
sure.
start on library?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and thanks to the folks from the library. John, I want to thank you personally for your leadership of the department. I think you've really sort of invigorated and brought a fresh set of eyes to the department, and I've really appreciated that and the attention and effort you've given to the libraries in my district. Just had a couple questions for you. Wanted to ask about homelessness. You know, as I've said before, I think the library is more our front line and point of contact with people who are unhoused than almost anywhere else, and our librarians are effectively tasked with being social workers without professional training to be social workers. And I wanted to ask sort of a broad question to start is, over the past couple years, the city has tried to refocus, has tried to put much more money into homelessness, has tried to implement a no wrong door strategy. How much have things really changed for frontline workers at the library?
I think homelessness, you know, which is a broad community issue, not just a library issue, is very much a prominent library issue. It's one that our staff deal with every day and frankly deal with in every single library that we have. There's certainly some libraries where we deal with it more than others. I'm incredibly proud of the approach and attitude that our staff take to the homeless. I think it's a very positive one. There are many people that come into our libraries not for books or technology, but come in for the respect that our staff provide. The security increases that you've seen in recent years in our budget, I think, although we don't ask the question of whether someone is homeless when they come in our library, certainly is associated with that issue. And I'm also proud that we've started an initiative that we call The Source, which is an effort to frankly take advantage of the fact that there are so many homeless in our libraries. It's something that we started at Central Library, where we bring multiple community service partners, agencies that serve the homeless, both government and nonprofit, to the library. Often it's between 12 and 15 agencies. We're doing it at, I think, 4 branch libraries now. And it's a single point of service where someone who's homeless can avail themselves of Social Security Administration, DMV, Metro tokens, transitional housing, Department of Mental Health, social services, on and on and on. We work very closely with LAHSA in that initiative as well. While you know, it's not solving the problem of homelessness, it is I think, showing that we're taking a very positive step, and we are making a difference. And the numbers are impressive in terms of the number of people that have been entered into the CES and who've found housing. So it is an issue, and it's one that we, you know, monitor, look closely at, and where we can have an opportunity to make a difference, we do. And certainly people who are homeless are taking advantage of our library resources as any other patron, applying for jobs online, taking advantage of our computers and other services.
Yeah, the Source has been working out of the Mar Vista Library. I've been there. I think it's phenomenal. I'd love to get some information. It doesn't need to be a formal report back here. You could just get it to my staff. What sort of numbers and data you have about people who've entered into CES?
Sure. We count everything in that program. We can tell you how many Metro tokens were distributed and everything. So
excellent.
Great.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Had a question about something I saw in the Blue Book about sidewalk repairs and the library budget. It says the library received $735,000 for sidewalk repairs. What is that for, and why is it in your budget?
Right, and it's not that we received $735,000. It's $735,000 within the library's budget that is being used for, my understanding, sidewalk repairs that were done in and around libraries, I think about 2 years ago, perhaps to the present.
So it's money the library has, you've used your funds to pay for library repairs? Or
Yes,
sidewalk repairs near the libraries?
It was an adjustment that was made to our budget post-submittal and approval by our Board of Library Commissioners, yes.
Okay. From your perspective, how is the city doing fixing the sidewalks near the libraries?
I don't know that we've made an assessment of the particular sidewalk repairs that were done in and around our libraries. What we have asked as part of this matter is that the library have an opportunity to work with other city staff in terms of planning on where the priorities are for sidewalk repair, and just to be part of that process rather than paying for it after the fact.
Have you been part of that process?
We hope to be going forward.
So that's a no in the past?
I believe we submitted some projects a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Okay. I'm particularly curious about the Westchester Library, which has some of the worst sidewalks in my district, and we're supposed to be doing the public facilities first, and it's a library, it's a senior center, it's a government office, it's a park, it sort of hits all the beats, so I'd like to have a conversation about that going forward.
Certainly.
Finally, just a question. I'm curious, what sort of work does the library do with universities or even high schools on remote learning?
Well, a couple of areas. We work very closely with LAUSD with the Student Success Card. One of the things that does is gives LAUSD students the ability to use all of our online resources, which includes over 700 online courses. We also, for adults 19 and over who've dropped out of school, provide something called Career Online High School. We've graduated 134 students to date who've received an accredited online high school diploma and career certificate. We have a little over 200 enrolled already. We work with universities on internship programs and certainly partner with those university libraries as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And just one clarification, Mr. Bonin, the question about sidewalks was an excellent one, and if you weren't already asking, I think we should get a report back on system-wide sidewalk condition. This can be a special study report, sidewalk condition, because I'm concerned that if there are any sidewalks after 4 years now of trying to get facilities next to city properties done, sidewalks done, we should know that. And I'm also interested in why it is that there was this 700,000 allocation, because this is the first I've heard of this as well. And so I want to understand what that's about, why this department is being billed for sidewalk repairs essentially, and what the state of good repair of the sidewalks around the libraries is. Okay, Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been some discussion about the need for a branch library in Encino, but I'm not aware of anything in the works to build one. From the department's standpoint, what would it take to make something like this happen? And if so, how would we fund it?
A branch library in Encino?
Yes.
We have a branch library in Encino, the Encino Tarzana Branch Library. It was part of the bond program.
Technically in Tarzana.
Oh.
Named with Encino, but it's in Tarzana.
Within the existing library budget, while we have allocated some dollars for some capital improvements, they've typically been minor improvements, renovations, things like that in a very small number of branch libraries. There are certainly some branch libraries in the system that received a very small amount or no dollars that have been priorities when we have been able to put aside some capital dollars within our operating budget. I think the straightforward answer to your question in terms of whether a new library can be put there and across the geography is a facility master plan that we are currently evaluating proposals for now that really looks at facility needs at all of our our branches and all parts of City of LA geography to determine that. And then how to fund that would, I anticipate that the scope of work that plan would recommend would be substantial enough that it would not be possible to fund it out of our operating dollars, that we would have to talk about some kind of a bond measure or something like that, as we did a number of years ago when there was a $300 million bond program that built over 60 projects throughout the city.
Well, if I could just ask that you consider that as part of your planning process.
Sure. Thank you.
There is a certain amount of discussion in the Encino area and desire for that, so I hope you'll look at it.
Great, thank you.
One other thing, one of my main priorities this budget session is to identify specifically where we are with our actions relating to climate change, because I don't think we're moving fast enough as a planet, much less as a city. And one of the biggest problems everywhere, including Los Angeles, is that most people on the street don't realize how much worse things are getting and how fast all that is happening. And as one of our most public-facing departments, I think the library is in a unique position to educate the public on how much faster we have to move and exactly what we're facing. So I'm wondering if you could do a report back on the ability of the library to provide educational outreach on these issues. So, for example, whether you could have a climate change kiosk at every branch with advice on what people could do to reduce their carbon footprint, or could you host speakers and events that in that same direction in your programming, and whether you could do it as part of the normal library routine or whether there'd be any costs attached to that.
Certainly, be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kretz, could I just tag on to that with a friendly amendment to that request too?
Sure.
If you could also include what steps the library itself has taken in its physical infrastructure and otherwise to try to reduce the library's carbon footprint, that would be helpful to know as well, and any suggestions you may have for opportunities to increase that effort.
Perfect. That
And
would be great add-on.
We're very proud of that list too that we have already.
Thank you. Mr. Englander. Mr. Englander's good. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. A couple things. The library marketing or outreach and promotional enhancements, I know last year we put money into it and this year we put money into it. How is that working? Is that meeting its metrics? And
yes.
Is it a good investment for this year?
Yes. We had a marketing plan done for the entire library system a little over a year ago, and we're implementing those recommendations. We have been investing those dollars in a number of areas. We have a very robust social media presence. We have 3 public relations marketing specialists that are not just in Central Library, but we have them now out in the community and working with branch libraries, given the tremendous scope of our services. Our Board of Library Commissioners just last week received a report on the effectiveness of some of the paid media that we have been purchasing that promotes specific initiatives of the library, like our New Americans Initiative, and also our Career Online High School that I mentioned as well. So it's a priority for us. It comes from an approach of good people of LA are investing significant dollars in their public library system, and part of our responsibility of being good stewards of those dollars is to let them know the huge array of services and programs and collections that we offer. And we do believe it's been very effective.
That's great. Certainly it's one of our crown jewels, and we want people to know about it.
Thank you.
Wanted to ask you about the security issues. I know that, or I've heard that there are 14 LAPD staff or security services that are vacant right now. Is that true? And it's my impression that the vacancies are not because of funding, but because of the hiring process and not being able to get them hired. And so I want to know if that's true, and what we can do to streamline that to make sure that we do get those positions put in the field.
Yes, well, that is true. It is 14 positions currently. Those are LAPD positions specifically. There are additional contract security positions as well. There are a number of challenges to filling those positions. I'm sure the LAPD could answer better what those challenges are. But for all of the dollars, you know, the Los Angeles Public Library is investing $6.8 million in security. The bulk of that is for personnel, both LAPD and contract security, and we're always eager to work very closely with LAPD to do all that we can to get those positions filled. I mean, we're providing the funding for it, so it's not a funding issue. I think there are a number of issues as to why those positions are not funded quickly, but we're extremely eager to get those individuals trained on the ground in our libraries, providing service and providing security for our staff and patrons.
I think it's important, and I'm asking that question to see what we can do to help make that happen, and I'm trying to understand what the stumbling block is. Maybe I need to get a report back on that, or if you can identify how we can be helpful in that.
Sure. I think some of it is just the normal hiring process. I think there have been some issues both on the contract side and LAPD with background checks, the timeliness of those, as well as some people not passing the background checks. But again, we want to keep those vacancies as close to zero as we possibly can. And whenever they're able to onboard individuals, whether it's the contract security companies that we work with LAPD or LAPD staff, we're always welcoming and eager for that.
And how long have they been open?
Maddie, how long have those LAPD vacancies been vacant and open?
They've been vacant for at least 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5
years.
Years. So they've been funded but vacant for 4 or 5 years.
That is correct.
And the hours under those positions represent are part of a MOU that we have with LAPD.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll ask for a report back on the steps that we can take to get those funded. That seems like a lot of time, or more time than we should be spending. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get them filled, to get those positions filled. Somewhat similar to that, well, you know what, let me first say, since Mr. Bonin started it this way, let's wrap it up this way as well. I want to extend my compliments to you and to the entire staff of the library, which is one of the city's really great treasures. The Central Library, but all of our regional and branch libraries throughout the city are places of learning, places of refuge, places of personal development. They're economic development tools. They're the repository for the history of our city and our region. And it really is remarkable what you've been able to do with our city libraries. And it's a service that will pay dividends to this city for many generations to come. And so I really appreciate the work that you and everyone on the staff is doing. And I think about positions like this that we can be hiring up and how much more you can deliver. I noticed that last year we added 31 new positions for the library. This year, I think we're only adding 2.
Correct.
But the budget is increasing by a similar amount that it did last year. So where is the discrepancy there, and do you see an opportunity with this overall budget increase to direct more, possibly more resources to delivering more services with more hiring?
Certainly. Well, we've been fortunate in recent years to continue to add significant numbers of positions, as we did in last year's budget, to ensure that every branch library, for example, has a children's librarian, that we're filling those positions, a young adult librarian, and support staff as well, and that we're relying less and less on as-needed staff, which is certainly a priority for the library. The positions that we're adding in this year's budget are for adult literacy, which is a priority area for the library, and believe that with this staffing level, we're operating efficiently, able to effectively keep our libraries open, always looking for opportunities on how to use our incredibly talented staff more efficiently. But we're happy with the staffing levels, and also just looking forward, trying to be prudent and good stewards of our budget.
Very good. I don't know if my colleagues specifically touched upon this when we talked about hiring. I didn't quite catch it if they did, but with regard to the targeted local hiring program, can you talk a little bit about how successful you've been in using targeted local hire applicants within the library?
I would dare say I think we're the most enthusiastic user of the targeted local hiring program. We've been extremely pleased. We jumped on it immediately. Really proud of Michael Blokowitz, our personnel director, and really the entire team in terms of using that. Michael can provide some numbers specifically on how successful we've been.
Mike Balakowitz, Personnel Director, Library Department. As John said, we've enthusiastically engaged the Targeted Local Hiring Program. Since we began participating, we have successfully placed 25 individuals into the office trainee position in lieu of our administrative clerks. The feedback that I have received from the supervisors has been extremely positive. They're very excited about the program. We're getting quality individuals placed in these positions, and we look forward to continuing, hiring through this process for years to come. It's been tremendous for the department.
Terrific.
Appreciate the flexibility. It's really been positive.
So other general managers who may be listening, who have not embraced the program quite as enthusiastically, I hope will be hearing of the tremendous success that you've had with these new hires. So thank you very much. And speaking of other departments listening, I do also want to congratulate you and thank you for the new budget stabilization fund that you've established. But the reason that that's particularly important for the library is because of your Measure L special funding component. So it isn't necessarily something that we want to encourage in departments that are more general fund based. We want to have clear, accurate budgeting, and we want our budgets to be spent according to how they're budgeted, but you present kind of a special case, and so I think that's very fiscally prudent of you to establish that fund, and we appreciate it very much. So, members, anything else for library? All right. Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Appreciate your time.
So next we'll go to LAPD. Chief Beck, good morning.
Good morning, Councilman.
So welcome, Chief, and welcome to all of your guests that you've brought along. I don't know that we, I'll give you the discretion.
None of them are guests.
You're
the only guest. I am the only guest.
All right. Well, let me just start by saying, Chief, that this is our 7th budget together, you and I, and our final one. And after 40 years of service to our city and 8 as our chief, I just want to personally thank you for the service that you've given to our city, for the relationship that you've had with the city council, for the efforts that you've made to engage the police department so much more extensively with the public in really embracing true community policing. This has been a remarkable time, I think, for the Los Angeles Police Department. certainly facing a lot of challenges, as you do every year, but the reduction in crime over those 8 years has been nothing short of remarkable. The reforms that you've continued to initiate in the department have been, I think, a legacy that will last for many years to come. So I just wanted to start by thanking you for your service. And as you open up your discussion, we, of course, have your letter. But I'd also like, if I can, to ask you to take one step back from the usual budget hubbub that we have here, and reflecting from your years as chief and as you're phasing into retirement, I'd like you to take a moment to share some thoughts with us about the general direction of the police department and its budget, where we might be able to make more structural changes that you think are important priorities for the department and for the city. What's gone well and what we still need to work on. And
well, thank you very much. And first, I have to say that it has been a pleasure to work with this council. You know, I have a long history of working with council offices, going all the way back to when I was a senior lead officer, and certainly through my time with the police commission. And this particular council is by far my favorite. This is a group of men and women that can get things done in a way that I wish the rest of the country would emulate and pay attention to. I think that your willingness to move the city forward, even during the toughest of times, which the last few years have been the toughest of times, is remarkable. So I thank you, each and every one of you. And, you know, I have relationships with all of you, and, you know, sometimes we disagree, but we always want the same thing, and that's what's best for the city of Los Angeles. So my appreciation back to the council. So to be more specific, you know, I'll have been your, when I leave on June 27th, I'll have been your chief for 8 years and 8 months, so almost 9 years. This will be my 9th year presenting a budget to this council. And there have been some significantly difficult years in those 9 years, maybe more difficult than certainly any of my recent predecessors have faced. You know, we went from the last year, Bratton was chief, at $104 million overtime budget, 3,300 civilian personnel working, you know, almost 10,000 police officers to many years with just fractions of that, especially on the overtime front. And through it all, your police department, I think, has performed remarkably. You know, this will be our 9th year in a row with under 300 homicides. That's a promise that Mike has to keep. I won't be able to finish it off, but I have confidence that we'll get there. So 9 years of under 300 homicides. Well, what does that mean? Well, the last chief that could sit here and tell you that became a newscaster, and that was before Daryl Gates. It was Tom Redden. And that's the last time this city had under 300 homicides. And we've done it every year that I've been chief. And when Redden was chief, the city was 1 million people less than it is today. So certainly homicides are not the only measure of crime, but they are the one that I think we pay the most attention to. Shootings are also down this year. Shootings are down almost 30% over last year at this time, people shot. That's a remarkable number. Every one of our property crimes are down compared to last year, and the only increase we've had in violent crime is a less than 1% increase in street robberies. And so all that to say that the city is being well served by its police department. You still, even though this is a huge portion of the city's budget, and I am not minimizing that in the least, you still get the cheapest police department per capita of any of the 4 major cities in this nation. And that's significant. And I believe in my heart that any one of our employees is more than a match for any other municipal employee in the country, and so I think you get a good value. You know, we have just in the last couple of years, in response to what has been going on in the national conversation of policing, we have put almost 10,000 Los Angeles police officers through implicit bias training. I think this is particularly important to the council because you review all our failures. You know, I'm lucky I get to see our successes too, but the failures come right to your doorstep in the form of legal settlements. And so, you know, I think that it's important to recognize that something that people talk about as an aspiration in other police agencies or an aspiration in other forms of city government, we've already completed 10,000 through implicit bias training. When the profession talks about de-escalation, you know, we have put a significant portion of our patrol force through de-escalation training, almost all of it, and we are reaping the benefits of that. We get better officer contacts. We get to see a police department, you know, that in the past has been known to lead with his fists, and in the present, I believe that we have a police department that leads with his heart, and I think that's really important. And I think that's maybe what I would give you as my legacy, and that is a police department that is still tough enough to do the job, but understands that is not the only way to do the job. And as a matter of fact, values all the alternate means of changing human behavior. And that is really what we try to do. Bring out the best angels in the city of angels and make this a better place for all of us to live. So with that, I know you have a lot of questions, and so for 9 years I've sat in this seat and answered every question, and I rarely deferred to anybody else. Got a couple of self-deployments occasionally, as police officers sometimes do, but to me, the conversation that we have here about this huge $1.6 billion budget that comes so dearly from the city's coffers is a commitment. It's a promise by me to you all, and by extension to the people of Los Angeles, about how I will guard their money, how I will spend their money, what our priorities will be, and what we will do. Well, unfortunately, as I sit in this chair today, I'm not the one that can make that promise to you, because I literally will be out the door 4 days before this budget kicks in. So I'm going to do it different this time, and you're going to ask questions, and even if I feel like I'm the one that can answer that, I'm going to defer that answer to people that will be here, and not because I don't know the answer, because this is my life, I understand it pretty well, but because I want them to make the commitment to you that I can't. And so I think it's important that we do this one a little different. So I will ask your indulgence in my attempts to do that. And all of you know me very well. You know that you know, I want to answer the question, and but I'm going to give others the opportunity. And in doing that, they will make a commitment to you that I'm not able to make. And so that's my intention. And with that, let's make some commitments here.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and start off with our Public Safety Chair, Mr. Englander.
And Chief, I too want to thank you for the partnership and your leadership in the organization and what you've done. Some pretty phenomenal programs that you've brought in, both in officer training and recruitment, in-service training, certainly, as you discussed, the implicit bias training, but so many others, and way beyond what most departments do for their minimum post requirements, to say the least. I pride myself on being the chair of public safety and the partnership I've got with the department, and I think it is, as you said, the best department for the money by far, and I think it's beyond just that. And but it goes all the way from, and this is a department that's very, very much run from the top down, and as it should be. And there's a lot of great people in place in key positions, and I think that's critically important. And so with that, just doing a jump right in, and whoever wants to answer the question, we've put a lot of time and a lot of changes going into the discussion of getting more officers out on the street. In fact, that's a regular occurrence in conversation beyond the fact of simply hiring more officers, but redeploying, of managed attrition, which is a whole nother discussion in terms of the terminology on that. But we've put a lot of time in political capital, both departments and our own. In fact, last year we sat at this very table and we asked the chief directly, why is it that all of our divisions are open at the front desk 24 hours a day? And his answer was, because that's what you guys want, but it's not what makes sense. That's not what most departments do in the rest of the country. But politically, council members have always been shy about anything less than that. And we looked around and said, I don't think we're shy. We want to see more officers on the street. And you did that this year. You took most of them and made hours that made sense and put systems in place so people are still covered and they can still get to a front desk. We've spent a lot of time and effort drilling down on how to find those key positions in terms of jailers and others, because the whole idea of paying a police officer to do paperwork and not police work, the whole idea to spend the taxpayer funds, which is much more than that perhaps of a civilian, and even not just the money part, with all due respect to every officer in the department, many civilians are just better at some of that work, and that's what they want to do, that's what they want to hire to do, is the paperwork, is looking at jail time records and court time, tracking systems, all of the things that are required, and there's so much more paperwork now. But this budget doesn't reflect that. This budget reflects years of work from looking at the civilian vacancy rates and hiring to even attrition on civilians is a complete 180, a reversal of years of work. And I'm trying to figure out why and what do we do if there is an interest in getting back on track to what we've built up.
So a lot of questions there, and I'll have Mike speak a little bit about the redeployment piece, because he has been the architect of most of that. You know, I'm going to have George Chief-Villegas talk a little bit about the realities of this budget and what it will mean to civilian hiring. You know, we made significant inroads last year in civilian hiring. You know, we will end this fiscal year with the largest number of civilian employees that has ever worked for me. Still 10% short of what worked for Bill, the prior chief, but whatever worked for me. And what the realities of adhering to this budget will mean to civilian hiring, and there are some realities, and that's what when I talked to my team this morning, what I want to have happen here is an honest discussion about what this budget will let us do and what this budget will not let us do. And, you know, I want to be as absolute factual as we can possibly be in predicting the future of the Los Angeles Police Department based on this document. And so that's what we'll try to do. So I'll have Mike talk real quick about how we got to where we are and what happened last year on the managed attrition side. And I don't like the term either, but it's just what that's what we used in the past. So, you know, you try to keep these terms consistent so that everybody knows what you're talking about. And then George will talk a little bit about what the civilian hiring future looks like for us in terms of this budget.
So good morning. And in framing the realignment of resources, it really went to the front lines, putting more officers in the field in a uniform and public facing is how we looked at this. And we sprang both. This was work that was in advance of the budget hearing last year. We recognizing the increase in call load, recognizing the challenges 2 years ago we had an increased level of violence, and in turning that around, we wanted to have an increase in the number of officers that were working in the field. And yet we recognize that everyone in the organization has, certainly they would describe critical positions, and many people on the outside looking in say, well, I like this officer, or I like this investigative effort of the organization. And looking at the entire top to bottom reorganization of what we could pull from specialized units, what we could pull from existing even geographic operations and get back out in the field, it amounted to just under 350 personnel in the last 12 months. You referenced the reduction of desk hours, and now 16 of those desks throughout the city have been reduced from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. That 8-hour period, however, throughout the city has regional desks that are still in operations. We have phones that are available, and the feedback we've got in working in concert with our elected officials, with our city council, your staffs, sometimes even you personally, was to ensure that as this rolled out, that realignment did not result in some undesired outcome. That resulted in 48 officers, just that one move. In addition, we looked to the way our narcotic enforcement details work. We looked to our property crimes units, two functions that are critical in the sense that when they exist, they do great work. But as we look to the priorities of what could we continue to support, what did we need to bolster, and what did we have to shave down, that's the realignment. Lastly, I look to my partners, Chief Grimala, Chief Villegas, Chief McCarthy, Mr. Alarcon, that we went and pulled realigned 190 sworn personnel from these other portions of the organization and brought them back to geographic patrol. And so we're proud of that. As the mayor indicated in the State of the City, those moves alone resulted in nearly 1.5 million hours of additional patrol time. Now that was in concert with the implementation of our MTA contract, which puts over 140 additional officers on the street each day in a shift, in a uniform, working along our transit corridors in an effort to provide for the safety of all involved. So we're proud of that. Lastly, in Councilman England, you referenced the restoration of our civilians after years of seeing those, the attrition of those personnel. Beginning to hire those personnel has allowed us to move 65 officers from our jails, from our custody setting back out into the field. Hiring of police performance auditors and other civilian work classes has gotten officers out of the back office and into a black and white. And as we move forward, those strategies, we believe, is what's resulting in 119 fewer shooting victims today, 15 fewer shooting homicides, and an overall reduction in violent and Part 1 crimes. So as we move forward, there are strategies this committee, or this council, in concert with the mayor, has invoked, we believe is paying dividends. And I'll look now to Chief Villegas relative to the march forward with civilian hiring.
So thank you. This city council body last year essentially challenged us to hire as many civilians as we possibly could within the managed budget of that fiscal year. And this year we've actually hired more civilians than I think we ever have since 2008 or so. And we are looking to end the fiscal year with 3,001 officers, which is above what the proposed, I'm sorry, 3,001 civilians, which is above the proposed budget. And with working within this budget for next year moving forward, we're still going to prioritize what we believe is the most important classification so that we can move those sworn officers back out into the field, which is the public safety positions that deal specifically with where we generally place an officer, which is the PSR position, the detention officers, security officers, and the property officers position. But in doing so, what that will do is impact us in terms of being able to hire the administrative class, the technical class, the criminalists, the senior administrative clerks, those positions that augment the administrative hold so that it allows our sworn personnel to go back out into the field. And we believe that that's going to be a significant impact. I believe that if we're allowed to hire to the budget and allow us to hire the civilians that we can manage, that we'll be able to do what we did last year, do that this year in terms of moving forward by allowing us to hire as we manage the classes and allow us as we see the vacancy rates move through back and through the actual department deployment.
George, maybe just let the committee know where you think we will be at the end of next fiscal year, as if even with our best management of this budget as compared to our civilian staffing today.
So I think that we'll end up being at 2,908 civilians, which is a little less than what we actually are starting out with at the end of this fiscal year.
And does that include those civilians that are assigned to transit?
No.
Because there are a number that are assigned to transit too. Is that broken out separately?
Yeah, it's separate.
It's not included.
I'm trying to keep the MTA numbers in terms of personnel and overtime, et cetera, separated so that we can specifically account for those numbers.
So even with them, we're still less than at the end of this fiscal year what we're starting off with.
Yes.
Okay. So that's my first report back, that we're falling under, and that's why I phrased it the way I did, that this does not reflect the priorities of, I think, where the city is in hiring these key positions. And I think the last thing we want to do as a committee is to go backwards now that we've shut down a lot of these special details and we've got more patrol out there, which is the key, more patrol out there. To actually go through that exercise simply to put them behind a desk would be a grave mistake in my view. And so if we can get a report back on, at a minimum, hiring to attrition, but I'd like to see some options for going even above that on the civilian side. So that'd be my first report back.
And Mr. Englander, on that report back, if we could also include some specification of what the service impacts of the loss of those civilian positions would be, and its impact specifically on sworn hours, what inefficiencies it would create for sworn.
So assuming we know which ones we're losing.
Yes, we'll look at the hiring plan.
Okay. A couple of other things, and I'll go rather quickly on these ones because I know that my colleagues all have questions as well. Big part of it was the technology piece in LAPD. And, you know, it's funny, on one hand, one of the most cutting-edge, savvy departments in the country, in the tech capital of the world, we're grossly behind and inadequate in our technology in terms of everyday usage for officers, their PCs, the licensing and the contracts that are coming due and not funded. So the first thing I'd like is, is there any input you have on that before I ask for a report back?
Well, you know, obviously, this budget doesn't reflect our asks for technology, and we can tell you, and I'm going to have Brian do that in 1 second here, what this budget will allow us to continue to do. But there are some significant holes in it that will be created should it go through as is. And again, you know, this is not the police police department asking for more. This is just us telling you what the consequences of the budget as stated are. And, you know, that's what I've asked my folks to do, you know, and this is, you know, just like last year when I sat here and told you what underfunding overtime would do, that's what we're trying to do this year, just to you know, reach into the future and tell you what's going to occur. And so, Brian, if you'll just let them know what we'll be able to do and what we won't be able to do.
Thank you, Chief Beck. Good morning. I'd like to talk just for a moment about the records management system. I think Councilmember Englander, as you mentioned in your remarks, police officers are not using their time efficiently when they're involved in doing paperwork. And the department has a great number of paper manual processes scattered throughout our operations. The records management system is an effort to modernize that, to eliminate those paper processes, to make all of that electronic, to stop using the approximately 30-year-old mainframe that we use today for most of our technology operations. So I think it would be very easy for me to talk about some of the technology benefits to modernizing, but in context of the budget, I want to talk about some of the numbers that we've looked at. We studied several other police agencies that have done similar implementations of records management systems. And based on those studies, on average, we estimate our officers would be approximately 15% more efficient in their shifts in the field, saving them about 45 minutes a day that's routinely spent on paperwork and on other manual processes. So doing the math on that, that would be an annual savings of just shy of about $4 million once we could fully implement the records management system. Similarly, on the civilian side, another approximately $750,000 in savings. This is from data entry from other manual processes that civilians are helping us do. And then finally, we would no longer need to fund the operation of the mainframe, which is in the ITA department, and that's about $3 million a year. So we would conservatively estimate that we would save approximately $7 million a year once we would implement the records management system. Hand in hand with PCs, as you mentioned, these two projects go together. Modern technology requires modern PCs, and so both of those things would be impacted. We'll be able to make incremental improvements with the budget as stated, but to fund these things fully would allow us to move forward and to recognize some of these efficiencies and savings.
Okay, so my first report back would be to ask for what are the minimums we've got to do just to maintain current licenses, things that are about to expire, things that weren't budgeted at a minimum this year, number one. And number two, on that front, that a minimum of a PC replacement. I got a bigger question than this. And that's per the chief's letter and the department's letters, asking for at least those minimums. So report back on responding their technology requests. What I'm actually going to ask is the chair, something a little more unique, and that is we actually set aside a special day just for a joint meeting, but we get the commitment out of this committee with public safety just on technology with LAPD. That's it. We are beyond grossly inadequate. We have PCs that literally take officers an hour to boot up, if you can imagine. And then when they're finally done, they can't even watch the video that they're supposed to review because the systems don't operate. They don't have even the minimum requirements. They're nearing 10 years old. There are a lot of other technology strategies for full replacement rather than these incremental replacements at the same cost. And it's quite frankly, it's too detailed, I think, for this discussion. We need to have a technology strategy meeting, and I believe it's got to be a joint meeting with public safety and budget, and we've got to do it soon, just to talk about particularly RMS, our record management system. It's a 30-year-old mainframe that is held together at a $3 million annual funding need, which absolutely makes no sense in that kind of investment today. And so I think we've got to have a better, a smarter technology plan that's put forth to the full council. And we can talk about an ROI and the cost recovery of officer time and civilian time and all the things that benefit this. We can also talk about things that are slipping through the cracks. And we've seen what happens when databases and critical databases, technology, forensics falls through the cracks. And we just can't go down that road anymore. So that's what I would propose on that front.
I think it's an excellent idea. This is very consistent with the sorts of things that Mr. Blumenfield has been talking about with regard to digital infrastructure and investing citywide in a program every year to invest in this infrastructure, but it's especially noteworthy when it comes to LAPD because of the immense consequences that can happen if there's delay, if there's breakdowns. So I would welcome the opportunity to have that deeper discussion for sure.
Okay, so that formal request, I appreciate that. And then just quickly on a few other items of note. One is there's a continuation of a $1.56 million leasing of the electric vehicles, the 235. I just want to report back and a mileage report on specifically those vehicles, particularly the BMWs, on every single one we've got in stock, and then what's left if we have some still outstanding to be delivered. So report back to this committee on that. And that should also include a full fleet study. There's a number of black and whites that are being asked for, 3.7 million, 56 black and whites, 11 motorcycles, 40 other emergency vehicles. So that was their fourth request. So a fleet inventory of mileage and where we're at. Those cars can only be ridden so hard and so long before they really start falling apart. So we've got to figure that. We've got to figure that out.
We'll do that. We'll do that,
See
sir.
where
We'll
we're at.
include our replacement plan and replacement proposal for our fleet vehicles.
That'd be great. And then the last few things. One, and there's a request to fully fund new officers to be moved over, full-time officers, not on overtime, to the transit unit. And I think that needs further study on exactly who they are, because there are at a minimum 11 of them for a New Hope detail. Where are they coming from, and who are they? And then we also...
You mean who they are with their name?
No, not their name, but their background and training, yes. Otherwise, I would anticipate putting it in the UB until we figure that out. So I need to report back on that. And then the last two things were well, minor. One is the report back on body cameras for reserves. Apparently we don't have them.
Well, but they're not funded for them, and if we were to get funded for them, we would be glad to provide them.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking for a report back for funding.
We'll be glad to do that.
So we're going to need them, and they should be provided for. I think it's an oversight anytime we have free officers willing to work in a black and white, and we just can't give them the gear or the equipment to do it. And the department, when we purchase these things, they're not included for reserves. It's a problem, and we ground them. So report back on making sure we have enough for them. And then the last thing is a $10,000 request. We'll look for funding for Davis Training Facility. It's a request for two things. One, replacement uniforms for the training officers, and also shade structures for the summer months that are coming up. Gets to be about 120 out there. So they're asking for shade structures. So those are the two things that we'll ask for in a report back for Davis.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Englander. Before we go to Mr. Blumenfield's questions, members, I'd like to recommend that on our memo report, that memo number 20 be converted to a special study request. And with that change, are there any other suggestions or changes to the report? And if there are none, we'll go ahead and approve it as amended. So the staff can get to work on that.
On the 20, there may be some departments we might want budget studies on, but I understand for the overall picture to do a special study.
Okay, very good. So if there's no objection, the report is approved, and we'll move on from, staff can move on. All right, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Well, first I just want to, add to the idea about leveraging this technology and how this fits in with the digital infrastructure idea that we need to have a certain amount of set aside like we do for capital for digital infrastructure. And this seems like a perfect case study for that. And so I think as part of you asked for the report back on it, but I want to make sure that we're asking for the report back on fully funding this technology piece for the records and seeing how that might even be able to be leveraged with these other funds, because that's a substantial amount of money that you're saying we could actually be saving on an annual basis. Could we, if we had the funding to do this, when would we start seeing those savings? Would it be this year, next year?
I would estimate it would take approximately 3 years to fully implement the system if it were fully funded.
So if it were fully funded, it would take 3 years to start seeing $7 million a year.
Well, we would see, there's a number of improvements we would see. You know, one of the problems with our current system is there's only a very few people that know how to repair it, and it's extremely expensive to keep running. So, you know, as we phased it out, we would have an immediate savings just in some regard there. As we bring in other programs, we would increase efficiency, you know, and I'd have to look at which programs we bring in first. And a lot of that depends on what level the council funded the RMS to. You know, it's hard for us to project when funding varies from year to year on this. And, you know, last year we fell behind because there was no funding for the risk management, records management system. And so this year we'll fall behind even greater. So all that to say, you know, we'll give you some estimates, but it's hard to say absent knowing what the funding is going to be.
Right. And I guess, I mean, when you have this kind of details, I mean, it ceases to become a policy question and it's more of a finance question. And so part of the report back is for CAO and CLA to give us finance options because just giving a 5-year outlook, this is, you know, it's clearly in our financial interest, putting aside all of the good benefits that are out there, just financially.
Yes.
It makes sense in essence to borrow to fund something like this. And we as a city have creative ways of borrowing. It's not we're not going to go to the bank, but it's we need to look at this as a finance question as well. So that's part of the report back. Some other topics. I wanted to make sure I mentioned a concern about the river, the LA River and the Hope teams. Great that we have Hope teams out there now. Once, you know, we've separated it up into 5 zones, and Zone 1, which is my area, and each one is supposed to be cleaned once every 5 weeks. Unfortunately, what's been happening is when there is some sort of incident that, like one time it was in February, there was notice from the fire chief that there was an encampments task force, and so because of fire severity, the Hope team had to be taken off of that route. Understandable, not questioning. It's, the safety issue always has to come first. But then we never got a makeup time for that. So then it was going to be 10 weeks when we would see that Hope team on the river. Well, 10 weeks came by and it was raining, and crews were diverted to the basin area to address flooding. Again, another important safety issue. But what that means is out of the 50 weeks of the year, where my area and each of these areas is only going to get, you know, 1 out of every 5 weeks, or 10 total, we've already lost 2, and so the community is going crazy because we've not just had 5 weeks, but 10 weeks, and now we're moving on to 15 weeks. So I want to know how we can change this policy to create some sort of a makeup situation that you don't just get, if some important safety issue comes in, intervenes, and you can't get the cleanup and the Hope team isn't directed there, that is made up in some way, and you're not just wait till the next time.
You know, we can do that, Councilman. You know, we can commit to, instead of continuing the schedule as provided, to back the schedule up. You know, and that's sometimes an unintended consequence. You know, we lay these things out, and since we have to work with so many other city departments and county entities on our Hope teams, you know, sometimes it requires a little extra management to reschedule. So, but we will look at that as part of our standard way of doing things. You know, in other words, if because of natural disaster, city emergency or whatever, you miss your schedule, rather than not get it back till the next time, we'll look at backing that schedule up. And that's an easy fix. We can do that.
Great. No, I definitely would like to see that, and is that it could.
And I'll
happen to
remember
in my district,
that I
but
owe
it
you
could-
two.
It could happen to anybody along the river, and who knows? It could happen 3 or 4 times, and then we've missed almost all of it.
No, that's a good point. I'm sure that that was an absolutely unintended consequence, and we'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Great. Thank you. Other issues wanted to bring up the DREs. With legalization of marijuana, there's the need to increase the number of DREs, and we've talked about this, and something that you brought up in one of our conversations, which I thought was really interesting, is that there may be a possibility of tiered DREs, because if we're really looking for the onset of more marijuana-related driving, that is a easier education than the full panoply. So what can we do to increase the DREs and address this this growing issue?
Well, George, you want to answer that? George, that's in his shop, but I'll preface it by saying that we are keenly aware of our shortage of DREs, and that's one of the many things that the legalization of marijuana has caused to become to the forefront. So he can discuss that to some extent, but there is additional funding designated in this budget for enforcement relative to the legalization. So that will also play into this.
And can some of that money be used for incentives for DREs, or salary incentives to make sure that we get more DREs in?
Well, if we're going to incentivize it, we have to do that through the contract negotiations. Obviously with the union, but there are other ways to incentivize it through overtime, et cetera, and then that might be a way that will be included in George's answer.
So part of the priority for us is to make sure that all our personnel are trained. So we worked with Chief Kamala's shop in terms of coming up with a strategy to come up with training that's specific to, in a tiered fashion, as Chief Beck mentioned, and as you mentioned, so that people are provided the enforcement education and training so that they can enforce the laws that are out there. And that's part of what we want to do. Some of it, I think that because of our deployment, our needs, our desire to have folks in the field, some of it as part of the plan was to do some of that on an overtime basis. So we're impacted somewhat by the overtime budget that we have. And then the cannabis enforcement, and I think that Chief Kamala can talk more about that with specifics, is part of that was going to be on an overtime basis as well.
Good morning. If I could add to that, we're looking across the country at what is out there with regard to looking at impaired drivers, especially in the area of cannabis. It's an emerging science, it's an emerging field. So we're looking in conjunction with training, different test kits that are available, et cetera, out there, which could give us the best possible outcome for any stop of an impaired driver. Also, through our record system, we're also keeping tabs on how many arrests are related to cannabis with regard to impaired driving. And I think this is very important to let us fundamentally look at what kind of an issue we have emerging. But as we look at the $2.34 million that was earmarked, at least at this early juncture, for cannabis enforcement, if you'd like me to speak to that and how we kind of look at the impacts of what that money would do, not only for special operations, but for operations, I can answer that for you, unless you want me to defer to a later time.
No, please.
Okay. We would anticipate in the next fiscal year approximately 500 marijuana, cannabis-related investigations that would come to the attention of the department, basically community-related or generated complaints, again, those focused on violence or public safety issues related to a dispensary or a grow. So we would anticipate probably about 400 dispensary-related investigations and approximately 100 grow-related investigations. And that's kind of the framework in which I'd like to make this very brief discussion.
When you say that, you're talking about folks that are unlicensed that you're going after?
Absolutely. We're talking about the illegal dispensaries and complained of activity of a violent criminal nature surrounding them. And these are labor-intensive investigations, as Chief Moore with the Office of Special Operations has his narcotics enforcement details, although those are smaller in nature because of putting more officers out on the street in patrol vehicles. The augmentation of investigations, which can be very complex, would come from my shop, the Office of Special Operations, and our Gang and Narcotics Enforcement Division. So we're looking at approximately 100 to 120 hours that it would take to actually do a grow investigation from beginning to end, with all the fiduciary issues, following the money trail, so to speak, from those, and approximately 40 hours or in that ballpark with regard to dispensaries. So that's kind of what we were looking at with regard to supporting the Department of Cannabis regulation on these issues. And again, emphasizing the illegal, complained about, violent crime activity that is related to these locations.
And is that, for the shutting down of the illegal ones, is that mostly focusing on where there's been a violent crime, or if it's just when there's a report in the future, especially once we get these regulations and all the licenses out, that it's a shop, it's illegal, it's not permitted, it may not have any crime other than that's associated with it?
No, the department is looking at the violent criminal nature that may be associated with a location, because otherwise the labor-intensive aspect of that would be astronomical. So we're looking at complaints from the community with regard to selling to minors, activity that then leads to robberies, assaults, those types of violent criminal activity associated to illegal dispensaries.
And if I could add in, the mayor has made this a topic of his CINCOM efforts, and for cannabis, he's looking at all city departments as to what levers each of them have, both for us, currently our ability to prioritize based on those unlicensed establishments that are in protected areas that pose a significant criminal risk, and then the lesser ones, because as you know, there's been 140, I think is the last count, of licensed establishments, and there's estimated to be hundreds of unlicensed establishments. And so the mayor, in looking at all the city departments, is looking to see what the city attorney's office can do for cease and desist letters, for civil actions, in addition to what our efforts can be. Currently, we are across the entire organization of the city taking enforcement action on unlicensed establishments, but the number of them, as Chief Kamal indicated, is so expansive that that's not likely a long-term solution. We need to look at something that's going to be more smartly impacting an unlicensed operator from continuing here in Los Angeles. So that is a job one for that collective group. And I think it would be best that we come back at a future date to describe how those strategies are actually being delivered.
Great, thank you. Another issue, and this is sort of my broken record thing about patrolling in the valley, and how do we get more patrol time in the valley? And we talk about the civilian issue, which I'm 100% on board with the discussion that we had earlier. But it's a constant refrain that I hear in my community, that we feel like a lot of times, every time there's an issue in the city, folks get pulled, particularly from the West Valley, and then we end up with less patrol. So I guess a couple questions. One, are we able to meet our 70% staffing issue this year that we're pushing for in terms of the...
And I'll let Mike answer that.
Yes, and both we've improved our staffing levels over the last 2 years and are regularly meeting and exceeding that 70% threshold. Currently at a 100% patrol plan, which means what is our optimal level of deployment, we are scheduling at least 80%. In addition, the strategies we've taken to, for instance, in the bolstering of the metropolitan crime suppression, each of the 4 geographic bureaus of the Valley has its own platoon. To this day, this year so far, we have been able to maintain the integrity of that platoon, staying in the Valley. As you know, historically during the summer months when our violence has increased, we have had to rob Peter, pay Paul, if you will, shift those resources, and they've shifted towards violence. But even when that has occurred, we've maintained at least 50% of that crime suppression platoon 7 days a week in the San Fernando Valley. Now, things that are impacting us on this, this weekend we had the privilege of having Vice President of the United States in town. And when those type of special events occur, then that does impact and cause us to have to redeploy. But the Valley remains, as does the West Side. The priorities are that staffing maintain at a particular level or higher. And again, hearing the community complaints and concerns about the public's trust, is we're recognizing that we're not just pulling resources to go to another hotspot in a willy-nilly fashion.
And I will say that so far this year, because of the reduced shooting level throughout the city, we have had significantly less redeployments. In other words, you know, the Valley and the West Side are continuing to get their share of the discretionary resources, because oftentimes those big shifts occur in response to gang warfare where people are being shot and killed. And so we've had a good year so far on that, and that stabilizes discretionary resources that I know are both so dear to the Valley and to the West Side.
Thank you. I want to jump back on the marijuana issue for a second. Something I've been pushing is trying to move us to a cashless system, or to incentivize the use of non-cash payment methods. And wondering if you could help quantify what the costs are. We know the costs, and I asked this with the clerk's department in terms of them fortifying because of all the extra cash and those kinds of things. But I also know there's a very real cost. I assume there's a very real cost. I want to give you a chance to address that with having all of this cash in different locations throughout the city. And could we spell that out a little bit, and what the savings might be if we were to be able to reduce that?
Well, you know, and any time that I've been asked about this during this continuing journey of legalization of marijuana in Los Angeles, I've always said that it's not necessarily marijuana that I find to be the source of evil here. It is the cash system that goes along with marijuana, and so the end result of that is that we have armed robberies at marijuana facilities far above and beyond anything we have at banks, far above anything and beyond anything we have at supermarkets, any other place where large amounts of money are found. We also have murders every year during the commission of those armed robberies. We've averaged 2 a year since medical marijuana has been instituted in Los Angeles, sometimes quite tragically affecting the city family. And I would expect this to continue as long as two things remain true. And those things are connected. One, that these are cash businesses where there is an incredible amount of largely untraceable currency kept. And the second is that as long as this particular commodity is grossly overvalued, you know, and I know that we've had this discussion. You know, I have personally met with folks who grow crops for a living, not marijuana, but other crops. And this is a crop that doesn't have to be priced at hundreds of dollars an ounce. It is grossly overvalued, and that overvalue makes it a target for armed robbery and theft or burglary. And then the keeping of funds makes it a general target. And both those things are something that society is going to have to address. And I don't know if it's going to happen in Los Angeles, but it should happen somewhere.
Well, that's interesting. Of course, we can't necessarily control the valuation. That's a larger issue.
I can't fix that one.
But we can focus on the cash in our own dispensaries, and there are ways for us to get folks out of cash and remove that problem. So that's
well,
interesting.
I'm sorry.
No, and I mean, I'd love to see more of a quantification of those costs, because I'm trying to put together a proposal to incentivize the cashless system. So in as much as maybe a special study, and it won't affect this budget directly, but to get for you to help me quantify those safety costs, that will help as we look toward financial incentives to get people off of cash.
Well, we will be glad to do that, and be shop. Chief Kamala's shop will get a report back to you on that, and Los Angeles Police Department wholly supports that. You know, this is it is a disaster in the making, and we need, if the city can do something about that, then it should.
Great. On the overtime issue, I don't know if we've talked about that yet, but I wanted to get a sense of when you back out the Metro funding, are we at the same level we were last year?
Well, we're right at, if you back out Metro, we're right at about right at $80 million this year. Last year we were at 80 plus 10 in the UB that didn't come back to us. So I would anticipate that we will be at the same funding level as last year, with the caveat that this year's money buys 2% less cops than last year's money did. And 2% may not sound like a lot, but it is. You know, that is a significant change in the way we do things. And then additional carve-outs, such as the marijuana enforcement and Mac Park enforcement and a couple other things, also affect the bottom line at overtime. As a result, last year I told you we would run out of cash in April, and I think this year I will tell you that we'll run out of cash January, February.
So what happens when we run out of cash?
Then we go to banked overtime for a majority of overtime, and banked overtime is something that is a long-term cost that the city incurs.
So, in as much as I'd like to get a report back on you know, I mean, I'd like to avoid banked overtime as much as possible, in terms of just financially, it's not smart for our city. So to get a report back on what it would take to get us to not be in that predicament in terms of the.
We can easily provide that number.
Okay. One other question on the, you know, the issues that have come up in the paper regarding, you know, the drop issue, specifically with folks abusing the system. What steps are we taking to avoid that? You know, the high number of people going out on injury that are in the drop system.
Well, two questions there. The abuse, you know, I have one solution for abuse, and it is state prison, and I will aggressively send those that commit crimes in this area to jail, and we have done that. We made an arrest earlier this month of an individual in drop, and we are aggressively prosecuting him. We made a more recent benefit abuse arrest of somebody that was not in drop. I commit a large amount of detective resources to vigorously prosecuting those that abuse the system. So that's one piece of it. You know, the other piece is that I think that the discussions have been had, and I think that they are well-founded in changing the system so that when to decentivize injured on duty status while on drop. And unfortunately, when the program was crafted 15 years ago, that wasn't done. And so what we need to do is change the system so that when somebody goes on IOD status, they no longer bank their retirement money. This would be an easy change. I don't want to speak for my union, but I haven't found anybody that objects to this. And coincidentally, your fire and your police unions contracts come together next year, and so your negotiations with the two primary entities that can negotiate the conditions of drop will fall into line, and the ball will be in your court. And I would certainly support anything that was done on those lines.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. I know I said it was the last one. One more thing though, when we were talking the workers' comp system and the office insurance system, I know we talked about either way we end up paying. So
yes.
Can you tell me a little bit more about how that works with the office insurance system, and is there a way to prevent this sort of double system?
So, the city funds its insurance programs. In other words, you're not, our medical insurance, this is just police and police side, and I believe it's the same with the fire, but I can't speak for them, I'll speak for police side. Literally, you are a self-funded insurer for medical insurance for the city, and it is done through police relief, and because of that, you're in a unique position, and you literally do the same thing on the work comp side. The only difference is the two systems have different standards of medical care and the way that gets approved. I think that what you're referring to is does it make sense to have two systems? These are lifetime employees by and large. The city is going to be caring for them out of its own pocket one way or the other. And so why have two systems that diverge and create different results and end up causing what I think is undue consternation to employees and not achieving the result that we all want, which is a healthy workforce that gets back to work as quickly as possible after being injured or sick. So, this is a much bigger discussion than this budget. This is a discussion about how the city does business and what makes sense in its business model. And you spend upwards of $100 million a year on health costs for police officers and their families, and I think there's a better way to do it.
Well, maybe I'll put that into a special study then, in terms of, as a report back, of the cost benefit of having the two systems and the possibilities of consolidating them, what that could mean, both in terms of the benefits for officers, but also in terms of the bottom line for the city. I think it is an appropriate budget question, but it's not something that's going to impact this year's budget, but it could have long-term budget consequences, so I'm going to ask for a report back on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, thank you so much for the 9 years or how many years as chief, did you say? 8 years?
8 years and 8 months, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, and for all the years before that.
And I'll take your thanks for the other 34 years also.
As well. Thank you in particular for the redeployment that has happened over the past year. Thank you to you and to Mike and to the rest of the command staff for that. I think that was huge, and I hope it has been noticeable in our neighborhoods. It was a huge conversation here last year, repeatedly, and to see it sort of manifest into reality out on the streets has been really significant. And I've heard it from my captains. I have heard it from my captains. I've heard it from my detectives saying we were able to bust this car theft ring or this burglary ring because we had additional resources and additional eyes and ears out here. So thank you very much. I'm concerned that the trend is not sustainable, that momentum won't last. One, because you're leaving, and who knows who's going to be here next. Although I think based on the Police Commission's appearance before the council, a commitment to prioritizing patrol was almost universally spoken of by the council members as a priority. So I hope, I trust that emphasis will still be there. But looking at the budget and what I'm hearing about the civilian hiring concerns me that we're going to have a problem keeping officers on patrol. I'm looking forward to the report back that my colleagues asked for. The thing that strikes me is, this sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but to see more cops in our neighborhoods, it actually makes more sense to hire fewer cops and more civilians at this point, doesn't it?
No.
Well, so I think that it's always a balance, and you know I think that you know the challenge that we have in the city of Los Angeles is that we don't have enough of anything.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have enough police officers, and we don't have enough civilians. And I think that we get some leverage with civilian hiring, but we have, at our levels right now, you know, we have almost eliminated police officers from the jails. You know, if we could look at some of our legacy systems, as we've talked about, and replace those with something that is easier and more rapid to use. You know, I think that we are in a good place in our civilian sworn ratio. I don't see any easy gains by more civilian hiring on the sworn side. I see losses, potential losses, you know, should we go backwards. So, you know, what I would recommend as somebody that's going out and not going to manage this budget is that the council look at it, and I know this is hard for the council, as a macro budget, and then hold whoever sits in this chair the next time to the intelligent distribution of that macro budget. You know, and I know this is a tough discussion to have, but I think that oftentimes we get too far into the weeds on this, and what you should be looking for is a police department that's well run, well managed, that achieves its goals, and that, you know, makes the city a better place to live, work, and play in, and then hold this person accountable for that. You know, I know that my folks work really hard, and that's what happened this year, staying within their budget to increase civilianization, to redeploy police officers, and so you saw that happen, and that was just with a little incentive and a little authority from the council. Let them do it again. You know, there's nobody at this table that wants cops doing non-police work. You know, and so I would recommend that you let them continue to do what they've done, which is to exceed your expectations on civilianization.
Thank you for that. My constituents would not allow me to simply say the largest line item in the city budget gets a macro analysis and doesn't get strict scrutiny from their elected officials.
No, I don't know. I did not explain myself well enough. Scrutiny is fine. I welcome scrutiny. I welcome challenge. I welcome discussion. But the management is this job.
True, and there's a line somewhere in there. I would also suggest that I would think at least part of the impetus for the reassignment to patrol last year, as opposed to 4 years prior, was that there were so many elected officials and so many neighborhoods making an issue of it. That would just be my...
Well, the first thing I did when I became chief 8 years ago was to do the exact same thing.
Good, I'm glad.
So, I mean, this was not a unique idea.
So what I'd like to ask for is a report back is if CLA could coordinate with LAPD and CAO and just, don't anybody freak out, I'm not suggesting this, I would just like to see what the impact would be, budget and deployment-wise, for patrol if we did 1 or 2 fewer academy classes this year and use that money for additional civilians. I'd just like to see sort of the side-by-side. Then I just have some other questions that have nothing to do with deployment or civilian hiring. Question on Vision Zero. Last year there was 1.5 million. This year another 1.5 million. What does that get us?
Well, it gets you a combined city effort to reduce what has become one of our what is a major issue, which is traffic safety. That gets you increased enforcement. That gets you targeted enforcement at areas within the city that are mutually agreed upon by us and DOT and the other players as high impact zones. And gets you safer streets. One of the things that I did not comment on when I talked about the reduction in crime numbers this year is a reduction in traffic accidents, particularly fatal traffic accidents. And we are starting to see safer streets in Los Angeles, certainly safer than last year. And so, I think that it's that anything we do, whether it's HOPE teams or Vision Zero, or any of the other enforcement, actually I won't say enforcement, any of the other changes in public behavior that relate to public safety are much better when leveraged through the work of many. In other words, not just the police department. I mean, when I was first the captain of Central many years ago, homelessness was my job only, solely. And now we have come to the recognition that it is a much bigger issue, and traffic is the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not just about writing more tickets. It's about education. It's about streetscapes that are safer. And some enforcement, but in the right place. Just number of tickets has never been a good bellwether of what's going to occur. But what is a good indicator is the right kind of enforcement, and that's what Zero gives you.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I wasn't challenging the need for the 1.5 million. I was actually looking for more information with which to justify it.
And we can give, B's about ready to give chapter and verse on it, but we can give an exact accounting for what it gets you. But what it gets you is this combined resource to address a combined problem, which is the absolute best way to do law enforcement. As you know, I'm a problem solver. That's what I devoted my life to being. But I can't be the only one, and it has to be a combined issue.
We can just do a report back on that. No need to sort of go into it now. Wanted to. I really appreciated the way you opened, Chief, and you talked about the murder rate and the crime rate, and we really are as safe a city as we have been in modern memory. But the problem is there's a huge disconnect in a lot of our neighborhoods. People aren't feeling it, and I think social media is a huge impact on that.
I agree.
Nextdoor in particular, there was
I agree.
An op-ed in the Times yesterday about Nextdoor that described it as a local news show anchored by George Zimmerman. Rumor spreads like wildfire. One incident gets reported as 7 different incidents. And since I've taken office, I've found that even though the stats have improved, the perception is considerably worse. I was at Brentwood Homeowners Association with Dennis Cato a couple weeks ago, and people there were really convinced that crime was much worse. And there had been a string of burglaries, which the department has addressed and gotten down. And Dennis explained the reality. And it really was shocking to a lot of people. And that was, a 10-minute rebuttal to what is sort of a daily drumbeat of conflicting information. As you end up your tenure, any thoughts about how we combat that? Are there resources in this year's budget? Should there be resources in this year's budget to better get the reality out to the neighborhoods that we represent that we're safer than we have been in a very long time?
Well, I think that's everybody in this room's job. I mean, it's so. You asked me to reflect, so I will reflect. I thought back just this past weekend, after the arrest of the Golden State Killer. I reflected back to when I was a new training officer in Venice Division, now Pacific. And I went there in the summer of '80. And in the summer of '80, there was a horrific string of home invasion, robbery, rapes that occurred in Oakwood. And literally, as a young cop, I went at least once a week to a scene where a home had been invaded. The wife, mother, daughters had been violated, and just horrific things that occurred. And so Golden State brought that back to me. And now that was as one police officer in a relatively small neighborhood. And so now I'm the chief of police, and I'm at the end of the funnel. I mean, I hear about every major crime in the city of Los Angeles, and that doesn't happen anymore. And that is so specific to the neighborhood that you're talking about. I mean, they are so much safer than that summer of '80 when a young Officer Beck was patrolling their neighborhoods at night while they slept. And part of the problem is that statistical narratives blow right past people. Yeah. And I'm a numbers guy, and I give you statistical narratives all the time, and even my doting council members glaze over when I do that. But tell them that story. Tell them about the summer when we had a dozen gang-related murders in Oakwood, and too many home invasion rapes to count. And now look at today. And if even one of those occurred, the entire city would be up in arms.
Yeah.
And that was a standard night in the '80s.
Do other big city departments have resources that we don't have to get our story out?
One of the things that we're looking for on the technology end is a better way to relate to the public, and there are some really good tools that we're looking at that connect with people to get their feelings about law enforcement and particularly about us through social media and through their phones as part of a survey. So there are better ways than what we're able to come up with. What I will tell you is this: is that there is no better police department in the country, probably the world, when it comes to human capital. And one of the things that's frustrating in my job is that we have this $1.2 billion asset, and sometimes we squander it to save a couple of bucks by not giving them the tools that they need. And I know you've heard me say this before, but I think that when you ask about that, how do we get our story out? That's one of the ways.
Thank you, and I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Englander's ask about technology and report back and greater focus on that. I wanted to ask about implicit bias. I was glad you brought it up. It's not a question I was going to ask just of the police department. In fact, I asked about it to the personnel department the other day. Racism is a tremendous problem in this country. I think explicit bias is more of a problem than it was a few years ago, but I think implicit bias is a huge problem. And again, not just with law enforcement, I think everywhere. And I think we need to do more training and awareness of it throughout the city. You mentioned that everybody in the department has undergone implicit bias training?
Over 9,700, something like that, have done so, and we are on our way to completing it with everybody.
What does that look like? Is that a one-day thing, or a 2-hour thing, or a weekend thing, or?
Well, I'm going to let George talk about exactly what it is.
Well, the specifics of implicit bias training this last fiscal year, that was a one-day, 8-hour, a 4-hour training class, and it was brought on by Dr. Marks that we hired from outside the department, and he came in and provided that training. And that augmented what we were already doing in terms of our procedural justice training and other training in police science leadership course. We go to the Museum of Tolerance as well. So we have a number or a series of different courses that we put together for our FTOs or supervisors, our recruits, and the academy, and all of our in-service training that touches upon implicit bias. And then we also put on that one 4-hour block specifically for implicit bias. And we're looking at changing some of the curriculum to make sure that we're addressing implicit bias specifically, along with procedural justice and all those other topics that ensure that we're policing in a very constitutional manner.
You know, one of the things we're trying to do, Councilman, is, you know, we have a doctor in charge of our overall of our training, and her philosophy is that these trainings are not inoculations. It's not a one-time deal. It's not a one-day deal. It's not a one-week deal. It's a lifetime of learning, because that, you know, that's what creates implicit bias, is our lifetime of learning, you know, in a wrong way. So the goal is to not only create a course that addresses it, but also to integrate it into everything else we do. And so that's what we do. And then you know, on the, you know, and that's on the one side of it. On the other side of it is that when we get an allegation of bias policing, which of course is what we're trying to prevent, it gets investigated at the highest levels of the police department. It's not investigated by somebody in the station. It's investigated by Professional Standards Bureau. They have rigorous protocols. I mean, we make sure that we not only say what kind of behavior we want from our employees, but we demonstrate it by showing no tolerance for it. So, you know, does that mean we're perfect? No, because we're made up of human beings, and human beings have many, many flaws. But I don't think you can find a better model anywhere at addressing this issue.
You anticipated my question about it being one-time versus recurring, so I appreciate it. I mean, it has to be recurring. If I could get a special study report back on the various elements of the implicit bias training, what else it's incorporated into, how often folks are available to the resource, that'd be great.
Certainly, we can do that.
On a related note, you know, Mr. Wesson just had the series of Embrace LA dinners around the city. I know some of you went. Do we know, were rank and file employees engaged in that at all?
Yes.
Go ahead.
There's, we initially had arranged for 100 of our rank and file on a volunteer basis to attend, and as you know, the overwhelming response, we were asked to curtail that down to 25. Commander Flores actually hosted one of those dinners herself.
And then of course, you know, we've also been huge fans of Days of Dialogue, and you know, have continuously engaged in Days of Dialogue activities, especially around individual events. And you know, I think that's another way. You know, what I always say is that all of these issues are best addressed through understanding, you know, and developing empathy for each other, and seeing another's point of view, and that's what these things are all about.
Last area I wanted to thank you on that, and I'm going to be doing some sort of offshoots of Embrace LA in my district, hosting stuff, and I'd love to have LAPD.
We'd love to be there.
Involved.
We'll bring you dessert.
Yeah, thanks. One of the last thing I wanted to ask about, unsurprisingly, is homelessness. We've talked about the HOPE teams and stuff. I wanted to ask specifically about mental health training for our officers. I know that we talked a couple years ago about the SMART team and the MEUs, and I'm just wondering, as we've had additional resources focused on homelessness in other departments, has the department been able to grow either of those resources or integrate that training more throughout the department?
Well, the answer is yes on both fronts, and B can talk about mental health intervention training and the dramatic increase in our SMART teams and their deployment, and then maybe George can talk about the general mental health training.
Good morning, Councilman. I think one of the aspects that we really should highlight here is the mental health intervention training. It's called MHIT. I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. It's a 40-hour intensive course that over 2,000 officers have gone through on the department. It's put on every 2 weeks, and it not only involves members of the department who have not only been recognized nationally as subject matter experts, but our partners in the world of autism, DMH, et cetera, and members of the community that have been touched by law enforcement in use of force situations as well. So we get a very collaborative and comprehensive view of mental health and proper reaction of officers, especially in anxiety-ridden situations there. That training is not only a department best practice, but when you talk to officers, even skeptics who have been asked to attend that training or have chosen to take that training, they have said it's been life-altering. Life-altering with regard to how they now view our mentally ill, not only homeless population, but those that they may get in intensively on a radio call to a family in distress. But the longevity, I believe, of that training is something that cannot be overstated. I think also with regard to the SMART teams and the amount of responses, and those are two crisis situations and crisis events, has skyrocketed. And under Chief Beck's tenure, the amount of SMART teams have been increased so that we are saving thousands of patrol hours. But more than the hours saved and the money behind that is what kind of service are we providing? Are we really providing expert service, or are we maybe missing the marks and missing some of the information that is telltale on the face of somebody or within a family dynamic of somebody who's mentally ill? So I think when we talk about life savings, the quality of service, all of that has grown dramatically under Chief Beck's tenure, because he basically told us, I want to see and ensure that when an officer responds to a crisis situation where mental illness may be involved, we're giving them not only the best service, the most comprehensive and the most detailed, and that's something that we're delivering. Plus, freeing up patrol hours is extremely important, since many of these investigations through the medical treatment process could take 7, 8, 9 hours, and it would take a two-man unit, two-person unit off the street.
Does this budget keep those efforts level funded, increase them, decrease them?
As far as I know, it's maintained.
Keeps them level. We will continue with the MHIT training that's being provided, and what we're also doing is changing the curriculum slightly so that make sure that each one of our courses, very similar to the implicit bias training, that so it's holistically all across the board, that each of them have a crisis intervention component in that training that addresses the mental health issues, as well as de-escalation training within all of those courses, so that everyone gets touched by it, not just once, but on a rotating basis, depending upon where they are in their career and then in their tenure.
I wonder if any of the many foundations in Los Angeles that have been helping to fund and promote solutions to homelessness might be interested in helping to fund an expansion, something to look into.
Yeah, we certainly will, and we have, philanthropy has helped us along this issue. You know, the only thing I would add to this is, you know, this is probably what has changed the most about policing in the last 10 years, is the tremendous increase in dealing with mental health issues on the street. And you know, anybody that lives in Los Angeles, you know, can see it as you drive by. You know, you don't even have to roll your window down. You can see people that are in mental health crisis all around you. And police officers, you know, B is very generous. She acts like this was like some brilliant idea of the chief's. Well, no, this was the chief. This is totally self-preservation. I mean, this is the new role for my folks, and they, you know, they have to be 10 times better at it than I ever was.
Yeah, I was struck by two things that B said. One was the impact that having proper mental health training for our officers has on the availability for patrol hours. I imagine that the same is true of homelessness in general.
Yes.
The more we do to address homelessness, reduce and end this crisis, the more time officers will have to be dealing with other issues.
Well, it certainly consumes us right now to a level that it's never done before.
So the mayor's announced a Bridge Home program, hoping to stand up bridge housing in the city of Los Angeles. A number of us have opened safe parking. I understand you're opening one this week. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. And we're constantly on a hunt for private or publicly owned properties to do stuff. Obviously, most of the property that LAPD has is secured for very good reason, but I'm wondering if we could get a report back from the department on any potential properties that could be used for safe parking or for bridge housing, similar to a request we made at LA Metro a couple weeks ago.
We'd be glad to do that. You know, and I just as part of that report, I'll tell you that the department made extraordinary efforts to move cars from two of the lots just north of us here in El Pueblo's area for exactly that. You know, and we would be, you know, we want to help too. You know, we recognize that this is everybody. That unless everybody gives, that none of us will get. So
exactly. Thank you. And the last question, it occurred to me when Chief Grimala was mentioning the telltale signs of mental illness. There's often telltale signs of human trafficking. Just curious, I know Ms. Martinez has really been aggressively leading on this. What training do officers get to be aware of some of the telltale signs of human trafficking?
Well, our officer, we have what we call VICE, you know, our VICE school. So officers go to VICE school even though they're not assigned to VICE. And, you know, you have the telltale signs that are discussed there at great detail. But you also have the FTO schools, and we have, you know, police science leadership. It goes back again to that same concept that we're talking about in terms of holistic training so that you get it on a consistent basis. And that's been a significant topic in terms of conversation for us. So when we've adjusted some of our training to make sure that we're discussing all of these topics, you know, at the recruit at the basic level and as well as the in-service training level. And I think that DSVD has made a very significant role, or played a very significant role in terms of providing training as well.
You know, and as evidence of that, what I will tell you that every Los Angeles police officer now looks at women that are pressed into prostitution as victims.
Mm-hmm.
And 10 years ago, every Los Angeles police officer looked at them as criminals. And so there has been a huge shift in the way the department views this issue, and society too, of course, because we're one and the same. But a lot of that is to the efforts of folks that work for Chief Grimala and teach the entire department how to deal with this issue. You know, and I think that's one of the significant culture changes I have seen is on this issue, and so I think that should not go unsaid. You know, it's not just about training; it is about how you view the problem. And just as we no longer view homelessness as a police issue citywide, you know, we don't view prostitution as strictly a criminal offense. We view it as people that are being victimized.
If I could add our human trafficking detail out of, as Chief Villegas said, Detective Support and Vice Division, those are SMEs, and I just have to name Lena Teague is a nationwide expert on this subject matter. Her empathy and her understanding of the victimology that occurs is something that has helped to redefine how we look at human trafficking and the true victims as victims, not suspects, and the difficulty in reclaiming and renewing the lives of these young people, both male and female, and especially a growing amount of LGBTQ youth, over 40%, as you know, council member, of our homeless youth are LGBTQ, and we see an increased number with regard to human trafficking, both male and female. So it's front burner for us in Detective Bureau.
And does the budget give you the adequate resources to keep this training going at the pace you're comfortable with?
It does, but we'd always like more.
Although, we feel comfortable with that this is one of those things that transcends budget. This is what we believe in.
Mhm.
You know, this is, you know, we always need to be funded, but this is something that does not depend on money. This is the way we feel about the issue. This is the way we view the issue as a department, and I see it at levels that I never would have believed I would see it before. I see it in young cops that I talk to, in the way they refer to folks, and that's, I'll tell you, that is 180 from where it used to be.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Before we go to Mr. Kretz, just a time check for everybody. It's my plan when LAPD concludes to go next to the fire department, that will be the last department before we break for lunch. So if you're waiting in the audience and you would like to seize the opportunity now to go and have lunch, we will not be back from lunch before 1:30. So just listen in and try to get a sense of when we're going to resume. But we're going to go to PD, then fire, then break for lunch. We'll see when that is, but we should be back from lunch 1:30, 1:45, right in that area. So, Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief. I want to join with everyone else in thanking you for dedicating your adult life to the LAPD and making it the best big city law enforcement agency in the country.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that, along with everybody else. Couple areas that are areas of focus for me. One is efficiency, and not just in this department, but historically it's been a frustration for me that in the budget process we have solutions that will save money but cost a little money up front, and we've often taken years to implement them. Things like finally getting a new asphalt plant, which took a little bit of money up front but saves us money in the environment every year. Or in the personnel department, instead of having 7 clerks fill out 7 different paper files, we are finally moving towards digitizing, so only one person needs to do the entry. And it costs some money, but we obviously saved a substantial amount of money. I think the same is true for the technology upgrades that you've asked for this year. For me, this is the highest priority in your entire budget because it currently reduces efficiency tremendously. It creates a lot of frustration and lower morale for officers that have to deal with your current equipment, and it costs us a lot of money that we could be putting into time out on the streets for our officers. I think the estimate of how much we would save based on just my in-head calculations, I think are conservative.
Very.
And I would have to guess that if we put every penny that is necessary into the system from day one, that we would probably come close, if not achieve the savings to match it within the first year. And a couple of years into it, we would be saving a lot of money every single year. So I would literally cut anywhere else in your budget to save that money, put it into the system, have a department where everybody is using their time to its fullest, and we actually get more cops out on the streets and more people doing their work. So I would encourage us to look at doing that. One question on that: has the Police Foundation or organizations that do grants, have any of them been pursued to try and help fund this as well?
Well, you know, we use the foundation and many of our other philanthropic partners to fund a lot in the Los Angeles Police Department, and many of the programs that we have talked about here today have been funded through that exact thing, and such as the implicit bias training and all that. This is a big ticket, long-term item. If I don't have a funder that would take the record management system on over the time frame that it needs to be taken on. if the council has somebody, well then, we would be more than willing to talk to them. But this is one of those things that that I think the city needs to adopt as its own, because if you just take some funding for a partial solution, then you get nothing. We need to build a system that allows us to effectively use our police officers' time better. So I think it's
agree.
too big an item.
I would never want you to piecemeal this. I think we should fund this the first second we have the opportunity. But if you do have the opportunity, as some of these items will be expended over time, if you have the opportunity to find a donor that will help, I think it's at least worth a look. But top priority, huge savings, in every possible way, I think this is the right thing to do, so I'd encourage it. As I'm sure you would expect, because I mention this every year, and what Mr. Bonin said this year is true every year in my point of view, which is every single civilian that you hire at a lower cost and lower cost of training to replace a sworn officer who's doing civilian work, you get much more in return. So you hire someone at a lower cost, you get an officer out from behind the desk and out in the field. It's a can't lose situation from my point of view. And so I certainly don't want to see us cut the 200 civilians that I believe are going to be lost due to attrition in this budget. And I'd like to see us find another way to do it. And although I say it every year and I don't think we'll ever do it, even if we cut 100 officers from the magic 10,000 and hired 150 civilians, I think that's a more cost-effective method that will actually give us more sworn officers really doing the work. So I would support Mr. Bonin and his efforts to look at that. Where are we on alternative dispute resolution and other positive methods in our workers' comp system? What are we planning on doing that's new this year?
I can have either George or you want me to have RF come and do that? RF, you want to come up and... We'll give you 2 minutes on the clock.
And I'll just say in general, while you're coming up, the problem with the workers' comp system is often it delays treatment.
Yes.
Which is exactly what you don't want, maybe more in this department than any other. So instead of having attorneys that exaggerate on both sides and one person's 100% permanently disabled, the other person is just fine and ready to return to work when neither is true, we need a system that gets them treatment, doesn't try to deny treatment, gets them back to work. And so where are we in making those improvements?
Good morning, council members. Arif Ali Khan, I'm the Director of Constitutional Policing and Policy. The idea was initially proposed by the Police Protective League, and we've been working with them very closely to talk about that idea. We've also been in contact with Long Beach Police Department that was trying a pilot program of that. We're still in the details of trying to develop a program. What we are doing, though, is we are trying to, of course, prevent those, but we're also seeing an increase in the number of workers' comp claims that actually have no pay continuation or disability payments. Right now, we're about 70% of all our worker comp claims, which means somebody's getting hurt, they're getting treatment right away, or it's dissipating and they're coming back to work right away. But we can certainly provide a report back on more details of where we're at on that in developing that alternative dispute resolution idea.
And certainly anything that I can do as chair of personnel, if there's anything I can do to be helpful, I think that's a really key opportunity for the city.
Absolutely.
Have we done anything to try to help develop non-lethal weaponry in addition to what we have? The thing I have in mind in particular was when I was in the state legislature, and obviously nothing has moved forward on this, there was a bill to allow, and I'm not even sure why it had to be legalized at the state level, in essence, a pepper spray spray gun that would shoot a pepper spray pellet. You either hit the person or you hit a wall near them, whatever it was, they would immediately be relatively immobilized. It would be much easier to use than a taser, probably wouldn't be as effective when you actually hit them, but it would stop a certain number of people in their tracks, or make them easier to bring down rather than having to shoot them and having no other really good alternative. Have we looked at that particular issue or any others? And I don't know if we do that kind of thing, if we try to develop weapons at LAPD in addition to just using what's out there.
Well, we work with manufacturers to try to not only improve what they have, but to develop things that we may need. We've worked in particular with Taser on the improvement of their product and some alternate uses of it that these folks are involved in. We've also used the pepper spray pellet guns. You know, they need some work. They're, you know, oftentimes the claims far exceed the reality with these things, and
so these do exist now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, okay. we used them in 2002 at the DNC to some effect, you know, and so yes, they do exist. And we do work with folks on less lethal, and many people come to us with less lethal for our analysis. I have a whole section of folks that do nothing but product analysis, you know, and oftentimes we will reach out and ask for things to be developed by either through our RFP process or through personal relationship. I don't have any scientists that work on this full-time within the department. You know, that's not really something I see us doing. I would rather work through private entities to do it, which we have been successful at.
And the last general question, this is probably the only department that almost never seems to stay within its budget. Is there a reason why we can't say you get a certain amount of overtime, you get a certain amount of officers, and you can't bank overtime, and you can't just stay within the limitations? I know ideally you want to do more because you want to keep us safe, but at the same time, a budget's a budget. So why can't we agree on what is within the budget and keep it there?
Well, so I've had a budget for 9 years. 8 of those I have stayed within budget. Now, we have banked overtime. As a matter of fact, that was the city's plan to bank overtime during most of those years. I told you last year when I sat in this chair that if the $10 million didn't come back from the UB, that we would be overextended and would have to bank overtime, and that has happened. You know, all I can do, council members, is be honest with you and tell the consequences of what the decisions are. You know, we are a 24/7, 365 entity that struggles within a 9-to-5 court system, you know, which is always going to be a problem. We are at the vagaries of fire, flood, pestilence, and crime as far as deployment. Sometimes when those things happen, it requires me to extend resources beyond what is in my budget, as did with the fires this past year. I think that when you were with us on the fire line, if I had told everybody to go home, you probably would have not been happy with me, and
that would be true.
I would have deserved to be fired, and I will never do that.
And I recognize you have some of those overwhelming emergencies, but at the same time, if you can say here today, we're going to run out in January, that means
or February.
Something is off on the budget process, because you shouldn't know you're going to run out in February. You should be able to manage it within those resources, or tell us it's not going to work and make sure we budget adequately.
Well, and I just did the latter, I think. This budget is $80 million. We will, you know, based on my experience and projections, because of court, because of on-call status to deliver detective resources when an emergency happens, because of the fact that police officers have legal obligation to stay with victims and pass their end of watch on some occasions because they have to complete reports ready for court, even past their extended watch. I mean, I know how much we will spend on these things, and we project that out, and I tell the council, and just like I told you last year, I would expect that whoever sits in this chair next year will run out of money about January or February and end up going to compensatory time.
Well, and two things I would mention on that, and I know I've occasionally mentioned them before, and hopefully the next chief can take a look at this as well. Time that I think is the most wasted of officers' time, one is in traffic court, and I don't know if there is a way to either reduce the number of tickets that we actually appear on or work with the court even better to allow what's written on the ticket to stand and not require an officer. Because were that to happen, I have to assume we would save millions of dollars in time that officers are sitting around in court. The other thing is whether there is some way that officers don't have to stay with the person they're processing after an arrest, and whether they can be transferred to a civilian to finish off that process.
Well, we do both those things. I have approached the presiding judge to go either application for a complaint or to do a declaration regarding traffic citations. They have refused. They do not work for me, nor do they work for you. And so I can only ask, because I am as frustrated with traffic court as you are. I will point out that the court in total takes about 17% of our overtime, and traffic court is a small percentage of that. So it would be a saving. It is certainly worth doing. I certainly have no support from the court in doing it. If I were to tell officers don't go to court, I would be breaking the law. And you don't want a chief of police that breaks the law, even the little ones. So we tried on that. I have tried on that. And the next chief may try better. We'll see. You know, as far...
The accountability, what we do to manage, work through this.
So, you know, and as far as the second piece, you know, I believe that we are as accountable as I can possibly be. You know, I try to be honest with, well, I am honest with you. I tell you the consequences of a budget, just like I did last year. And so if I were to, just because I won't see this budget through its entirety doesn't mean I shouldn't tell you the truth about this one. And these are hard decisions the city has to make. And deferring the payment of overtime, which is what this is a tough decision. But you know, we are, this is a big organization that has many, many demands on it.
And if I might add, as the CompStat reviewer of overtime, each of the activities that we are engaged in, we're constantly challenging our personnel to look at systems and controls so that there's a real misnomer here that overtime is discretionary. The use of overtime with the Los Angeles Police Department, 98% of it or more is non-discretionary.
Actually, the only discretionary portions are those that the council designates. And, you know, I've warned against that in the past, and I'll warn against it now. You know, there are millions of dollars in our budget that the council has designated. And those things come out of the entirety of the budget and affect when we run out of money for the things that I have no control or little control over.
Fair point. Thank you.
Council member, you also talked about the booking process, and we do have something under Custody Services Division called Drop and Go, where officers are available to start the booking process and then come back for the report form that accompanies an arrest report to save time. But we do augment the services there for officers with what we call drop and go. So we do have that in place.
But the main problem is not who does the minutes-long processing of the body. It's that we have to complete the reports because we have taken somebody's freedom away, and the reports have to go to a magistrate for review in order to maintain that loss of freedom, and then it has to go into the court system within 48 hours for arraignment and the rest of it. So, we have obligations that are part of the constitutional rights of the individual who is detained that have to be met, and I can't have somebody else do that. The officers are the witness. So.
Okay, I'm going to try to be as quick as I can so that we can get to the fire department. But so I'll be kind of rapid fire, and short answers are just fine too. First of all, MTA, the MTA program is now, a year in, or almost a year in, I guess. Are we confident that we've had full cost recovery for all aspects of the MTA contract to LAPD?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good.
As short as I can.
With regard to risk management, this has been something that I've spent a lot of time focusing on, and the department has as well. And I just want to, first of all, applaud the department because LAPD is by far the biggest source of liability for this city in our liability claims, and we've seen significant reduction in use of force liability and civil rights liability and other areas, and I think not many people know that, and the department is to be applauded for that, to be sure. One area that continues to be a concern of mine, and I know of everybody around this table, is in the employment relations field, and particularly around discrimination and harassment and retaliation. The department, as policy, has made very clear that reduction of those sorts of areas of liability is a departmental priority. But for whatever reason, we still struggle in getting that message all the way down the chain of command to, line supervisors. And so we continue to have cases that are head scratchers for us that come before Budget and Finance. So, and I recognize that in any entity as large, with as many employees and with as many supervisors as this is, you're going to have some of that. But can you speak to what additional steps we can take to ensure that everyone in this department hears from the top down how critically important it is that we have a harassment-free, retaliation-free, discrimination-free workplace?
Well, I from the top down, I think that I make it exceedingly clear, not only in my actions, but in my reactions when a case comes before me. So I think that we have systems in place that demonstrate the department's commitment to this. I think that we have training in place for all supervisors that talks about conflict resolution and the right way to deal with employees. I think that we have been very clear in that. I think that part of this is a culture external to the police department that finds the city of Los Angeles to be a willing target for suit. And, we are struggling to deal with that. We have been very effective with some of the individual suits on this thing, but less effective with others. And so we try to work with the city attorney to make us a much less profitable cash cow as a city. And I'm being brutally frank with you. Some of the actions, deplorable as they are do not deserve the funding that they get. And I think that all can't be laid on the police department. So if that satisfies you, great. If not, RF can talk more about specifics of what we're doing. But I think we got to look at this as a two-prong issue. I and my successor will deal as effectively as we can with an organization, but we need to look at people that target the city.
No, you couldn't be more right about that.
I look at the payouts in other entities that don't have the deep pockets of this city, and they pale in comparison for identical action, and that is so frustrating.
And that is somewhat out of our control. It's the vicissitudes of the jury system and so on, but it's but the number of claims that we have that come in is partly in our control. And so I don't need a further report back, I think, because this is a continuing discussion that we've had in the Risk Management Task Force and will continue to be for as long as I'm here. So.
And we're making, and I appreciate that. I know that sometimes it probably doesn't seem like I appreciate it, but we have become much better because of these conversations.
To be sure. Okay, we've talked a lot about civilian hiring and its impacts on deployment. I just a couple of examples I think that I would like to have looked at as part of this report back are the progress that we're making in civilian jailer hiring, because it's a discussion we have every year in the budget, and I would like this to be the year where there are no sworn officers in our jails, and that this is the year that we complete civilianization of
We're very close.
And so maybe we can have that be part of a report back. And then this is a small one, but it's a good example, I think. In North Hollywood Division, we have a property room that's unstaffed right now, and the result is a lot of officers have to schlep all over the valley, when they could be using the property room because we don't have the civilian hires for it. So
We're not unique.
Yeah. So if there are places like that, I think that's a good example of a very specific, relatively small dollar civilian hire that would free up a tremendous amount of sworn time. Maybe if we could look at the property room hiring as being a subset of that civilian hiring so that we could get a cost-benefit kind of look at that.
And we agree with that. They were included in our budget requests.
Okay, great. Mr. Bonin asked a lot about homelessness. I won't go in too much depth on that, but I know that, especially in response to some of the publicity that happened around homelessness in our libraries, the department made a very concerted effort to ensure that there would be adequate presence at a lot of our libraries, which I certainly appreciate because of North Hollywood Library and otherwise. I'd like to see if there's a way that we can transition some of that to more of a security services presence than sworn presence, if the department feels that that's an appropriate step to take, and what savings there might be that would be realized by that kind of an approach. With regard to the firearms analysis unit, this budget provides regular authority for 5 positions that used to be resolution authorities. I appreciate that. What are the additional needs in firearms analysis and the firearms unit generally that the department has in order to ensure that we have adequate coverage there? Because this is a priority of mine, and I appreciate the department's work, by the way, on the crime gun analysis that we've recently completed, and enforcement generally with regard to dealers and so on. So what else does the department need for appropriate firearms?
We're looking at, for the upcoming fiscal year, there will be 16 vacancies within that forensic science division, firearms analysis, and DNA unit. So what we would like is to keep that fully staffed and funded. The dividends, as you know, Mr. Krikorian, are huge, not only internally by linking investigations together and maximizing the personnel that are involved in those investigations, but for public safety as well. We saw at the year-end report that Chief Beck presented in January, how one gun can be linked to a dozen or more crimes in some situations crossing state lines. So we are looking forward to trying to keep that momentum going.
Great. So I would request a report back then on the cost and potential funding sources to ensure that there is no loss of service within the firearms analysis unit,
Yes,
especially
sir.
in light of those vacancies. And then Mr. Kretz and I think others have mentioned overtime reduction strategies. Does not have to be a part of this budget, but I think it is worth doing on a regular basis to have a special study about strategic approaches that might be taken to reduce the overtime burden. And when I say that, I recognize that most of that is driven by the council and by the mayor and the policy choices that we've made. Deployment schedules, for example, and collective bargaining agreement decisions that have been made in past years, special units and so on that we've decided upon. I'd like to really take the opportunity for us to have an open discussion about whether or not more fundamental changes need to be made. Hiring, for that matter. Maybe, hiring more entry-level officers is an appropriate return, is a positive return on investment in our overtime reduction. I'd like to have a larger discussion about those big ticket issues to bring overtime down, because this is, we just can't, this is not sustainable for us to continue on the path that we are with overtime. And it's going to take hard choices by this council, I think, to really bring that down. And so I just want to flag that for a special study discussion that we can have over the course of the next year.
I will point out that my predecessor enjoyed about 20% more cash overtime than I have in any year that I've been chief. And so I understand that it's a burden for the council, but I also recognize that it is a legitimate expense in policing.
It absolutely is, and it's up to all of us to make the hard choices that are necessary to pay as you go. So, okay, and then I think the only other, just make sure. The only other comment I guess I want to make, we touched upon it a little earlier, and it doesn't really even rise to a report, but it'll be a continuing discussion I'll want to have with the department over the course of the year, is in traffic enforcement. I've discussed with you, Chief, and others in the department many times that, at least in the Valley, we have more families that are destroyed by tragic deaths that come from traffic than we do from murders. And that's almost true, I think, citywide. That they're
about 100 short.
Okay. So the need to bring those numbers down, and Mr. Bonnet touched on Vision Zero, through extensive and robust enforcement is, to me, self-evident. And so ensuring that we have adequate staffing of Valley Traffic and the other traffic divisions, and the benefit that that has on crime prevention through visibility, I think is an important discussion that we'll continue to have. I don't need to report back. I just need to beat the drum on that like I do every time, so that our future chief will have an opportunity to work with us on that as well. So I think that's all I have. Members, anything else for PD? All right. Chief, again, thank you very much. Thank you for your time today, and we'll miss you in these budget hearings, but we're very grateful to all your service, for all of your service to the city, and for your work and relationship with this budget committee. So thank you.
Thank
all.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. All right, and let's go ahead and bring up Chief Terrazas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chief, and thank you. I'm sorry, I thought we would get to you a bit earlier, but glad you're here, and hopefully we can get through your budget expeditiously. We have your letter. We have the summary of your letter that you've just handed us, which we appreciate. Thank you very much. Go ahead and feel free to open up, and we'll get right into it.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Krikorian, I want to express my appreciation to Mayor Garcetti for the 2018-19 proposed budget that adds $18.8 million to our existing budget to continue moving the LAFD forward in accomplishing the goals of our new 3-year strategic plan. I am especially appreciative of the Budget and Finance Committee members' support of our department, United Firefighters of Los Angeles, and the Chief Officers Association in our combined efforts to restore the LAFD to the pre-Great Recession levels of 2009. The hiring of hundreds of firefighters, the reactivation of closed fire companies, and the purchasing of new apparatus has increased the safety of the people of Los Angeles. Now I'd like to provide you some information on the priority items that are on the list that we have provided you. All items submitted by the department are supported by the United Firefighters of Los Angeles and the Chief Officers Association, with 2 that have minor exceptions, and I'll point those out as I go through them. The first item is the helicopter, and I think it's critically important that we begin discussion on that item in light of last year's record-setting brush fires. The long-term projection of that and the short-term projection of brush fires is that they will continue. That will be our new normal. 6 out of the last 7 years have been drought years, and we were stretched thin through the La Tuna fire on Labor Day weekend and then the first week in December. But the Mandeville fire was the first brush fire in September of last year where we noticed that we needed more helicopters. So we are thankful for the council motion. We have worked with GSD. GSD, working with our air operations pilots, have come with a recommendation that our minimum helicopter fleet level should be 3 mediums and 1 light helicopter. We currently, to do 3 and 1, you need to have 5 mediums and 2 lights, and our current level is 4 mediums and 2 lights. So we're short 1 medium helicopter. So the item at the top of the list that you have on your sheet gives you the approximate cost, $18 million. We're asking for MICLA funding to add a 5th medium duty helicopter, or we'd like to extend our Erickson helitanker contract by another 30 days. That'll give us a little more depth if we are challenged like we were last year. Moving on to the next item, our variably staffing overtime recruit training account. The amount is $768,000, which is equivalent to 12,000 hours of V-time. These monies are funding 3 critically important programs: the Candidate Assistance Program, otherwise known as CAP, the Recruit Remedial Training Program, and the Field Training Program. These programs ensure that our probationary members will be successful through the drill tower as well as their year on probation. We historically have been funded for this, and if we were to lose this funding, our success rate for our recruit firefighters would go down. The third item is our Operations Valley Bureau Headquarters Office at Fire Station 88. This is in the amount of $600,000 for Phase 1. Phase 1 is a full EIR, which is a federal requirement, as well as some additional design, engineering, and related activities. As you know, when we implemented the 4-bureau model almost 4 years ago now to be in alignment with LAPD, the Valley Bureau did not have the space necessary to accommodate co-location with our 24-hour command teams out there at Fire Station 88. The next item I'd like to talk about is the basic life support and advanced life support rescue ambulance variable staffing. This is the one item here that is a little bit different than the UFLAC proposal. I am requesting that consideration be given to $400,000 for variably staffing ambulances in Fire Station 87, Fire Station 62, and Fire Station 83. The union proposal is that they be fully funded. My proposal is that they're variably staffed. That's why there's a disparity in the amounts. The full staffing cost of that would be $1.1 million per ambulance. Our proposal, the department's proposal, is $400,000. The next item is the emergency incident technician request at a cost of $375,000. This will complete restoration of our emergency incident technicians in all our battalions. We now have 14 battalions. Back in 10-11, fiscal year 10-11, we had 16 battalions. So we have reduced the number of battalions, and we have slowly been bringing back the emergency incident technicians. So the last 3 offices that we're asking for would go to various battalions, 3 battalions total. They are critically important for firefighter safety. Having been the incident commander with when we had Mayday situations, a Mayday is where a firefighter is missing, downed, or trapped. We need all the help we can get when we have this extraordinary situation. We need the EIT to help us manage that incident because there's multiple radios to track, multiple tracking sheets, and multiple directions need to be given. There's a new request on this list. This is what UFLAC submitted as a new request, the professional cleaning of turnout gear. I am supportive of that. We have asked for the amount of $250,000. This will allow our firefighters to professionally wash their turnout gear 2 more times in addition to the 1 time that we currently fund it for. And that completes the rundown of the priority items, and I'm ready for any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Let's go ahead and start with Mr. Englander.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. And since we're just jumping right in, I'll jump right in. First, if we could get what I'm going to call for a report back on the department's requests. So if we just add some notes to the request items and figure out what things we may or may not be able to do or which ones make sense. And the department can work on that and help CLA on that as well. A question on the helicopter, though. On the helitanker, is there any way we can partner or have a cooperative agreement with either other cities and or the county on that?
We currently do that with Los Angeles County Fire Department. They have an annual lease with the same company for 2 sky cranes. We have automatic aid with them, and whenever we have a fire in the city, they will bring theirs over, or vice versa. We'll let them use ours. We are the only 2 departments in the region that have helicopters. So we are maximizing that opportunity. We've also let the other departments who have historically received free helicopter support, we've let them know that there will be a cost associated with that in the future. As you know, the cost of funding our air operations is phenomenal. Every piece of equipment, the time in maintenance, it is extremely expensive. So we are looking for ways to share that cost.
Certainly, and I appreciate and respect the ratio change and where we should be. I know we've spent a lot of time working with Councilmember Bonin on this, who's very focused on with GSD and getting our maintenance and the mechanics out there, working with LA Fire, and I know that's been stepped up over the last year. With that, if you can bring back in concept of what it would be like to have either some kind of, we have mutual aid agreements already, but on the specific lease, on what that would mean if we're going into any of the other 87 cities, what we could do for either cost recovery and or billing system, because we don't have that in place now. While we have a mutual agreement with the county, certainly we were in other jurisdictions this past year flying as well.
Sir.
So that would be helpful, and appreciate that we can start billing on that, as well as hopefully we'll see the false alarm fee come through this year as well. So
we're almost there on the false alarm fee. We're waiting for feedback from the city attorney, but we're almost ready to go.
Okay, so outside of what you've requested back, I think that pretty much covered everything except for the Operations Valley Bureau headquarters. Really like to get this done. We have to get this done this year. So looking at, we did a analysis, and it's going to be about $500,000, I believe, for the EIR, for a full environmental impact report. And I believe there's already some funding for that to get that done. And that would be our phase 1, phase 2 for $1.5 roughly $1 million for construction. So we need to have that facility done. We've got to get it done this year. So I would put that down as a priority and come back with a budget request on that. On the, did you have on your list the pharmacist? Yeah, you did. So you've got all my notes are on yours as well, because we've been talking on that. I did have a question on number 10. Let me see here. I'm sorry, on number 9, on the critical communication staffing, you're asking for an electrician to provide consistent and timely maintenance of mobile and portable communication systems. I don't know if that request was put in prior to, and that's managing software, firmware updates, prior to the acquisition of the new radios, which haven't been deployed yet.
It was submitted prior to that, but we'll always have the ongoing need to have a civilian radio person out there to change out equipment on apparatus, to maintain our AVL transponders. We're asking for the position authority only, no funding at this time.
Okay. And then, so the one thing on the helicopter, I would say that you and I can talk offline about that, which we already started the discussions.
Yes, sir.
And then be happy to work with you on that. And then the last thing is, if Mike doesn't ask for it, which I would be shocked, is on the GSD, on where we are actually at now today on maintenance. And are we up to date? And I would say that's probably a Bonin request, with an Englander second.
Okay.
All right.
Works
Thanks.
for me.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate all the good work that you're doing. A couple things. One, last year the fire department got authority for a fire psychologist. This year we're adding staffing, and which is great, and I was a big proponent of getting that. So are there metrics on the benefits of this position, reduction in stress-related disabilities, et cetera? I always like to get a chance to see how these things are functioning.
The psychologist is a valuable asset to our department. The difficulty in getting metrics is the patient-client privilege. We track numbers in terms of the number of times they're requested, the number of times they roll to an incident on scene. Last year across the country, there was actually more suicides than line-of-duty deaths. So I think this is an epidemic. It's PTSD combined with firefighter suicide. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we could give you the number of times that they met with people and the number of times they rolled on incidents. I know that the union has hired a doctor as well, and our employee will be working closely with their doctor. There is no divide in labor management on this issue. It's firefighter health and well-being.
Okay, I'd love to get, I believe in this program. I'd love to get some report back at some point, not necessarily for the budget, but a special report back.
Yes, sir.
So that we really can understand and expand this program as appropriate. I know my colleagues requested the report back on the funding for variable staffing for the 3 rescue ambulances. I wanted to also, as part of that report back, understand the cost and benefits of both approaches, get metrics to show that, how the variable staffing will improve the response times to help justify the request, which I think is a good one. Similarly, on the professional cleaning firefighting gear, I think that also seems like a very important one for health and safety. If the report back, in addition to including where we could find the money, would include the benefits and drawbacks to this service, alternatives for cleaning equipment, ensuring firefighter health options, and how other departments do it. You may know this offhand, but it's my understanding that a lot of our neighboring departments do use this off-site professional cleaning. Is that correct?
That's true. There's some departments that are doing it like we do it. We have extractors in certain fire stations, and then as needed, when the extractor can't clean it well enough, we outsource it to a private vendor to have it professionally cleaned. So you see a little bit of both out there in the fire service. And we'll come back to you with more detailed data on that.
Great. And then with regard to the your number 2 request, the $768,000 for variable staffing, overtime for recruit training, I also want to know, is there a way to quantify the benefits of these programs? You know, for example, obviously there's a cost in recruiting and training firefighters, so there's obviously a cost savings. Now, some of the benefits I understand are not as easily quantifiable in terms of diversity and that kind of thing, which are extremely important, but it would also be good for our purposes to be able to quantify some of those benefits as well as part of the report back.
We could approximate some of the impact. I want to point out on that line item that we lost $2 million worth of V funding this current fiscal year, and this would be a further reduction in the V hours available to allow this to continue. It is critically important to maintain our success passing rate of our firefighters, and we may have a disproportionate impact on our diversity. We'll give you the best numbers that we can, and we'll have that discussion.
Great. I think that will help us find that funding as well. Now, we talked about Operations Valley Bureau headquarters. This document says $600,000. I think I saw a previous document said about $1 million for the EIR. Both numbers seem extremely high for an EIR. I mean, we do office buildings that are on different kinds of land that are a heck of a lot less, and this is for modular buildings that are on already disturbed land. So maybe I get a report back on ways that we could reduce. I want to help you get there for this Valley headquarters. The question is, can we either A, get the cost down of the EIR to look into why it's so high and what the alternatives are, or even look at other alternatives in the Valley. You know, existing buildings, decommissioned fire stations. Mm-hmm. I don't know, I'm assuming you've looked at all those other options as well, but it seems like there may be other options that don't carry that cost, or you may know already why the tag seems so high.
Subsequent to our meetings last week, because we heard that comment from multiple council offices, and we drilled down on it to find out why is it higher than the norm. And the answer that we got, it's because it's federal property. We're negotiating a 99-year lease with the federal government right now, and because it's on federal property, the full EIR is required. So that's why we got that number down from 1 million to 600,000. We'll continue to drill down and try to get it as little as possible, but we've looked at this from multiple perspectives, and we believe that the best location for our Operation Valley Bureau is behind Fire Station 88.
So you need a NEPA as well as a CEQA?
That's what they're saying.
Ramon Soto with the CAO's office, council member. Yes, the property is owned by the Army Corps of Engineers, and in our interactions that we've had with them, they have much stricter requirements. Yes, it is a very minor project. It's normally would be like about a $2 million project for where these essentially what are trailers, modular trailers. However, being on federal land, the federal government requires with a federal level EIR. It won't be CEQA, but NEPA and EPA. And as a result, it's the BOE estimate on conducting that kind of analysis there is between the $500,000 and $600,000 range.
Yeah, I mean, I know on other projects where we've had both the NEPA problem, we've been sometimes able to let NEPA suffice for CEQA. I've seen the legislature has done that before. There may be other options to do something to that effect, but it is what it is. At least it's now down to 500 versus $1 million, because the first document I saw was $1 million, and then this says 600, and then I'm hearing it was 500 now.
And for what it's worth, the Bureau of Engineering, they believe that the cost would be between $350,000 to $500,000 at the top end. I think that an additional $100,000 to go to 600, if you will, would enable Bureau of Engineering to do some of the pre-development work alongside the NEPA.
Okay, well, I guess I just would ask that we look into any ways that we can lower this, whether it's working with our congressional members on softening the Army Corps up, which sometimes can happen. Obviously, NEPA is what it is, or if there's ways that we can get NEPA to suffice for CEQA in certain ways. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. Thank you for reminding me. And this is just a shout out and an appreciation because I'm thrilled that we're getting Fire Station 73 in Reseda finally. This has come up in the budget and it's being restored by the SAFER grant. And that we're going to get the 2 rescue ambulances. So I couldn't let this opportunity go by without saying thank you for that and that let you know how everyone in the West Valley is excited about that.
Thank you for your support on that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomfield. Just to add a couple of points to Mr. Englander's overall request for reports on all of these. With regard to the helicopter, the 2 options that you've presented, I continue to be a little confused by the 2 options because the medium-duty helicopters has a different functionality than the helitanker does. It has benefits that the helitanker doesn't. It has less capacity than the helitanker when it comes to fire suppression, and so on. So, as part of the report back, I'd like to see some analysis of the costs and benefits of each, as well as the cost recovery options for each. Mr. Englander mentioned the potential for capturing more of the costs from other agencies. And then also, and I think we'll get into this a little bit more, perhaps Mr. Bonin will, when it comes to the serviceability of the fleet and the adequacy of our staffing of the mechanics and the availability of the fleet. I honestly don't know whether we've done anything jointly with the county in terms of the service component of that, in that we're buying, essentially, we're sharing a fleet between the city and the county. We're the only ones that do it in the area. Are there efficiencies that could be gained by having joint servicing or having joint contracting in terms of keeping more of the helicopters service ready at all times? And for that matter, do you coordinate scheduling of service with the county so that there can be some redundancy between city and county? I don't need you to give an off the top of your head answer to that, but if we could consider some of those questions in the report back, that would be useful as well.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the turnouts, it makes perfect sense to me, but my recollection is that in last year's budget, and I think in the budget before that, we spent money on the extractor systems for each of the stations, and I'm wondering why we were making that investment then if we're considering going in this direction. Is that sunk cost now wasted cost, or is there benefit in having both options?
Good question, sir. The extractors are fine for our regular day-to-day usage of our turnouts. And also in previous budgets, we were able to supply all our members with 2 sets. Before, you had 1. So if one set was dirty, you were forced to wear it continually, and you would have to borrow somebody else's set until you got it back while it was being washed. What this additional ask will give us a higher level of professional cleaning when we need to do that. And I'm working with labor now to create the criteria so that when are we going to recognize this is a professional wash? In the past, it's when you went to a chemical fire and it came back and your turnout still smelled of a strange odor, and then we would pay for it. But I think we need to have a more robust system where we can have a consistent threshold, and it would ensure greater safety in terms of cancer prevention and things of that nature.
Okay, so it would be supplemental to the current cleaning done with the extractors?
Correct.
Okay, great. And then finally on hiring, The budget includes funding for 195 new firefighters. Does that max out the towers?
Well, we'll be able to go to one drill tower. We had 2 drill towers in operation for the last couple of years. We have them actually in operation right now, but one is funded by the SAFER grant. Those firefighters that will be graduating on June 7th will be used to staff the companies that we're activating in July. But this budget that has been, the Blue Book, has funded 3 classes at Drill Tower 81, which keeps us on pace with attrition. So there's no need to pay for the staffing cost for that second set of instructors at the drill tower.
Okay. Okay, so if that maintains the level of attrition, how do you see that impacting constant staffing overtime?
I think we always have historically had CTO, compensated time off, between 24 to 26%. That will always be constant. So I don't think that's going to change. I'm looking at it in terms of the age of our new hires, and they are different in terms of our older members who have retired, in terms of their propensity to work overtime. What we're seeing is that our younger people don't work as much overtime. But we think there's many theories to that, and I'm not going to suppose I know the answers to that. So we're dealing with that, we're managing that, and we'll make sure we come back with a effective program.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief, and your team out there. Thank you in particular again for the restoration of Engine Company 69.
You're welcome.
I mean, it has.
Thank you for your support on that as well.
Oh, you bet. I mean, it has been a huge benefit, and I think it saved lives just in the past couple months. So thank you for that. This process goes much easier when the chair of the Public Safety Committee starts out by saying, "Let's have a report back on all your requests." But I want to underscore a couple of them just so CLA knows the relative weight, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The helicopter one, which pretty much everybody has talked about, I really feel like that is an extremely vital resource. I was there at the Mandeville Canyon fire that day, and I was aware of the problems with the shortages. And I want to underscore for the report backs, I think the report back needs to incorporate this, is that the manufacturers agreed to extend the current contract price of $16 million plus the expenses for the radios and stuff if the city purchases this year. And if we wait, it's going to be $3.7 million more. So that's an important thing for us to be thinking of, because at some point we're going to need to do this unless we come up with something with the county, and that's essentially $4 million that we're going to be squandering if we don't take advantage of it sooner. And I think it's important to note on that. We've talked about the GSD issues, and Mr. Englander already asked for the report back, but from what I gather, there's pretty much a consensus between GSD and LAFD that due to the maintenance complexity of the AW-139, the purchase of the 5th medium lift helicopter is really the only way to go and the only way to ensure that we don't have another Mandeville situation. And also important to note that the reason, if I'm not mistaken, that we have a helicopter like this is because of the crash in 1998. And this is a significantly more durable helicopter. I believe it's 400 times more durable than the one we had before. And it has far more capability and serves a lot more purposes in terms of carrying water, transporting patients, and all that. So I think those are all value-added elements of the report back. So specifically on that report back to look at MICLA debt capacity for the purchase, among the other things that my colleagues have asked about. The other thing is I wanted to throw my support, not that I am opposed to any of these requests, but throw my support in particular behind the BLS, ALS, rescue ambulance variable staffing. I think that's really very important and will have an impact, a beneficial impact for, well, most everybody on this committee, which I think is key. And then I had two other questions. One was about resources and what feels like it's becoming an unsustainable call volume. I understand we're really experiencing a dramatic increase in emergency incident call volume over the past several years. 350 additional emergency calls each day in 2017 versus 2009. And we have 82 fewer personnel on duty daily. And we haven't added a full-time ambulance since May of 2013. 7 neighborhood fire stations still have no ambulance assigned, and 7 more have an ambulance without paramedic level staffing. Do we have a timeline at all, a realistic timeline of when the remaining fire companies in the city might get paramedic assessment level status?
Thank you for that question, sir. We've looked at this extensively, and when the Affordable Care Act was first enacted, our call load went up primarily because the basic life support incidents went up. So if somebody had a chronic back problem for a month, they dialed 911. That doesn't take a paramedic unit, that takes an EMT unit. We saw a very consistent advanced life support call load, and it continues to this day. It's very consistent. So I think it's a matter of managing call load better than letting the call load manage our resources. So what we've done in that area is the Advanced Provider Response Unit. This budget funds 5 additional, and we have partnerships with Kaiser in California and Cedars Hospital and others. And why that's important, they will roll out and address the EMS super users. In 2015, the top 20 people accounted for 2,000 incidents. So part of that's because the advanced provider has a higher level of medical expertise. They can actually treat on scene, they can write prescriptions, they can suture, they can do things of that nature. We believe that will be helpful, and ultimately we need to link them to social services, because sometimes it's an elderly patient who's not taking their medications, or they're not eating, or there's some other reason that they're calling us. So the funding of the Advanced Provider Response Unit is one way we can address super users, we can address their social problems, and the hospitals benefit because there's a penalty if they discharge the patient within 30 days. We will be doing proactive wellness visits to make sure that they are taking their medications, they're doing their physical therapy. So there's a win-win. These are all pilots at the various hospitals. Providence was another one. Councilmember Englander was critical in making that one happen. So we think that the expansion of these APRUs, ultimately our goal is to have 1 per battalion, and we're about, at the end of this fiscal year, we'll be about halfway there. So we really think this is going to make a big difference in call load.
Just curious, I've heard of super users, people who are living on the streets who've been super users of emergency services, but you're talking about a broader demographic that are super users?
I haven't broken down that. I think that if I had to describe it, I'd say the majority are elderly.
Mm-hmm.
Some are homeless. Some are mental patients. Some are substance abuse patients. We have innovative programs in that area too, with the Sober Unit in operation downtown in Skid Row. So we're looking at a combination of advanced provider units, the Sober Unit. We have fast response vehicles, which I didn't talk about in my list here, but we want down the road to have eventually 1 per bureau. The added advantage of the fast response vehicle is that they carry our tactical EMS paramedics, which are critical for terrorist type events like active shooters, like was the case in Las Vegas at the hotel shooting, or in Florida at Parkland. We think a combination of all these things, as well as the AVL that's on board now, one algorithm, that will make us more prepared to deal with the huge call load that we face.
Thank you. Let me ask about LAX. I understand that we currently have an engine company and a paramedic ambulance there within immediate reach of the CTA in the terminal areas, and they get about 21 calls per day. And And when there's a greater need in the area, you got to pull from Venice and Mar Vista generally, which causes potential problems in Venice and Mar Vista. The airport is getting more complex. The number of passengers annually are going up and are expected to continue to go up, particularly with the economy as it is. We're becoming more of an international tourist destination, and the dynamics of getting around the airport are going to be a lot harder, even for first responders, even with the special access first responders have as we're building out the automated people mover, as they're doing the terminal construction and stuff like that. So what are we doing to anticipate the increased need at the airport, the increased complexity at the airport, and the impact on the neighborhoods to the north when you have to pull resources?
Good question, Council Member. We ran a pilot at LAX, and we just completed phase 1. Our pilot was to have 2 bike medic teams supported by an APRU team on a med cart. We found that they were very, very busy and very effective. Well over 90% of the travelers at LAX do not want to be transported to the hospital. So it's a waste of resources to roll in all the ambulances and the fire trucks when they don't go to the hospital. So what we did through this pilot was to get there quicker on bicycles, and with the advanced provider there as a backup, somebody who was questionable, they had a higher level of medical expertise to make the determination, should this patient really go? In that case, we insisted they would be transported, although we can't require them to do that. Phase 2 will allow us to put those resources, the bike medics and the med cart, into our CAD for dispatching. And they'll be able to press en route off of their phone. This is a new, brand new, innovative program that will be tried out first at LAX. I have talked to LAWA, Pat Gannon. We have agreed upon the parameters for the next phase, and our goal is by July of this year to roll out phase 2. So to answer your question, this will be 7 days a week for bike medics, 4 days a week for the med cart. We'll see a reduction of our apparatus going onto the LAWA property significantly reduced in July.
Did we see any impact from the pilot in terms of impact on the number of times you had to call out units from Venice or Mar Vista?
It was huge. It was a huge impact, positive impact. The difference then, though, is that the station got alerted because the bike medics weren't into CAD yet. So they would sometimes get canceled as soon as they left quarters, because it took the bike medics a few minutes to radio our dispatch center to cancel the original resource. So in the new phase, phase 2, the companies will never be aware of the bike medic dispatch.
So what I'd like to ask then for a special study outlining what the impact was of the pilot, both on LAX and on the surrounding stations, and what the anticipated impact will be of phase 2. So we'll have sort of a metric by which to measure if it's as successful as we hoped or not.
Yes, sir. We have those numbers. It's very, very positive.
Thank you.
If we could add to that also the possibility of getting full reimbursement from LAX on that.
Always.
Oh, well, just to make sure. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Appreciate that.
That was part of my discussion with Pat Gannon, so we're on the same page on that.
To what extent are you being reimbursed by LAWA for that?
Well, that resource would be solely dedicated to the airport. They don't go anyplace else, so they'd be like Fire Station 80 on the airport. They pay 100%.
They would, okay.
Yep.
All right. Did they pay for the pilot?
They did, yes. We're in the, well, we haven't received it yet, but we are talking about full payment.
Okay. If you need help, let me know.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Kritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I had the opportunity firsthand to see the difference that water dropping equipment made. I don't know whether we saved tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in property damage, and certainly had no loss of life, largely because of how effective that was. So I would certainly want to see us keep our ability to respond as robust as possible. Now, I'm not clear on the dollar amount for the helicopter, though. Is that the full dollar amount for the helicopter and then to be amortized through MICLA, or is that just the payment that our budget would be hit for the year?
Yeah, I don't have the MICLA annual payment. I'd have to defer to the CAO's office on that. But per Councilmember Bonin's statement, I provided a letter from Leonardo, who builds the Augusta, and we were able to piggyback onto an existing CAL FIRE contract with them, which gave us the lower cost. I think it was $16.4 million, plus $2 million for tax and radios. Now, if we wait and we buy the helicopter next fiscal year, it goes up by $3.7 million.
Right, which seems like a inefficient missed opportunity. But how much would it actually impact the budget? Do you have a rough clue, or does the CAO's office know off the top?
No, we don't know what the full impact would be with the debt service on it. We haven't done that analysis on that particular apparatus yet.
I think it would be appropriate to ask for a report back on that so we know the actual budget impact. I would say we definitely should take this step, but we should know what its actual cost is in terms of this year's budget.
Councilmember, one additional thing. While MICLA, it is ultimately money, it's general fund, and the current programming, MICLA is basically filled for this year. If we add an expensive apparatus this year, you will have to look at potentially taking things out, as opposed to just adding on top of.
Well, that might be.
It may be important purchases, but
we certainly should look at that, and it's not only important, but it gives us a great savings opportunity as well.
So. Mr. Koretz, can I ask, so we were already actually working on something on looking at it from a different perspective. Can we ask that be a special study instead and go to committee? And also,
sure,
that'd be great.
That'd be great. I want to add my voice to folks supporting the variable staffing recruitment training, because I think, again, that's something that would be an inefficiency with more people that we take through the training process that fail. I know we've cut that area, but I think this dollar amount hopefully would be enough to maintain a lot of folks successfully through the program. I also want to add my voice in support of the rescue ambulance variable staffing. And I don't know if I think we already asked for a report back on the difference between the 400,000 and the larger amount. I certainly would be happy to see the larger amount. I don't know that we have the funding to do that or not, but I'd love to at least know in more detail the impact of the 400,000 and if we add some amount to that. But I think that's a critical thing as well. And then one item that I'd like to ask for a report back on. I remember during the Skirball fire, Chief, you said very publicly that the conditions for a fire were the worst that you had seen in your career in terms of wind and heat and low humidity. And it seems pretty clear this is generated by climate change and an ongoing drought due to climate change. And if it's this bad already, has your department done any projections to anticipate what things might be like 10, 15, 20 years in the future as somewhere between 1.5 degrees Celsius and 5 degrees Celsius climate change and global warming occurs, and how much more of a financial impact and other impact that might be on the city. So I know we've been talking for a while about this department becoming a little bit more of an ambulance department, but I think we are likely to be seeing a period of time where we head back in the other direction as worsening weather conditions increase the likelihood of major fires.
Sir, that's a very complicated discussion. I did have an opportunity to participate on a panel at UCLA just 2 weeks ago, and it was about climate change. And I was with some academics who were saying that it's going to continue to get worse. While they were thinking about generations to change this, I'm thinking about this coming brush season. And this coming brush season we can best be prepared if we get another helicopter to stand ready and to maintain our current brush clearance and to continue to educate the people that live in the brush areas and to continue to look at the homeless encampments throughout the city, but especially in the brush areas, because there it's an especially significant threat because of what happened at Skirball. We learned that right away. And I'm very, very proud to tell this committee that upon extinguishment of Skirball, we had 47 fire districts surveyed, wind chill surveys by our firefighters, and we turned over those locations to LAPD and sanitation. They collectively, as a team, worked on addressing those situations. So it's going to take a collective effort, and the helicopter is a very critical piece to keep our people safe.
Thank you. And so if you could report back on the item that I requested in terms of anticipation and in future years. Certainly, at every step since we first became aware of climate change, things that we thought would be happening in 50 years have been happening in 5 or 10. So we need to anticipate that as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Members? Mr. Bond.
Just one thing, I was a little confused about the helicopter report back. Was there, Mr. Englander, was there something specific that Mr. Kretz was asking for that you wanted a special study for, or the whole issue you wanted a special study for?
Whole issue.
I'm wondering if we could not do a special study for it and at least have the discussion as part of our MICLA deliberations to see how it fits in there. There may be room in MICLA, maybe there's not, but at least keep it as part of the MICLA conversation that we have. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Members, anything else for fire? All right. Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, members. That brings us, it's 5 after 1. That brings us to our lunch break. So why don't we plan to resume at 2 o'clock with Emergency Management Department. So until 2 o'clock, we'll be in recess for lunch.
Sounds like a plan. No, it's all good.
Everyone, and welcome back to the hearing of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. It's about 7 minutes after 2, and we're ready to resume. Before we begin with the next department members, upon further reflection and review of the list of Budget and Finance Committee questions, I actually have a few that I wanted to add that I think might not have been fully specified in our existing list. So I'd like to add to the list a budget impact memo on the expected workload of the vacant accountant position at the Economic and Workforce Development Department. A budget impact memo on the expected impact of the unfunded risk management positions at the City Attorney's Office and the likely improvements to the risk management process if funding is included in the budget. A budget impact memo on the ACE program and which citation activities are generating the most activity and require additional staffing at the City Attorney's Office. A budget impact memo on the workload of the Auditor 1 and as-needed salaries account shortfall at the Ethics Commission and funding sources for those line items. And a budget impact memo on the industrial hygiene position in personnel and its activities and potential funding sources. So if there's no objection, members, we will add those to the list as well. And with that, we're ready to begin. So I'd like to invite up Emergency Management, please. Mr. Sahakian, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We have your letter for which we thank you, and We're ready to begin, but by all means, go ahead and introduce your team and give any introductory comments you'd like to make.
I will do that. Honorable members, thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity. I also want to thank the mayor's office, their staff, their budget team, the CAO, the CAO's budget team, city clerk. It's been a long process and hard work to get to where we are right now through the budget process. With me today, I have Carol Parks. She heads our Community Preparedness Division. Get used to her face because she'll be working very closely with all your offices. We have Ann Guyen from our Budget and Finance, and Rob Freeman, my Assistant General Manager. Honorable members, I also want to thank my staff and including the interns. It's been a long year and full of disasters. It's been relentless with many activations, and our success stories are because of their hard work. We are here today as much as we understand the fiscal situation the city is facing right now, but we also understand the important role that the Emergency Management Department plays in preparing our communities for the next major disaster. So we would like to ask for your support on some budget asks that are above and beyond what the Blue Book is proposing, what the mayor's budget is proposing. And 3 items. One of them is community preparedness on top of our list. It is also on top of the mayor's list and all of your lists. Second is our overtime budget, and number 3 is our internship program. And I will touch very briefly on each one of them, and then I can answer some questions. So currently, our community management, community preparedness departments, we have 1 supervisor, and we have 4 coordinators. 1 coordinator per a population of 1 million, in charge of 1 disaster management bureau. The city is divided into 4 bureaus, the same as LAPDs and LAFDs. And the department has been working on the RYLAM program, which is Ready Your LA Neighborhood program, and we are planning to launch it end of May. We introduced the program, just hinted it to the Neighborhood Congress meeting that we had in City Hall. Next day, we had over 190 requests. We were overwhelmed. So we definitely need to add staffing to our community preparedness division. And it's a division that, it's not a 9-to-5 job. It's also at nighttime, it's on weekends, it's outreach programs, it's ongoing, and it's constant. So the budget at this time is headed in the right direction. It's proposed to add 1 additional position, I believe, for next fiscal year for 6 months, and then after that, that position is general funded. But we're asking for 3 additional positions. We would like to see 2 positions per disaster management bureau. So it would be 2 for 1 million population. And if we're to compare ourselves to other cities, we're still way below the threshold where we need to be. There's approximately 1,300,000 households in the city of Los Angeles. This is without the number of businesses. So with 4 people trying to prepare our whole community, and we approach this with a sense of urgency. We see what's happening all around us. We learned the lessons from Houston and Miami and Puerto Rico. So we need to create that force multiplier. Obviously, additional staffing is not the only answer. We're looking at technology. We're looking at volunteers, other NGOs that we're working with also. The second item is the overtime budget. Our overtime budget for the last 3 years has averaged approximately $60,000, of which $20,000 is activations, about $20,000 on public outreach, which we expect will exponentially increase, and the balance is special events, which most will get reimbursement, not all of them. Marathon, the big events, they get some type of subsidy, so we don't get reimbursement on all the events. So this is very well documented. Again, the outreach we expect once we release the RYLAM program, we introduce it, we expect that number to go up. The budget at this time is proposing $28,000 in overtime, so we're asking an additional $32,000 on top of that, for a total of 60,000. And the last one, honorable members, is our internship program. Last year, we were here, I was sitting here in front of you, pleading to keep that program in place. It was grant funded, no more grant funding. So you were kind enough to reestablish the program, to keep it in place. But it was only for the 1 year period. It was council funded, I believe. So we're back at the table right now. The budget is proposing 2 positions funded by the general fund. And we would like to ask you for the full 7 positions, so 5 additional positions. The total cost of the program is about $150,000, so the additional 5 positions is approximately $110,000. And the interns, I can tell you that it is so critical to our operations. They assist us day to day in our planning and in our training and in our community preparedness. They're out there helping us in the outreach. These are graduate and postgraduate students. They're professionals, very successful. It's a win-win situation. They get paid $20,000 each for 20 hours of work on a weekly basis. Two of them are equivalent to an emergency management coordinator. They can do the same amount of work. So 40,000 versus 120,000. So it's a win-win situation. We can't keep them long enough, honestly. The last person is the emergency manager for the city of Torrance at this time. So with that, I'm going to end it, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay. Thank you very much, and appreciate all the great work that you do, and you know that you are relying on you for these for the times of emergency, and we know that all of you take that very seriously. Wanted to ask you a couple of things you said raised some questions with me. So when you're talking about the emergency management coordinator, saying that that's a full-time job, it's not just regular hours, it's off hours and everything else. Does that job require overtime as well, or is it written in such a way that they have more flexible hours?
It does not, they don't have flexible hours at this time. The 4 new positions we're proposing to hire, they will be hired based on a flexible work schedule because we want them to work weeknights and weekends. We know that, Councilman Bloomfield, that to prepare the community, we need to hit the ground.
Right.
We need to go to their homes on weeknights and weekends. So the only way to do this is to do a flex work schedule. We will give the option to the existing staff members also to work flex if they're willing to do that. But these are not exempt positions.
Right, which was sort of leading me to. So the increase in these positions will not increase the overtime requests because they're going to be flexible hour positions.
No. No, the overtime request, we expect it to increase regardless because of the Ryland program. And every time there's an incident, Councilman, you get into a comfort zone and there's an incident and then suddenly everybody's interested in preparedness. Just to give you an example, the notification system, we have Notify LA. In the previous year, we had done 50,000 subscribers. After the Skirball and Creek fire, 90,000 in 1 day. So we expect, especially with the rate of the disasters, the frequency, the magnitude that we're seeing, there's awareness now.
Right. And I know you work closely with, you know, I have an emergency, community action team, Nathan Wolfstein, and those folks that you work well with them and are expanding that connection to basically citizens who want to be, or just folks who live in the district who want to be connected to this at volunteers.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not just community preparedness. And when we plan for all our vulnerable population. So it's the elderly, it's the homeless. We have Resilient LA now. So constantly the workload is being added, and we're seeing ourselves getting involved into coordinating more issues.
I'll just ask you sort of the broad question. I mean, do you have the personnel resources to respond to a catastrophic event? For the city to be prepared for it at this point?
I would be lying to you if I say yes. No, we don't. I mean, we are able to respond to isolated incidents, but when we say catastrophic event, I don't know what city has the resources to to respond to a major catastrophic event, but we need more staffing to prepare our population in case of a catastrophic event.
Well, I certainly want to get some reports back on some of the asks that they have here and see if we can find funding for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and specify that each one of those 3 requests be included as reports back then? Okay.
More than happy to.
Mr. Bonnet. Oh, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank Mr. Sahakian for the robust relationship that my office has enjoyed with yours. Some of it involuntarily, because we had no choice in the emergencies that we've had, but we found you and your staff to be very responsive, so we appreciate that. Just to follow up on one of your asks, I wonder if you could describe the role of the emergency management coordinator a little more clearly so we understand what their impact is and what the negative impact would be if we don't hire the full force of folks that you're asking for.
Absolutely. So the 4 coordinators will be working for the Community Preparedness Department. So they are tasked with identifying leaders in the communities. The way the Ryland Plan works is we bring together 10 to 15 households, and we give them a toolkit to sit down and prepare a plan. So that's a community that's planned. It's a planned community. They will have to identify their vulnerable population. They need a communications plan. They need a refuge site. So there's 9 different steps they go through. So the emergency management coordinators, they work with the neighborhood councils. They go to the CPAP meetings through LAPD, with the CERT program, with LAFD, to identify these leaders who are willing to bring their neighborhood together. Once that leader is identified, basically we hold their hand and we work with them to ensure that they're meeting, usually weeknights and weekends, they're coming together. We have the tools, we have a 30-minute video that they will go through to fill the form. And then at the end of it, they're also in charge of exercising that plan. So the goal is ultimately, once these neighborhoods are prepared, to bring a bigger community together to exercise a catastrophic event. So it's some cases, some communities, such as in your community, there are some very well-prepared neighborhoods. They took the initiative to do it themselves. But there are in other neighborhoods, communities that we basically have to write the plan for them, but we don't want to do that because we want to give them ownership of their own plan. It's a dynamic plan, so they will work with them on a day-to-day basis.
Very good. And one thing that I'm particularly focused on this year is climate change and the city's response to it. And you're probably aware the National Institute of Building Science did a natural hazard mitigation saves study in which they found that every $1 of mitigation produces $4 for every $1 we've spent, which is good news financially. On the troubling news front, Moody's, which plays a significant role in determining bond ratings, adopted a new policy last November that cities facing long-term climate shifts that don't demonstrate that they're taking action to mitigate it and adapt could have their credit ratings downgraded and face higher interest rates. So I don't know if your department has performed a climate risk assessment for the city yet?
Absolutely. It's in our hazard mitigation plan. As a matter of fact, we have identified additional hazards because of it, sea level rise and adverse impacts and magnitude of the hurricanes that we're getting. Definitely. So it is impacting the frequency of disasters. And itself, it's a disaster. So one more reason, this community preparedness, we will prepare our communities for all hazards. It's not only climate change, but climate change is, I can tell you, it's on top of our list.
I wonder if you could work with the CAO to report back on whether the city has strong enough climate change mitigation and adaptation plans to preserve our credit rating. And if not, what the fiscal impacts would be on the city's finances and economy. And also, the U.S. spent a record over $300 billion on natural disasters last year.
Yes.
And a percentage of that gets put into mitigation funding grants, which means that there's currently a record amount of mitigation funding grants available. So I'd also like added to that report back from the CAO in your department, how much money the city has received in hazard mitigation funding over the past 5 years, how much it was eligible for, and any barriers to funding projects through hazard mitigation funding. And lastly, how much of EMD's emergency public education is related to climate? Do you focus on climate impacts, or if not, are you planning to do that in the future?
We are planning to do that in the future. We have some social media going on right now, but our focus will concentrate on it in the future.
Well, if you could put all that into your
We will.
report, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander?
Everything was pretty much covered, what I was going to go through. Not sure if you went through some of your intern positions and what you wanted to do on that. You wanted to...
On the interns?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I got the question.
So on, I believe you were asking for additional fund for your, just the internship programs.
Yes, sir.
So if you can just walk us through, I don't know if you covered that, if I missed it, but...
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yes, so the budget, the mayor's budget proposes to general fund 2 intern positions at this time. Last year it was 100% general funded. Then you funded all 7 positions. So we will have to basically let go of 5 interns with the current proposal. But the work that they do, it is so important, so crucial for our operations. And these interns, I'll give you an example, Councilman Englander. We had an activation in December for the Skirball fires and the Creek fires. 4 days around the clock. 4 days into it, the city as big as Los Angeles is thinking to call for mutual aid because of the number of staffing we had. We have 12 positions we need to man inside the DOC. So you do the math, we have 23. So constantly, each shift is working 12 hours. So it's a 2-3 week long emergency. It's extremely difficult. So the interns even help us during the activations, the operations, during community outreach and training. These are professionals doing professional work.
Well, I would look at restoring some of the funding for that as well. So report back on that. It's a good local hire program also. People that want to stay and get into this business. Interns are going to be from here, and we're now doing it. It's been very successful with the police department. We're bringing in interns that want to be police officers, but they're either too young or still going through some of the background or training requirements. We're doing the same thing now in the fire department. It just makes sense, I think, for all of our first responder departments to have a program. This one's relatively small, so I would ask that we restore that funding.
Yeah, the cost to benefit ratio
Oh,
is
it's huge.
Yeah,
For sure. Thank you.
Okay, anything else for EMD? All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Sakian, very much.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
That will bring up next the zoo department. Mr. Lewis, welcome.
Thank you.
We have your letter. Thank you. Thank you for its brevity as well. But feel free to open up with any comments you'd like to make and introduce your staff, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, council members. Appreciate this opportunity to talk about the zoo's budget. I too would like to thank the mayor's office and the CEO's office. We spent a lot of time talking about this year's budget and what our goals were, and given an opportunity to explain some of the issues that maybe weren't as clear in our original applications, as well as our staff. We have Denise Brett, the Assistant General Manager at the zoo, and May Kwan, who's our Director of Administration. So with that, if it's all right, I'll just kind of give you an overview of why we're actually pretty happy with our budget at this point. As you know, at least for our direct budget, we have to earn the revenues to pay for these items. So what we've been doing this year in our budget request reflects what we've done over the last several years in response to our strategic plan, and that is to find more and more ways to allow zoo staff to interact with the visitors and therefore share the wonders of the wildlife that live at the zoo. And that's what you're seeing in this year's budget. We asked for and received resolution authorities for 3 full-time animal keepers, additional part-time hours for that same classification. This request was on the heels of both adding additional services. We're going to be doing some more revenue-producing activities where the guests will be able to engage directly with certain animals. But to do that, obviously, there's got to be staff present to make it safe for the animals as well as the visitors. But also because we've seen some attrition in worker hours, just because we have a combination of an aging workforce and a new workforce. So between workers' comp and maternity, paternity leaves, sick leaves, et cetera, we were starting to see some strains as far as people still at work to do the work. And this will help us in those areas get the man hours and the woman hours back up to where they need to be for those activities. We asked for and got a resolution authority for a behavioral enrichment keeper. So we have a part-time position right now. We have 1 full-time that's paid for by GLAZA, and then we have a half-time position that's paid for by the city. And those folks' job is to find ways to facilitate natural behaviors and activities of the animals, but also evaluate those to make sure that what we're presenting to the animals works and doesn't just, aggravate the animals. This will provide another person to do that, as well as building structures that facilitate the animals moving around their habitats. The next item has to do with food expense increase. We're subject to the market on the food expenses, and they go up each year, and each year we've been having to dip down into our enterprise fund to balance the budget at the end of the year. This will meet some of those challenges going forward. The staff is always looking for ways to cut back on costs, not the quality of the food, but on cost. And the animals at the zoo do get same human quality food as we all enjoy, as well as some of the specialty diets are somewhat restricted on where we can get them and how vulnerable we are to price increases. So that's another good one. Reindeer romp each year with our holiday activities. We bring reindeer in from the northern part of the state for people to interact with, and this supports that program. It's very popular. And then we have continuations of conservation research director position, continuation of a BE animal keeper resolution. That's the one that's paid for by GLAZA. Probably for us at least, it's really exciting that we have some capital improvement monies that were included in this year's budget to build a new family restroom near our play park in the zoo. We only have one family restroom at the zoo, and we ended up having to shut it down because it was constantly vandalized in the location it was at. This will add a family restroom back into the zoo right next to the play park. There are kind of off-the-shelf units that women can use to feed their children at the zoo. That's what the lactation station is. It's just totally self-contained and provides privacy and resources for the parent. And then we have a bear area that's just right outside of our bird show that we want to renovate into a park, a more inhabitable location that we can not only make available to the public, but also give us another location to rent for parties and evening events. And then the last thing is to update our bleachers at the bird show. They are a little tough on people to go up and down, as well as making quite a bit of noise, which disturbs the birds, and add shade at the same time. That's one complaint we get in that location, that it gets pretty hot in the summer. I think that's the major overviews, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's start with Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, regarding the welfare of the animals at the zoo, I know that several exotic antelopes died at the zoo a few months ago. I wonder if you could give us a brief summary of deaths and serious animal health issues that occurred in the past year, and whether we learned anything from them to avoid such things in the future.
Sure, thank you. That really has been the major event this year. So about mid-year, one of the species that we specialize in are Diker antelope, which are a forest antelope from Africa. And we have, I think it's about 5 different species, and probably done as much work as any institution in the country with that taxon. And a couple of them died acutely. I mean, you know, the keeper reported them ill in the afternoon of one day, and the next day they were already deceased. And as we were doing the necropsies and the vets were getting lab information, and it started looking more and more like a form of a virus called MCF. It's a type of herpes virus that affects certain antelope, and some of them are very specific to certain species. In other words, they can live in a species without making them sick, but if it jumps from that species to another species, it's lethal. And that's what happened in this case. Simultaneous to that, literally, there was a USDA researcher in Washington State that was studying this virus, and they identified one that lives dormantly in ibex goats. And we've had a herd of ibex, I think, since the 70s at the zoo, and certainly didn't have any known problems, but again, this virus was just recently discovered. And we were, in fact, able to trace the virus that caused the antelopes to die back to the ibex. They're about 200 yards separate, so, you know, it was pretty, we couldn't prove it exactly, but it was pretty sure by the virologist that it was airborne then. That's the way it affected the other antelope. We went through a lot of discussions, talked to the virologist, veterinary pathologist, and we made the decision to euthanize the 7 ibex that we had at the zoo for the benefit of the remainder of the animals.
Well, sorry to hear that detail, but thank you. I know a few years ago the zoo and Glaza agreed to have Glaza take over the marketing of the zoo. As far as I can tell, the general public is still more aware of the San Diego Zoo here in LA than the LA Zoo. How do you think this arrangement is functioning, and how can we get more marketing awareness of the LA Zoo?
Well, the big problem is on the west side, so if I could get the council members on the west side to talk to their constituents, I think that would help. We hear that it's, you know, it's tough for people to come over the hill, but we have made progress. I mean, we're now doing 1.8 million of visitors a year. We've had to shift from or add to our daytime attendance with evening events and the Holiday of Lights and those types of activities. And we continue to do surveys and try to get a sense of where people are hearing about the zoo and not hearing about the zoo. But you know, the reality is we're also dealing with a massive budget that San Diego has to market in our budget. They still have more money just in our market than we have for all of our marketing efforts. So it's just constantly trying to find where's the best sweet spot to get our message out to the public.
Do we have a sense of whether the extra money they spend comes back in terms of attendance?
I would say that it's generally led to the increase in the nighttime attendance because they introduced the nighttime events. And so daytime attendance is probably about average the same, but the nighttime events is where we've seen the largest growth. It's about 270,000 people that come to the nighttime events, and that's all because of their the zoo lights and the other summertime nighttime events that have been going on since they took over the marketing.
Also, there have been some very local studies from climate scientists out of UCLA and other examples detailing the fact that we'll be facing more extreme heat days and other extreme weather events here in Los Angeles. I don't know if you have the answer off the top of your head, but I wonder if we could get a report back on the kinds of research and preparation you've done on the potential climate impacts as it worsens on the health and well-being of the animals in our charge. And also, the zoo has a unique opportunity to educate the public on animal issues, so I wonder if you'd also add to a report back if there are low-cost ways to educate the public about climate impacts here, and also climate impacts around the world and how they would be impacting animals they're observing if they were in their natural habitat around the world.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Englander?
One's probably worth
I think Mr. Fred Scandal covered everything that I wanted.
Okay, Mr. Blumfield?
Great, thank you. Thanks for being here and all the good work that you do. A couple of different questions. Particularly, there was an audit that came out just 2 days ago from, or a couple days ago from the controller. I wanted to ask you a number of questions about that have been raised in that. But the zoo, I want to start out with the Zoo Enterprise Trust Fund. Over the last 10 years, it's decreased from about 10 million to 3 million. What's the reason for that?
Go ahead.
The large reason for the decline is that we've no longer received any more general fund revenue. So when we used to get a general fund appropriation, anything that went into the Zoo Enterprise Trust Fund stayed there, and it didn't revert, even if we didn't expend it all. So
It didn't what you said?
it didn't revert. So if we didn't spend all of our budget appropriation, the general fund portion did not revert back at the end of the fiscal year. So the balance accumulates either from excess revenue or an under expenditure of our budget appropriation. And so as the general fund appropriation declined, we filled in the gap or the difference from the Zoo Enterprise Trust Fund accumulated balance. So we've sort of been eating away at the accumulation that had been in the Zoo Enterprise Trust Fund.
Got it. And so none of that goes to funding, that just goes to the direct appropriation, not to the 13 million of the indirect cost from the general fund?
That's correct.
Okay. There were a couple of recommendations in the controller's report I wanted to ask you about. In particular, the couple of things the controller mentioned. The zoo they suggested the zoo ask for reimbursement from GLAZA for 65,000 free guest passes given that GLAZA that were redeemed. Is that something that could be done, and would that add money to the general fund?
So our response to that at this point is that I think everything in the report deserves to be looked at and studied to figure out, the feasibility of that. That was kind of a new recommendation to us, so I think that would go. They recommend that we try to set up a group with the CO and the CLA to look at many of those recommendations, and not only decide if it makes sense, but then how to do it. So that's kind of where we're at this point.
Well, and some of these could have direct impact on our budget this year. And I don't know if there's someone from the controller's office who's here, but if they could give us a sense of what, if they think that there is a cost savings that could be achieved in this year's budget, because as we're scrambling for money for everything, if that's a possibility, that would be useful.
Good afternoon. I'm Siri Khalsa. I am the Acting Director of Auditing at the Controller's Office, and I have with me Beth Kennedy. She was the Chief Internal Auditor managing this audit. I think the short answer as far as quantification for next year is probably no. Generally, what the review found was there was a lot of opportunities for clarification of revenue sharing terms because we're working off of very old and sometimes conflicting or vague language between the operating agreement and the various MOUs. There's different ways of interpreting the language. In the past, the controller has taken a position that maybe there should have been more money flowing from GLAZA to the city, but I think it's important to consider that all the monies that are coming in are for the benefit of the zoo. So whether that is coming through this, the Enterprise Trust Fund and to fund the city's budget of zoo operations, or whether it's going through GLAZA for GLAZA's funding of their operations, it's really for the same purpose. And I think that the larger recommendation is to provide clarity in those agreements so that it is most maximized, and very clear as to whose jurisdiction or allocation those funds should be.
That makes sense. I think would go a long way. For the general manager, what do you think of the suggestions the controller had about creating a working group of the mayor, council offices, zoo, GLAZA, CLO, CAO to explore alternative governances, such as what we do at LACMA and other places?
Mm-hmm. So, to give you a general answer, I can tell you that I was quite happy with the audit. As you know, Councilman, we've been wrestling with the confusion of all the different, the zoo ordinance, the business and marketing plan requirements, the MOUs that result, the agreement between the city and GLAZA. I mean, it's a mess. And when we try to explain it, people's eyes just roll back in their heads. So I think that is a central part of that audit that we ought to focus on, is how to streamline, clarify, and therefore make it more obvious to the public what's happening with revenues to and from the zoo. So I'm very supportive of that idea, and I think that for me was the heart of the audit that we really ought to focus on.
It makes sense. Do you think one of the near-term recommendations they had to do with stronger control over GLAZA's reported revenues, but the zoo doesn't have enough staff to do that? Is that something that you think the zoo would want more staff to do that kind of thing? Is that an important part of this?
Yeah, we indicated that we would need more staff to do that. I mean, we monitor GLAZA's revenues and their expenditures informally. I and Ms. Verrett typically attend their finance committee meetings, their general board meetings, the things where their finances and their spending are presented. We ask for and get occasional reports, but as the controller pointed out, there is no formalized, they don't have to do A on B or, within a quantifiable time period, and we would need staff to do that.
So that would be, I guess, after this discussion would be potentially a budget ask in the next year budget.
Yeah, or even potentially at the mid-year if we get these committees together and start identifying some things that we need to start doing.
Okay. The controller recommendation number 7 was to make publicly accessible all the detailed transactions related to your payments, expenses, and purchases from GLAZA, similar to what the city and the zoo do on the controller's control panel LA site. Do you think that's a good idea?
Yes, I'm sorry for hesitating. The only reason I say that is it's a different requirement of a partner, and so while I do think there needs to be visibility and transparency, I wasn't quite sure, and I don't know if that's the one. I did want to speak to one of the recommendations that I think it was that one where the controller, based on the way I answered it, said that I didn't agree with that one. That wasn't my intent. In my own instructions at the beginning of the spreadsheet, I said that any separate comments from the zoo would be preceded by a Z, and without it would be GLAZA, and if there was only one comment, it would be the zoo and GLAZA. Was that the one, or is that?
I think that was regarding the in-kind delineation.
Okay, I'm sorry, but at any rate, that was incorrect because I meant to say no comment at that point.
That's to do with the in-kind?
Yes, sir.
Issue. Okay. Another thing, the audit states that the CAO suggested the zoo transfer $600,000 into the zoo surplus department. Should the zoo surplus department be managed by GLAZA sending money back to the zoo, or how should that work?
Well, and Denise can help me with this, but that's one of the things I was talking about clarifying, because the way the agreement between the city and GLAZA is right now for the concessions operation, it's based on our annual budget. Am I getting this right? And we're talking about the surplus development fund?
Well, the surplus development fund is called out in a 1981 agreement between the city and GLAZA. So it's the authority exists for the fund to exist, and the way that the funds get in there is from a calculation that involves the surplus of concessions revenue. So we get 10% of the revenue that comes to our city budget every year. GLAZA retains 3%, and then the difference is deposited into a fund within GLAZA that's called the Zoo Surplus Development Fund. But about 3 years ago, that revenue started being transferred as part of our budget as well, so it's a source of funds. But because of this 1981 agreement that still exists, the fund resides the way that it does, which is part of, sort of cleaning up and updating agreements to be sort of in this century.
Right,
Sorry.
'cause it gets, and I've tried to follow this for several years, and I end up in circles, especially because it's all fungible to some extent, and then the fact that the membership fees, dues comprise, depending on how somebody enters the park, will determine where the funds go.
Right.
And that leads back to the, when I was asking you about the free guest passes, when you start giving out free guest passes, that takes whatever formula that you've got and just upends it completely, because now it's not just based on the average of how many people come in through membership and through the gate, but you're sort of skewing those numbers with free membership or free admittance. So I guess that's one of the things that we'll look into with this group. So in terms of the clarification of agreements that you were talking about, section of the audit, all this confusion, I mean, part of it is getting the study, getting this group together, but also I think we should get a special study of the audit that gets referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. So that in addition to having this group and Arts and Parks looking at it, that this issue comes back to the budget. And so I'm asking for a special report there, because it really does have a direct impact on our budget in multiple ways. Not just the expenditure, but the indirect costs as well. So a couple of report backs I want to ask for that my colleague, Councilmember O'Farrell, particularly mentioned, and he's chair of the Arts and Parks. One is to have the zoo to report back on, and I agree with his request here, so I put them forward. Zoo to report back on the position and budgetary needs needed to take over and run the concessions RFP and manage the contract, as one report back. Another report back to have back on the positions needed to increase transparency and oversight of GLAZA functions outlined in the controller's audit, kind of related to the previous one. And then third is the zoo to report back on positions and budgetary needs to better maintain the zoo per the controller's audit. And then a question having nothing to do with the audit, so thank you for all of that. But this has to do with a couple years back, we had an orangutan escape by tearing the screen, and we got an increase in this year's budget for a proposed maintenance budget. Does this include the perimeter screening fence, repair of the fence, and using recirculated water in the exhibit, or is this money specifically for other job duties?
If you're referring to the $25,000 for the perimeter fence, that is not fencing for the exhibit. We actually remeshed the entire orangutan exhibit, and so it should last us for many, many more years. That funding is for our perimeter fence that goes around the outside of the zoo perimeter of our facility, of our land.
And since the new fencing, has there been any escapes or intrusions from other animals into the zoo?
No, since we repaired the orangutan exhibit, there's not been any escapes in that area. We have camera traps throughout the zoo that we try to monitor the presence of any potential predators. I hate to say a date because I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't seen any mountain lions in the zoo for a number of months. But in addition to working on the fence, we've also been removing trees that were fairly close to the perimeter fence that might have provided a ladder for the mountain lion. That's the one that we're primarily concerned about.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right, thank you. Members, anything else for the zoo? Mr. Kretz.
Thank you very much.
One other question. So as you know, I'm very concerned about Billy the elephant at the zoo. And one of the arguments for keeping him there is that people need to see elephants. But obviously, the other female elephants there are elephants as well that would have easier access to the rest of the exhibit if he wasn't there. Does Billy add anything to the basic functioning of the exhibit, and would moving him out have any budgetary impacts on the exhibit?
Well, the basic impact that Billy provides, at least as it relates to the visitors, is, he's physically and characteristically very different from the females. He's a, 13,000-pound male with massive ivory tusk compared to the 8,000 and 9,000-pound females. So it gives you a difference, at least in the Asian where typically the females do not have tusk, and when they do, they're just rudimentary tush, they call them. So that's the primary, difference between not having a bull and having a bull for the public, so that we can talk about, the ivory crisis and how elephants are being killed on a daily basis for the ivory. That's part of the purpose of that. The question about the budget would be, obviously, one less elephant is one less cost per day for maintaining the elephants.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Next up is Recreation and Parks. Mr. Shaw, welcome. Thank you for your letter, which we've received. Feel free to go ahead and make some introductory comments, introduce your staff, and we'll get right into it.
Certainly. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Joining me up front would be Noel Williams, is our Chief Financial Officer. Ramon Baraja is the AGM over maintenance and planning activities, and to my left is APD as the Chief of Staff Executive Officer. So thanks for having us today, and let me just start by thanking the Mayor's Budget Team and the CAO's office for, again, working closely with us on our budget. We're very pleased with the number of things that have been included, specifically, the recreational staffing component, which is pretty significant component to increasing our recreation staff, which is going to have a huge impact on the delivery of our programming services, particularly around sports and fitness activities around the city, which we've been heavily focusing on, as well as our LA Kids program, which is a program that we tried to fund over the years, self-fund mostly, but this year we needed to start putting a budget in for it. But it's really to add programs, free programs around the city where we're trying to start generally a new program. We use this as a means of catapulting a new class or a new sport or something like that. So we're pleased to have that in there as well. And of course, our Girls Play LA program, we're receiving another funding boost with that. We had enjoyed great success in our gender equity program, going from around 24% participation to exceeding 40% this last quarter. So we're pleased to keep that all moving and pleased to have that in our budget. And I'll just finish with those are the really good pluses to it, and we're very happy about that. And also there's a big capital component that we received in the budget, particularly around a couple of our swimming pools and the Venice Beach Pier, which was drastically needed. I would say the capital side is one of my biggest worries across the aging infrastructure of the park system. It's not getting younger, of course, as it is nowhere in the city, and there's a lot of needs still around our swimming pools, some of our recreation centers, and I could go on, but there's just a drastic need for a massive capital infusion. We're very much looking forward to potentially a bond passage in June with the state parks bond measure that's on the ballot, which would bring a lot of capital money to the city of LA should that pass. Challenges continue to be maintenance. We are still challenged, as identified in the controller's report, with our restroom, keeping our restroom clean. It is the first and last thing probably a parent remembers when they visit a park, and probably the number one thing that keeps them from coming back is that the restrooms aren't clean. And so, Ramon and his staff do an incredible job, but there's simply not enough of them to make sure that our restrooms are being cleaned multiple times a day. We're still in an area of some restrooms only getting once a day. We've increased that over the years with budget packages and got it up to two times a day in some areas, some of our busier parks, but honestly, it needs to be 3 or 4 times a day in some parks, if not more. So that continues to be a challenge. Obviously, the homelessness in our parks is a challenge that we're not really currently funded for, but we do the best we can with the staff that we have to keep up with the encampments across the park system. But those are a few of the challenges that we look forward, but overall, very pleased with, what we were able to get in this year's budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mike, thank you, AP, Ramon, the whole staff. As I think I've noted every year, you guys do a remarkable job with way too little, and I'm always impressed by what you're able to do. Having said that, I have a 4-year-old who has issues with many of the bathrooms. I will give you a list of his rankings by letter grade. Glen Alla Park's bathroom is more to his liking than Venice Beach's, for instance. On the Venice Pier, you indicated that there's funding in MICLA, which we're enormously grateful for. Can you explain a little bit what the risk is there and what the urgency is?
Certainly. Many people don't realize we own and operate the Venice Beach Pier, first of all. We're not necessarily, it's not our cup of tea necessarily to own a pier, but we do, and we have to take care of it. So it's, the pier went through retrofits back in the 90s, but as anything, out in the ocean water, it takes a beating. And we've had a couple of studies done over the last couple of years on the pier where we have witnessed, I personally have gone out and inspected it, as well as a number of other engineering firms that we've hired, and basically the sides of the piles of the pier caissons are spalling, meaning concrete is beginning to fall off of them and then it's exposing the rebar. So when that happens, it just really begins to exacerbate itself. And, in the conversations that I've had with Councilmember Bonin, was very concerned that if we didn't do something soon, that it is highly likely that we would have to close that pier until such time that we could put funding in to take care of it. So this funding, along with a small amount of other funding sources that we have identified, will take care of the immediate needs that the pier has. But it's just an example of the massive amounts of infrastructure that this department has to take care of. And it's not easy, and it's not something that we can turn a blind eye to and just hope for the best. I mean, it's something it's always concerning. But again, with this money, we will be able to take care of the immediate issues.
Good. Let me just underscore a bit on the pier, the significance of it. It is, at least it was when it was reopened in the late 90s or so, the only handicapped accessible fishing pier in California, which is pretty significant, where you can actually fish from a wheelchair. Also, about, was it 12 years ago, 13 years ago, the bathroom actually fell into the ocean. It just sort of collapsed. So there's no longer a restroom at the end of the pier. It just, in one heavy storm, boom, it went. We have not only the increasing cost of fixing it the longer we wait, there'd be also the sort of huge embarrassment of having to shut it down if we had to, but even greater than that is the potential liability of something happening while somebody's out there, or not even out there. That's a very popular surf spot, and something could easily happen and injure one of the surfers. And as we know, anything that happens in Venice is international news. So I'm glad to see that in this year's MICLA. How much does that get us? We're going to need to come back to do more, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've brought on a consultant team, engineering consultant team who specializes in this types of work, working with the Bureau of Engineering. What we've identified is kind of a short and a long-range plan, and we need to do more work on a long-range plan, but there is additional seismic work that needs to be done on the pier to bring it up to code. This really just buys us that time to allow us to do this additional studies and really begin in earnest a design exercise to be able to put together a package that will ultimately bring the pier up to code, and that's the next phase. I have directed staff all the way along just to focus on the immediate, just to make sure that we get it to where there's no issues, no safety issues, but we are going to have to do additional work, and the consultant's already working on that. So we've begun that process already, council members. So I would assume in the near future, meaning probably in the next several months, we'd be able to report back on where we're at with those and those findings and begin to put estimates for that, for beginning to look down the road as to, what the longer term cost would be for the pier.
Great, thank you. The 24-hour restrooms at Venice Beach, part of our comprehensive homelessness strategy, funding is maintained?
Yes.
And when do we think they'll be open, now that we've gone through the multiple layer process of amending the ordinance to allow it?
They're ready to go. Right? Yeah,
It's Ramon Barajas. Yeah, we should be ready to go in about a month and a half on those restrooms to open them.
Okay. Why so long?
We still have to do some hiring of security and also the training of the employees that are going to be working the night shift.
Okay. All right.
Well, could you clarify the coastal? I mean, did we got over the coastal development issue and all that?
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm gonna have to call Kathy.
No, it's okay.
This is AP Diaz. When you were alluding to the issues that we've overcome, your staff has worked tirelessly on this with our staff. We have overcome those issues, so we are just at a place where our board had already authorized the locations, our staff had picked the locations, so Ramon was correct that we just really need to sort of get the hired security for the nighttime shifts and to give our security a little bit of extra training so they have some comfort in dealing with the population that we expect to use the bathrooms. But we're just near final, and I know it's a big issue for you, so we're working very strongly on it.
So the Coastal Commission didn't object to our using our bathrooms to let people go to the bathroom?
That's correct.
That was big of them. Separate issue, and I got to be careful how I talk about this because it was an item that was in closed session recently that I think attracted the attention of all the members of the council who were here. We still have we still have a need to hardscape some of the access points to Venice Beach, some of the entry points that are emergency ingress and egress, but that are not sealed off appropriately to prevent people either accidentally or intentionally coming down onto the beach. I won't get into the details, but I am going to ask for a report back on this because we need to get this dealt with in this year's budget. We can't wait any longer. So it's not just recreation and parks. BOE probably needs to be the lead. This is sort of a jurisdictional quagmire because part of it is public works, part of it is rec and parks, and the work probably needs to be led by a different agency. So if CLA, CAO, recreation and parks, BOE, and I guess street services could all coordinate for a report back to this committee on what the costs will be to appropriately secure Oceanfront Walk from vehicular traffic. And that's obviously a budget impact report. And then I just had a question for you. We've got a lot of parks, Penmar, for instance, in my district that has heavy use. And I know the tennis courts are always in use and as a revenue generator. I assume that money stays at Penmar and goes back into programming and improvements there, and it generates revenue. But they're always having a problem with actually getting the courts fixed. Sort of an example of what I hear about it at some other facilities is they have revenue generating hardscape stuff that needs fixing. How do we get to a cycle of being able to sort of anticipate stuff like that for facilities that are using them to generate funds?
I'm not 100% sure on Penmar. We don't charge at all of our tennis courts. So we do have teaching pros at a number of courts, and we have a tennis reservation system at some. I probably have to get back to you on that particular one. I would just say in general, it kind of goes back to my original, it's hard to plan. Like mainly at Penmar, we've relied on Quimby funds to do most of our capital work in that park. The playground was funded by Quimby, the sports field lighting was funded by Quimby. The basketball court that's there was funded by Quimby. I think we've done some tennis court improvements there in the past. I'm not surprised if it would need it again. But it is difficult to plan for that. I will tell you, council member, and to the rest of the council, that we are, for the first time, actively engaged in a citywide capital plan for the parks citywide. So it'll be the first time in one document you'll be able to find all of the infrastructure and capital needs that's needed across the park system. Now it will be a living, breathing document. It will never be a document that just says this is it, but it'll be a document where we'll need community input, certainly from your office's input and things like that, but we're very close to being able to release that to start to get some input on it. But that would be the type of thing that I want our planning group to use to better plan for these replacement, because we do need to do that. It's just that the funding streams aren't consistent, so it's hard to plan for it when it's, especially if you're relying on development fees to fund your capital improvements.
Right. And last question is Potrero Canyon Park, which has been in the works since, I think, the beginning of the Marvin Browdy administration. I think we're going back 50 years, is nearing completion. I think we're, God willing, a year and a half away. You probably won't have any needs this fiscal year, but are you going to have needs in the following fiscal year?
We will be trying to address that in future years' budget, but not next year.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in recent years, this department has been hit pretty hard by budget cuts and done very well making your way through them, by the way, all things considered. But this year's budget has a high salary savings rate of 6.5 and a one-time cut of almost $1 million, leaving a large number of positions vacant. I wonder if you could outline how that impacts and what value there would be to restoring that one-time cut.
We've definitely looked at the value of restoring it. I mean, essentially what it equates to is that's all in our salary account, and with the vacancy rate of what it is, and with the the other thing that people don't realize is we also use that money to fund emergencies, fund staffing our cooling centers, for overtime. You've never seen a request from this department to, every time there's an emergency shelter opened or something like that, because we draw from that salary. We do keep a certain amount beyond position vacant beyond that, so that we can fund all of, we're the sheltering arm for the city of Los Angeles, and we take that role very seriously. And so the problem with the salary savings rate and the, even the one-time hit, it makes it harder and harder for us to be able to fund that stuff ourselves. Right now, we're looking at all of the vacancies within that. I think it's roughly 175 that we'll have to keep vacant. We won't be able to fill any of our gardener caretakers, which is what I'm mostly concerned about. That money equates to the one-time hit, if that was to be able to restore, would allow us to hire roughly 20 gardener caretakers, which is fairly significant when you start looking at full-time positions, which is also a classification that we use for our local targeted hiring program, is where we draw those positions in. But it's at this point, if left alone, essentially in that particular salary account, we won't be able to fill any of those vacant positions.
And what do those gardener caretakers do? Do they have anything to do with bathroom maintenance, or do they mostly do landscape maintenance?
It's on.
Ramon Barajas. Yeah, the gardeners, they're responsible to maintain the entire park, and a lot of it has to do with safety issues. They start with the restrooms. They go into the play areas. They pick up litter throughout the park. They also communicate with patrons that visit the park and have have a communication so that they're aware of what's going on if there's an issue with safety. So the gardeners will, if we had more gardeners, we would be able to, instead of maintaining the bathrooms once a day at some of these facilities, we could do 2 or 3 times a day. It would just add more cleanliness, and our parks would be safer. So they're not just for one specific duty. They do numerous duties.
And Councilman, if I may just add to that, there was a time, and with the infusion, for example, of the recreation positions that we're getting in this year's budget, which again is fantastic. It allows us to move closer towards non-clustering of facilities in our recreation class, meaning we get closer, not completely back, but we get closer to the day where we didn't have, where we had a recreation director at every recreation center instead of having to worry about taking care of 3. It's the same thing in the gardener caretaker class, where we've gone into a routing system. The more gardener caretakers we're allowed to get, we call them resident gardener. All of our community parks should have a resident gardener caretaker, and that is not true today. And that makes a huge difference, having that resident gardener caretaker, because that person, man or woman's there 8 hours a day, and they're there, when the community's there, so they get to know them, as Ramon's saying, and it just helps so that when there is an issue, it can be addressed right away, and it's not on a route. So that's really the value in having, more gardener caretakers out in our parks.
Yeah, and on a different note, I know recreation parks did away with second-generation rodenticides, but we're having reports back that some are still being used in some of our hillside areas. So I wonder if I could get a report back on the funds used for rodenticides in the past year, in 2017, the type of rodenticides used and locations and the budget for them in the coming year. Also, on a similar note, I'd also like a report back on the amount of funding used on herbicides like Roundup and where they're used, especially in areas of proximity to the LA River and other waterways. So that's an area of concern. Also, I know we approved a zero emissions park pilot a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know whether Rec and Parks needs funding for that. I know that there was significant AQMD funding for a similar project in South Pasadena, and so I'd like a report back on both the funding needed and incentives and other possible funding sources. And lastly, given recreation and parks' importance due to the cooling centers, I wonder if you could identify who your climate mitigation point person is currently. And if you don't have one currently, if you could report back on who that might be.
We have, it would probably fall in line with our sustainability officer, which is Matt Rudnick, in that role, who regularly meets with the city team on sustainability issues. So that would fall underneath Matt.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Thank you. To Mike, to AP, Ramon. I wanted to sort of jump in where I think previous council members actually mentioned it already, but sort of fell short of talking about cleaning up parks. And, you're looking at restoring 20 gardener caretakers, and then on top of that, a request for another $382,000 in funds for homeless cleanup crews. I will tell you, this is one of the #1 complaints that we get, period. And I don't just mean in my district. The condition of our parks and the way they're looking are awful because we are taking a beating in folks who are misusing them. And it's requiring more maintenance, period. This is required. And they are the backbone of our communities, of every single community. It is the place where people gather or should be gathering on a regular basis, after school, on weekends, families, birthday parties. If they don't feel safe in our parks, we got a problem. And this has to be one of the cornerstone issues in funding to make sure that people are safe and our parks are clean. I mean, the complaints that we get lately, I'm not talking about trash and debris. I'm talking about people who are, and I'm not just talking about the homeless community you're painting a picture, having that discussion. I'm talking about drug addicts who are aggressive and combative and leaving needles in parks every day, in virtually every park. That's what we're talking about when we talk about caretakers and crews to come in and clean up. We're not talking about landscaping and making sure the grass is perfect. We're talking about way beyond quality of life issues. And to me, it's our first priority. It goes right along the lines of public safety, police officers and firefighters and first responders, or our parks. And so that report wasn't asked for back yet, but the funding to restore those and replace the garden caretakers, as well as the additional funds for the homeless cleanup crews citywide, I think is paramount. So I'd like to see that report. The one of the other things that we struggle with is, we talked about, Mike was just mentioning a park that's taken decades to build in his district, and oftentimes we have these major infrastructure projects on parks, or acquiring land or expanding them or building the facilities that go along with them, or simply restoring a pool or cleaning up an environmental hazard, as we just recently did. It took 10 years in my district. And it's not, the delay is caused from so many different variables. One being the most complicated is funding. And oftentimes these are coming in bits and pieces and different funding mechanisms. But then also when we have funds, it seems to take a little longer than it should, because we try to prioritize everything. I get it. We're doing more with less. And in fact, I know there's a footnote and hopefully an opportunity to find some additional funds for the department. As you guys are well aware, something I've been pushing on for a couple of years, and that'll be looked at this year. But when we do have funds for projects, it's still difficult, communication-wise, to get things moving, to get them looked at. And that's when we have funds. So I want to make sure that this year moving forward, we have an eye to get those projects moving that we have in the pipeline, to try to really focus on customer service as it relates to responding to whether it's outside applicants, doing public-private partnerships, whoever that might be, to try to expedite those. And they may not be the sexiest ones out there. It may simply be, we're building a new pool or restoring a pool. It may not be the Greek. It may not be something that attracts millions of visitors. But it's equally as important to that community. So I'd like to see if we can step up that a little bit, because I'll go to bat to fight for funds for you guys
110%.
on everything else.
100% agree, Councilman.
I appreciate it. Without nitpicking anything else, I think my colleagues pretty much went through most of the stuff that I was going to. Let me just look back here. Oh, I wanted to ask about our park ranger program and how we're doing on that. It wasn't really covered much, and that's a critical element in terms of security, to make sure people are safe in their parks, and the parks are also being maintained and respected after hours when they're closed. Where are we on the park ranger program?
Yeah, it remains a primary major focus of kind of our clean and safe, motto, with rangers, providing, along with LAPD providing the safety piece. So we have successfully added, with the support of the mayor and with the city council, added a number of new ranger positions over the past 3 years, and we are routinely now getting them out of the academy. They go to the LAPD academy. And I think we have 3 more coming out of the academy next month. So we're just kind of chipping away at it. I think we have roughly 46 authorities. And I think we've probably by the end of this next class, I think we will have filled close to 35 or so. So closer to 30. But it does take us a little while to get them out of the academy, and we do have a lot of that don't make it through the process.
Can you give me a? I'm actually going to ask for a special study back. First one. a study back on the deployment for those? How are they deployed? Like, where are they deployed out of, and how are they deployed? If you can give me a study back on that, just like literally a one-pager.
Yes.
Here's how many we have. Here's where their roll call is. Here's where they're deployed.
We have it,
Here are
but
the
it
bureaus they're working in.
Right.
Just a thumbnail of the program. That'd be great.
I just would we will absolutely do that. It's the what we're proposing is just to change how they're currently being dispatched. So it'd be, we'll probably do both, but one with where we'd like to go, because we want them to be more district-wide around the city and dispatched out of, smaller areas instead of being dispatched out of one large area. So
I didn't even know where they were dispatched now. That's why I was asking for the report.
Yeah, no, we'll
So you
provide-
automatically saw where I was going with it.
Yes, it needs to be more local, and that's kind of the way, but we will certainly address that.
I mean, I'm learning, finding a lot of other departments are actually, they'll deploy to Sherman Oaks, Encino, Chatsworth, but they'll start downtown, check in, do the roll call, grab equipment, and head out there. And it takes 2 hours for them to get there. And then they have to have their lunch, and then come all the way back downtown to turn everything back in, finish their paperwork and their reports, and turn in their equipment and their gear. And even if they've got a shop, they got to turn the shop in, and that might be another 2 hours. So it's 5 hours out of an 8-hour day that they're literally on the road.
That's the exact opposite of what we're planning to do, so I'll be happy to
Okay.
happy to
Excellent.
provide you with that
Great.
report.
Thank you very much. Okay.
And we have 3 Rangers graduating in 2 weeks, so we'll add 3 new Rangers to our fleet. So
Right. I'm hearing that and I wasn't going after the Rangers on this. I mean, I'm hearing it from sanitation. I'm hearing it from, there's a slew of different departments that roll out of downtown or some other place. In today's traffic world, it makes absolutely no sense. But
100% agree.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Englander, and I'll be even a little bit more explicit with, I think, where you were kind of heading. I was planning to ask for a budget impact report back on the costs, benefits, and funding sources for establishing a Ranger substation in the San Fernando Valley. Because you're 100% right. We serve 40% of the population of the city in the valley, and response times are always considerably longer because of distance. So I'd like to have that report back.
By the way, with that report, I'd still like the other one, because
Of course.
as an example, a substation in the valley, would be phenomenal. Most often, from one end of the valley to the other is an hour in and of itself. And so we got to still talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. Well, certainly I'll jump on that bandwagon as well. But thank you again for all the you guys do great work, and just really make our parks shine. I know we always have challenges, but I'm always impressed with how much you do with the resources that you have. So start off with a thank you. And then a couple questions. So we were talking about the $382,000 to clean up the homeless encampments, and I know there was a report back that was asked for that. But I also know sanitation gets a significant bump for doing encampment cleanups. Can we have sanitation go into the parks? I know that they typically don't. And how does that work? And is there a collaboration that could be cost effective for everybody?
We don't welcome anybody with open arms to come in and help with that. I mean, there are on occasions where sanitation does, most notably in the high fire risk zones that's been identified by the police or the fire chief that we've been collaborating on. That's where a lot of our focus has been, in those high fire severity zones with sanitation. But as you know, we are there strapped for personnel as well, but certainly it does not have to be Rec and Parks personnel that does that cleanup. We would be more than willing and able to partner with them to do more inside of the park system. But generally, it's left to Rec and Parks.
But I mean, particularly because we're talking about homeless encampment cleanups, which is something that they're focused on, and is a very different kind of cleanup than the regular work that the park folks are doing. So I'd like for there to be a report back. I know we have a report back generally on finding the funding, but to include in that report back the possibilities of having sanitation help with some of that, with some of the funding that they have, to be able to come in and help with the parks. It doesn't necessarily have to be the full $382,000 worth, but there may be some efficiencies, and maybe it is the full amount. I don't know, but I want that to be as part of our report back. regarding targeted local hiring with respect to our Gardner caretakers. I know that you're in danger of not being able to do that unless we can get you the extra $969,000. Is that correct, or how are we doing on targeted local hiring and with respect to Gardner caretakers?
Well, to date, we have hired 26 total from the targeted local hiring program. So 17 of them have been from maintenance, mainly into our Gardner caretaker class, and 9 have been clerical. But it's, the biggest classification that we have to support that program is through, our maintenance division and our Gardner caretaker class. Mass majority of the vacancies that we have in the department that we've held only because they're the largest volume is our Gardner caretakers. So that's why I was saying that money impacts mainly. We'll keep other positions vacant, but it's becoming such that we need to keep almost all of them vacant in order to stay, solvent throughout the year. But, I don't know if if we hired 20 new Gardner caretakers, whether all of them, but I think that could come from the targeted local hiring program, but I would be willing to bet that the majority of them could.
That's important. As we're looking for ways to fulfill a number of goals, that's just another argument for getting
Right.
that funding so that we can, because it is a direct, highly likely local target hire.
That's right.
So that's positive. You mentioned position authorities for aquatics, which I want to be supportive of and get a report back on that. And that, of course, begs a question I often will ask, which is, especially representing the hottest part of the city, can we keep the pools open longer? Every year, a lot of us throw our own discretionary money into doing that. Some of these pools maybe should be open year-round. We have it there. It's an amenity that if we just put a little bit more money into, it's like having a whole new amenity during the part of the year that we don't use it. So what would it take to get some of these pools in different areas open either year-round or at least open for more months especially during the hot season? We close, so early relative to when the hottest months are.
Yeah, we generally follow the school year, as our operations do. The difference between a seasonal pool and a year-round pool operationally is significant. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars more to operate a year-round pool just simply by the maintenance and the chemicals and the staffing that's needed. And it's full-time staffing. It's, when you have a year-round pool, it's full-time lifeguards that are there almost every day. So there's a big jump from going year-round. By extending, it just depends on how long. It just depends, like I know in the past we've extended a week or 2 weeks or even a month into the summertime. And we haven't done every pool, but I think we've worked with the council to identify different pools that we could do that at. And, but it is a funding issue. However, I will tell you that we're working on another, gift that we're working on that will essentially be providing additional swim lessons to kids at our swimming pools, which will be done by keeping the pool open, either opening a little earlier or keeping it open a little later during the day, only because we want to allow that time for only swim lessons. So otherwise we can't, we don't want to take away recreational swim, but we do also want to enhance our ability to give free swim, or to give low-cost swim lessons, which we're hoping this money will provide. And we're currently working on that agreement now. So we will, looks like for the summer, have extended hours, at least during the, the period of time that we're open on a daily basis. But I think if we want to talk about expanding the time that those pools the water's left in them, we need to have those discussions early because depending on the number of pools, we hire, I think, roughly 800 lifeguards every summer. A lot of those lifeguards go back to school, go back to they're only here for the summer. So it's a big lift to try to turn on a dime and say, we want, 20 pools open up another month. We really need to plan for that now so that we can make sure we have the staffing to support it.
Right. Although that we're all going to, every year I've been a council member, I've put discretionary money into opening the pool longer, opening a couple of pools in my district longer. And I know a lot of my colleagues have as well.
And and it's been we so appreciate that, but we have put it in our budget in the past, and it doesn't ever stay. So we didn't put it in this year because it's never stays, and it's removed, and then, you know, we can do it, council member. It's just a matter of, it's a matter of funding, to keep the pools open longer.
Maybe get a report back on some of the cost options that would be there. I mean, you know, obviously there's the full cost, but
We have that.
even if we were to extend it, you know, I don't know how you just decide what the core pools are that need to be extended, but I'm sure you have a way of, I can name them in my district, but I'm sure you have a way of naming them across the city.
We do, and we could easily provide that back. That's something that we have readily available. It's you know, and typically what we recommend, without getting into the details, we recommend is once school goes back, is that we recommend keeping pools open on the weekends only. It really is not of benefit to have the pools open, even if it's 100 degrees, if the kids are in school, because it's just, there's, you know, we've tracked those costs in the past, and it's, you know, the benefit of, I forget what it is, but it's a very high expense for a couple people in the pool. That's why we recommend weekends. But we have all of that data. Happy that we'll be able to readily get that back to you and I'll report back.
Great. I look forward to seeing that information. One of the big issues with you guys is the water and power bills, right? I mean, that eats up a huge chunk of your funding, right? What is it, 30% or something?
It's percentage-wise, I think it's water and power is roughly around 20 million, I think, annually now, and will continue to go up. I know Noel's looking at it exactly right now, but it is a significant piece.
Yeah, I'd like to figure out exactly how much that is as a report back, and maybe start the process with a special report back and not a budget report on potentially a bond measure where we could, because I know we can't just ask DWP to pay for those costs, but there may be a way to get the voters to ask DWP to pay for some of those, or to spread that cost out among ratepayers to some extent for this kind of public use. So that's something, and we may have some ballot measures coming up, and adding an additional ballot measure may make sense. So I want to get that, use this process here to get that possibility up and running. So that's for a report back on that possibility and what that would look like and how much that would be and what the real impacts of that would be.
So estimated budget for water and power next year is $26 million, and refuse collection about 2.2 million.
And you can break down water and power differently.
And I believe it's almost 50-50 because of the rate increases. It's like 48-52, something like that, water being higher.
Okay, so that settles those numbers, and then CAO and CLA can help us figure out what the process would be if we wanted to put together a ballot measure with DWP to potentially address that issue with the department.
Thank you.
Very narrow question. Woodland Hills Rec Center, you guys did a fabulous job on it. It's amazing. It's a victim of its own success, though, because people can't park anywhere, and they're parking all over the place. But there is the school next door to it that is the Collins School that's been vacant for 20 years, which is just blacktop. Is there anything we can do to facilitate, and I know that discussions have already started with them, but facilitate the temporary use of some of that land for parking, excess parking for the park?
We believe so, yes. I mean, it's we actually tried to acquire that land many years ago before they took it off before they decided they weren't going to do anything with it. But it's a real shame that land sits vacant like that. But I mean, we can try to push it as far as we can push it, but I think it will require some external pressure.
I like that even better if you're talking about acquiring it. You mean acquire it for park purposes?
Yeah.
What would it take to do that?
Massive amounts of parking lots that could be soccer fields, or I mean, we had a plan for that many years ago, and it just died. They decided not to. They were gonna do something with it, but like you said, it's been 20 years, and it still looks the same as
I'd like to do anything and everything I can to revive that plan.
Yeah.
And especially given the fact that it's been vacant for 20 years. They've just raised the properties on it, so there's nothing there anymore. So what would it take to revive that plan? I can ask for that formally as a report back.
Yeah.
Both to revive the big plan, which I didn't realize about, which is the possibility of acquiring all of that for park purposes would be fantastic. And as a secondary plan, or but maybe more immediate, is at least to lease part of that land for parking in the interim.
100% agree.
Sits there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put those as two very narrow report backs. And I think that's it. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. I want to tag on to a couple of things that Mr. Blumenfield mentioned. First, with regard to pool hours or pool opening times. In addition to the report on extending the number of weeks in which pools are open, I would like to also get a report back on opportunities to extend hours. For example, in my district, Valley Plaza, pool closes at 5 o'clock. Great for kids, not so great for working families who want to enjoy it with their kids. So and I think the cost increment will be much less, of course, to extend hours even than it is to extend the season. So I'd like us to try to find as many opportunities as we can to, during the summer, to extend the pool hours until, say 8 o'clock instead of 5 o'clock throughout the city. With regard to, Mr. Blumenfield just mentioned parking, so let me speak about parking a little bit more expansively. First of all, we have a number of parking lots that are currently being used by homeless in RVs and other folks who are parking there when they shouldn't be because the parking lots aren't secured and there isn't adequate signage to give LAPD the opportunity to deal with it. So I would like to get, I don't know that this is a budget impact report, but I'd like to get a report back on what opportunities there are for better securing parking lots, and related to that, whether there are available rec and park parking lots that might be utilized for an organized safe parking program that will eliminate those sorts of negative elements and also present a positive opportunity for safe parking there for the homeless. Also on the parks parking lot topic, I know there are a number of lots that are in need of infrastructure investment. We used to have asphalt crew. I think Rec and Parks used to have its own asphalt crews. Is that
We had
right?
a paving crew. Yeah, that's been long lost
Okay.
in previous budgets, but we contract out our asphalt paving now.
Yes.
Or we partner with street services.
Okay, so I'd like to get a special study report on the cost effectiveness of having Rec and Parks funded to be able to bring its parking lots into a good state of repair, and whether the most appropriate way to do that is through your own crew, through street services, or through contracting. Somewhat related to that is on risk management, risk assessment, citywide, the amount of our city liability due to dangerous conditions has rapidly and significantly increased. It's about half of the city's liability now is due to dangerous conditions. And so infrastructure investments that we can make, in particular in Rec and Parks, to bring that down is money well invested. Your gardener caretakers positions are a great example of that. There's immense risk management benefit in bringing those folks on. But I also wanted to ask you about sidewalks, because parks should have been one of the first jobs completed by our sidewalk repair program, and I'm not convinced that that's done yet. Is it? Are all of the sidewalks adjacent to all of the parks now in a state of good repair?
I wouldn't say all of them. I would say, though, that there was, working with City Engineering, Bureau of Engineering, there was a push when that program started to do them around city facilities. So we did coordinate and do a number of sidewalks around parks. There was actually quite a bit done by Public Works. We actually even did some with our own crews with the money that was put forward by, some of that money was moved to Rec and Parks to help speed things up so that there was more departments working on the issue. I wouldn't say that it's all done, but I would say that, there's a fair amount that was done around the park system. And we, even when we're looking at different park projects, we look at that as part of the infrastructure of the park. If there's something, particularly if there's a trip and fall hazard, we try to address that even without, with our own contractors without that funding. But if there's large stretches and large expansions of sidewalk, then we need to look to Public Works to do that. But I think it's fair to say that a lot of it was done, but I know that it's not all done. And I'd have to defer to Public Works on how much of that is complete.
All right. In terms of the utilities costs, which are an issue for us every single year, we have the same discussion every single budget year. Yep. You, Mr. Shull, have been a leader since long before you were general manager on bringing more sustainability investments into recreation and parks. And I'd like to have a more thorough discussion about what capital investments can be made in terms of electricity generation, stormwater recapture, or reduction of water uses through investments in sustainability measures within Rec and Parks to help offset some of that cost, and what potential funding sources there may be for that. That's a special study report, but I'd like to set that for further discussion.
Very good.
You mentioned emergency sheltering, which every one of us have experienced at some time or another with our parks. Is there, does Rec and Parks seek reimbursement from federal or state emergency management systems when we do open up parks for shelter purposes?
So in the recent, fire, we're working very closely with the CAO to get whatever reimbursement. So if there's a coordinated citywide effort, we participate in that. And we have special work orders where we track the costs. So yes, the answer we do seek. The kind of day-to-day emergency management we may not get reimbursed, which runs around $500,000 a year, is the heating and cooling, or if there's a local apartment building burns down and there needs to be shelter for 60 or 80 residents. We typically do not get reimbursed for that because that's not considered an emergency per se.
Sure, but the process is institutionalized, it sounds like, so that
we have costs for heating, we have work orders where we track, we can give you
Perfect.
that.
If able, we go after it, for sure.
Anything
That's
that
all I
we
need to
can,
know.
we work very closely. Most of those efforts are coordinated by the CAO.
Great. I don't need a report on that, just needed to make sure that was the case. And then you also mentioned in your letter the terrific news about foundation support that parks have gotten this year, significant amounts. And Mr. Englander alluded to some of the public-private partnerships that we might pursue. Do you have sufficient in-house staffing to be able to take advantage of the private and nonprofit funding opportunities that there may be out there, number one? And number two, years ago, there was a real effort by the Parks Foundation, I think, and others to provide some donor recognition opportunities and make some other steps like that to bring more private money into the parks, which was quickly shot down because people had a misperception about it as being building billboards in parks or some nonsense like that. So do you have sufficient personnel? Are you adequately, are you robustly seeking that kind of partnership and funding? And do we have steps, best practices that we might be able to initiate to encourage more of those sorts of contributions?
Well, I think we definitely have demonstrated, the best practices for how to do this, and I think the speed at which we were able to achieve, working with the CAO, working with the mayor's office, and the full city council, of getting the Clipper donation in place, That was all done over, an inventory by the parks. We did a detailed inventory, it's 2 binders. They were that tall of every basketball court, which really sold that. I think we do. Now, we don't have staff, like the staff that we used for that, council member, was, we essentially had an all hands on deck. We knew that there was an opportunity. We knew that there was the seriousness of this possible donation. So we just temporarily diverted people from what they were normally doing and to put together this assessment and to do all that. And it was 10 million times worth it, and it was 2 weeks of really hard work by Ramon and his staff, worked weekends, overtime to put all that together, but it paid off. So I don't, and then the delivery of the, and what having, working with AP and, in our partnership group, we're able to move those things quickly through the city attorney's office. We're trying to debunk these kind of, I don't know, people think it takes forever, it's hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's easy. And we want, we're hoping through this, through this donation that we've shown, and we're gonna blow people away with the implementation of these basketball courts. I mean, we are taking this very seriously. We're meeting weekly on it. These things are gonna roll out. 3 of them are coming online already. And it's, those are the Annenberg donation courts, but we need to show as a city that we're ready. I mean, because donors who want to give, they want to give, but they don't want us to sit on their money. I think we are ready, and I think we are adequately staffed for that, and I wouldn't say that all the time, but it's not like we have all these donations, coming knocking down our doors. But when they come, we're ready.
No, but I think that's the point. Maybe we should have more knocking at our door, and a full-time grant writer, development director sort of person who would be working with Rec and Parks might be able to pay for themselves and 100 times more than themselves.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point. I don't know
if
you have that resource or if you feel that would be a useful thing.
Go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, I think your point's very well taken, in line with Mike was just saying. Our capability to be ready, but the investment definitely demonstrates to us that we need to have that kind of personnel in our employ. We've been fortunate to have a partnership with the Parks Foundation, who is able to assist us in many of the areas that we wouldn't otherwise have. But I think that if we had somebody in-house with the types of donations that are coming forward with the robust involvement of the mayor's office, that they have been tremendous and want to continue to provide for sports development and youth programs, we could tremendously sort of change the trajectory if we had someone that was in-house that could be working with us more streamlined. And to your second point, we actually do...
Before we get to the second point, I'd like to ask for that position to be reported back then. Costs, benefits, funding sources for that type of a position. Now, my second point.
Is that okay? Yeah. So, Mr. Krikorian, your second point is also important to demarc, because you're correct. Some people have the misperception that we do not have an adequate donor recognition policy in place. We worked very hard to develop that during the past several years so that we could be ready for such moments as these. And so when the mayor's office was able to approach us with this potential investment for our entire citywide park system, it was unquestionable that we would not be able to accept this kind of donation if we as a city were not able to offer some sort of appropriate donor recognition for the magnitude of this gift. And we were able to do so in a very tasteful manner, in a very sort of respectful manner of respecting the integrity of the courts, but at the same time enhancing them to a level that makes them sort of sophisticated and is in line with the organization that the Clippers is in the city of Los Angeles. That was easily accomplished because of the hard work that we put into our donor sponsorship recognition policy. And both Mike and I are committed to continuing to look for ways to appropriately recognize donors in consultation and, of course, in work with you in your various districts and your centers, so that we're always being mindful that we don't go too far across the line, but that we also do not prevent ourselves or put ourselves in a situation where we're turning down donations because there's this misconception that the city of Los Angeles cannot partnership in that manner. We absolutely can in the parks, and we think it's important.
Terrific. Further on the subject of outside funding, The 2028 Olympics is already producing benefits for sports, for our young people, thanks to the mayor's negotiation of that point. And that's going to be a wonderful benefit for generations of young people to come. I don't need to report back and we don't need to discuss it, but since we're all sitting here in one place, I just want to make sure that we all collectively agree that as that funding comes in, it's not used to supplant other things, but it supplements what we're already spending on services and sports in our parks. This is extra money that should be benefiting more kids, and I would hate to see this IOC money come in and then have money that we're currently using for park services be diverted into some other area. So, and I think probably everybody shares that view. So, no need for a report back. Just wanted to say that on the record during this budget year. And then last thing, district question. I don't know if you have this off the top of your heads, but Rec and Parks has been terrific in getting the bike path done along the LA River in my district. We've hit a hiccup because of the outside contractor. Is that now on schedule to be completed soon?
Yes, well, you know, as you're aware, they've asked us to take over the project, so we've completed the bidding of it. So I think we've broken ground or getting ready to break ground on finishing it. So we can, you know, not as a report back, we get back to your office on the schedule of that, but it is moving along.
Great. Okay. Anything else, members, for Rec and Parks? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is planning.
With David, right?
Mr. Bertoni, welcome. Yep. Welcome. Thank you for your letter, which we all have. If you'd like to open up briefly, introduce your team, we'll go right into the discussion.
Thank you, Chair Kukorian and members of the committee. Vince Bertoni, Director of Planning. With me, I have Kevin Keller to my left, to your right, our Executive Officer. I also have with me today Lisa Weber, our Deputy Director for Development Projects. And then next to Lisa is Jason Kleen, who's our Chief Management Analyst. And we just want to thank the Mayor's Office and the CIO for providing the resources which we think we'll be able to use to achieve our major planning initiatives. If I could just highlight a few issues from our budget.
Please.
A few things to keep in mind. The city, over the last few years, has created a really strong commitment to updating its plans, especially its community plans. As you know, community plans are really form the basis of how the city can provide new housing as well as new economic opportunity. And it's also been the subject of great debate and discussion throughout the city with two ballot initiatives regarding those. We have, in the last 2 years, actually increased our staffing for community plan sixfold. That's a 600% increase in staffing that we have done to really expedite and to move forward our community plan program. We were able to largely fund this through a general plan maintenance fee, which was increased to 7% a few years ago. And what that allowed us to do is to staff 6 full-time community planning teams that we expect to have staffed later this summer. Some of our accomplishments is we've been able to complete new community plans this last year for San Pedro, South LA, and Southeast LA, which adds to a previous year having West Adams community plan adopted in the previous year in 2017. So we've really adopted 4 community plans over the last 2 years, which is the highest rate of community plan production we've had in nearly 18 years in the city. So we're very excited about what that's been able to do. Really the last time we were able to do that was in the late 1990s when our community plans were, the vast majority of them were adopted, about 3/4 of them under mitigated negative declarations, not environmental impact reports. And we're much plans that didn't also have the zoning at the same time. We've adopted three new plan updates in the Southwest Valley, and we're about to adopt and launch 3 more major planning efforts for the community plans later this year in the Southeast Valley, the West Side, and Harbor. But we haven't just been focusing on community planning, we've also been focusing on development project to really improve customer service, capacity, and productivity. A little setting over the last couple of years, we've had an increase in our applications by about 27% when it comes to project planning, but we've also been able to increase our output by 17%. So as we've had a rise in applications, we've actually completed more at the same time, and we've been able to do that by adding some staff, restructuring, going to more of a geographically based system, as well as streamlining CEQA procedures as well as other entitlements. We've increased our project planning staffing in this time frame also. So we didn't decrease, and we actually increased project planning as we were also increasing our community planning, our policy planning program. We opened up a new office in West LA to create capacity. We've seen an increase in our in the amount of customers served this last couple of years. We've actually seen a 61% increase in our development services centers. At the same time, we've had a 20% decrease in wait time overall. We've also been adding to our Valley office. We've added a dedicated principal planner and 4 senior city planners in our Valley office. So we've had that up, and that'll be the first time in about 8 years we've had that type of staffing there. And we've had a lot more output in terms of our environmental impact reports. We've seen the number of projects requiring EIRs double in the last couple of years. But at the same time the EIRs have doubled, we've actually maintained the same timelines in terms of how long it takes to get through a process. And those timelines are consistent with the industry standards. We've also been looking at other CEQA streamlining, like we've been taking advantage of streamlining under Senate Bill 375, which allows for certain types of tiering for projects that are infill, that are meant to really projects that are designed to limit greenhouse gas emissions. We've worked on a lot to provide more housing in the city. We adopted the affordable housing linkage fee, and the city council did in December. We've also prepared the permanent supportive housing ordinance and intermotel conversion ordinances, which the city council adopted recently. We've been working on Recode LA. We've been spending time on our historic preservation overlay zones to streamline those. We've also been working on our revenues. Since the Great Recession, our department has transitioned from about 16% special funds to about 81% special funds. So what that's allowed us to do is really increase our services while not increasing any of our reliance upon the general fund. Our general fund has remained stable while we've been able to provide additional services through special funds. In terms of staffing, we've grown a lot as a department, and we want to thank the council for its ongoing support for our staffing resources. So in the last few years, we've grown in size from 283 positions to 382. That's a 35% increase. But if you look at our staffing, we've hired a lot of new staff to get there. If you look at both new staff and promotions, about 2/3 of our department are either new to working for our department or are new in their positions where they've been promoted. So we've had, it's one of those things where it's a good problem. We've been able to add resources, but then you have a lot of new people in the position. And what that's really allowed us to do is help us re-engineer our processes, because we also have people looking at things in a new way, which has been very helpful. We've also used targeted local hiring. We've hired 6 employees through the targeted local hiring program. We only have 1 position, which is administrative clerk, which is eligible under that program. We found that program to be very successful, and we're big fans of it. So we're very happy to participate in that. We plan on hiring additional staff through the end of December to get to our goals. And we thank you, the City Council and this committee, for your ongoing support, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll start in a moment with Mr. Peretz. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll apologize in advance for the fact that my district has so many planning demands that we're like a mini plum committee by ourselves. I have a number of policy requests, including wildlife corridors, ridgeline ordinance, Bel Air overlay amendments, biodiversity, tree protections, Westwood specific plan, Beverly Fairfax, HPOZ, and giving another look at an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. What funding mechanisms would be available to fund these policy requests?
Right now, those funds are through, actually general fund. So we don't have any other funding mechanisms besides the city council allocating specific general fund revenue for that. I would like to add that we recently, although last year we had, over the last few years, we've actually increased our general plan maintenance fee. That general plan maintenance fee goes to recover our costs for our community plan program roughly over a 10-year time frame. So the balance of our program is actually general fund for policy. So when we took the 10-year program and reduced it to a 6-year program to update our community plans, that additional funds came out of general fund. And then all the other programs we do, such as updating our general plan and specialized studies such as that. What we plan on doing is bringing back to the city council later this fall options for the city council to do more cost recovery for that if you'd like to. So instead of just funding the community plan through that maintenance fee, we'd also give you options to look at our overall comprehensive general plan as well as special studies.
I'll look forward to that opportunity. Also, I want to personally thank the department on the Ridgeline ordinance. It's been in the works for quite a while. What's the timeline to completion of that?
I believe in our Ridgeline ordinance, we are planning to be going out to public hearings later this summer and getting public input. And then after we go to the public hearings, we'll be going through our city planning commission to the city council.
Very good. Also, do you have a sense of the processing times these days for HPOZ cases?
We can get those processing times for you. We've recently been going through streamlining for the HPOZ ordinance. We adopted new regulations for, we modified our HPOZ ordinance recently, and as part of that, it allowed us to consolidate HPOZ boards. So we've right now done a 40%, we're in the process, and we're almost complete with a 40% reduction in the number of boards, going from 35 to 21. And what that does is it allows us to use our resources more efficiently. We still have the same number of HPOZs, but instead of every single HPOZ having the board, what we started to do is group them together. So we found some efficiencies there. And we're also ongoing looking at some additional efficiencies as part of that, but we're happy to give you some information. Kevin, if you have some in terms of the processing timelines.
Yeah, Kevin Keller, City Planning. Just looking at our metric we do have in the budget on the HPOZ Certificate of Compliance and Appropriateness cases, we have seen those performances been decreasing over the last 2 years. This year we do anticipate the first increase in those performances of what's an on-time delivery under 75 days. And we are appreciative of the budget this year does fully fund the HPOZ program. So in addition to the streamlining activities we hope to implement this year, we do anticipate projected to get us back on track to have about over half of those processed on time. We did adopt 5 new HPOZs in the last year, and with the mayor's budget and the council's budget that's proposed, we do hope to be able to fully staff those for the first time in quite some time.
So the city planner and 3 associate planners that were budgeted, you think that's enough to handle the backlog and get more up to date?
What we think that what we had done for over time was we had added HPOZs, but we didn't really add the appropriate staffing for them. So what this does is this will bring us up to where staffing needs to be for existing HPOZs. But we still want to look at efficiencies even with this new staffing, because I think in order to get there where we want our timelines to be, I think we need to both have the staffing and for the existing HPOZs and look at additional streamlining opportunities as part of the process. And I think there are some additional streamlining that we could do through the preservation plans. So we're looking forward to that. And then going forward, I think what we'd like to do is when we propose an HPOZ, we'd like to give the council an idea of really what the true ongoing cost will be to maintain that HPOZ over time.
Great. And question about the CEQA process. To be sure that our reviews are accurate, have we ever considered adding an environmental scientist to staff to review the scientific elements of some of our CEQA reports?
That's a great question. What we've done under our CEQA review is a few things. We We do have staff in-house with expertise on some parts of CEQA. There's two things that we're doing to approach that. One of them is, what we did this last year is we actually hired some firms that actually prepare environmental impact reports themselves, and they work for us, and they they basically do the overflow review of our EIRs so that we can get through the EIRs more quickly. But they also have on their staff specialists and experts, so we can, with the contracts we have with these firms, we can use their specialty if we need to in the future. What we've also have in the budget is to reallocate some positions for CEQA policy and process improvements. So we have staff members as part of this budget that are the existing staff that would be reallocated. I think they were originally from sign unit to CEQA policy. And so that will help us in terms of bolstering our ability to have experts in-house on staff. We've also added selective certification through our civil service categories for environmental review, so that we'll have the ability to hire people outside of the city for that. So if we want to choose to, we have both the 3 CEQA policy positions as well as certifications. I'm not sure if that gets to exactly what you're looking for, but I think it does help at least get us part of the way there.
So I take it from your answer, although it wasn't entirely clear as to the point that you don't think we need to hire an environmental scientist at this point to address that.
I don't know that we need to have one entirely in-house. I think one of the things that we can do is look at using our existing consulting and use that if there's some expertises that we need. We could go through environmental, we can go get those experts, because when you do environmental studies, there's lots of different expertises you need from a scientific standpoint. So we can see if we can work with them to make sure we can get the right ones available. And if that's not working, I think we can then revisit that and see if maybe we want to come back and hire some internally.
Okay, and another area, I know we funded Wildlife Corridor, that project at $250,000. What were those funds used for?
Kevin Keller, City Planning. We did receive funding in the 16-17 budget for citywide wildlife corridor maps. We did bring on a consultant as part of our general plan update to prepare the foundational research maps of where are the habitat areas and where are the wildlife corridors. So those maps there are preliminary maps that we have. I know we're meeting with, I believe, a few offices here later this week to go over those preliminary maps. That will be just the maps, the policy maps that form the foundation for subsequent effort. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement about an actual ordinance, an actual zone change or restrictions or regulations that would help guide development. So that's the next step. The next step of that is something we are working on to come up with ideas and costs and timing, looking at potentially a pilot area, a large pilot area, a small pilot area, to actually link these maps to actual zoning regulations. That's our next phase, but the maps are nearly complete.
And I heard that the pilot area might be roughly the 5th council district, which obviously I would appreciate. At the same time, we don't want to see various kinds of wildlife disappearing from adjacent areas because we took too long to address the rest of it. So I would encourage, if possible, that pilot area cover the whole area, including the CD4 and CD2 portions of that. One last but long thing, a couple weeks ago we had a conversation about the city's having a terrific sustainability plan and resilience plan, but that we don't have an official state-sanctioned climate action plan. And that if we did, we'd be more eligible perhaps for climate-related funding. I don't know if you have an answer on that right away, but if not, I'd ask for a report back on what it would cost to do one and an estimate of the kinds of funding that would open up to us if we did.
I'm happy to do that and happy to do it and report back. This idea of climate change and how we can impact it at the local level is very important. I think that there's several places we can have that conversation. Our citywide general plan update clearly is one of those areas where we can really have that discussion. And a climate action plan, if we have a state certified climate action plan, does exactly, Councilmember Kress, what you said. It allows us to really understand the impacts that we're having on climate change, as well as really streamline the environmental process for certain projects and have us really move towards having more sustainable development in the future. But we're happy to, and there's many other benefits in terms of being eligible for outside funding sources.
And has planning ever performed a climate risk assessment? And, if not, covering things like the worst impacts in floodplains and heat vulnerability and fire proneness, and if that's a word, and vulnerability to sea level rise and other things. And if not, could we wrap that into that report as well?
Absolutely. Short answer is through our general plan, our citywide general plan, but it's very out of date, and we're updating it now. So that's another important reason why we need to do that comprehensive update of our general plan and to incorporate these issues into it. But we're happy to include that in a report back, because there are other issues, things that we are doing, like we're looking at sea level rise as part of our Venice Local Coastal Program. So there are some things that we're doing, but we're happy to include it in.
And I guess USC did a sea level report, I think, in 2013.
Yes.
Are we including that information in that effort?
Yes. Yes.
Great. And last question, who's your departmental point person on climate mitigation?
Well, overall, Arthi Varma, who's our principal planner for citywide policy, is the one who is overall looking at that issue. She's our chief resiliency officer. We also have Shauna Bonston, who's our chief sustainability officer. So we have two people who work on that issue because it is a very important issue. We have one person in policy and the other person who works on development projects.
Well, thank you. And I'd ask if you could include your department's efforts and activities to reduce the impact of climate change in with your report. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
First, a couple of things. One, I wanted to thank you for adding the staff to the Valley offices, and really appreciate the management staff there. I know it's helped a tremendous amount out there, and just the fact that you guys are going out there on a regular basis too, and key staff rolling in there. So I think that's making a big difference in the fact that you've added staff overall. Just a couple quick questions. One is, in looking at, we're updating all the community plans, and I know, having gone through one of the more recent ones with Granada Hills, and it took quite a bit of time, and it's a lot of work. How geographically we're doing so many more in such a shorter period of time to make sure that we're doing efficiently but correctly? Is there any concern there, and how's that playing out?
Thanks. Well, a few things. We, I should say onto the Valley staff, I mentioned the upper level, we've actually doubled the staff too in the last 2 years too. So we've tried to increase both the amount as well as the supervision. What we've done in terms of trying to, this is a big task and we all know it, to try to update all 35 in 6 years. When I've looked in our history of the city, we've never done that. The time we had the biggest push was in the 90s. And so that was about a 10 to 12 year time frame that we did all of the community plans in a different era. What we tried to do is there's a few things we have to do, and we think about this all the time. It's going to be, we have to really look at them geographically, have some economies of scale with our environmental impact reports. But another thing that we're needing to do is to really rethink how we do community engagement and community outreach, because we think of a lot of the process is really about the technical part. The technical part is important, but getting that consensus and that outreach is very important. So what we're trying to do, and what we are going to be doing, is between now and probably the end of the summer, we're going to be really rethinking the way we do community engagement and outreach as a city, so that we can do it in hopefully a more meaningful way. Because there's no way we're going to be able to go around to every living room of every person throughout the 470 square miles of the city. Also, we need to be looking at things a little bit differently, of getting beyond where we just go to town hall style meetings, because not everyone engages that way anymore. People engage very differently today. So we're going to be looking at different ways of getting the consensus. And we also have to really look to make sure we're really managing our program. We need to have really strong management and strong leadership of the program, and we're looking at that too, because we want to make sure that we're providing the leadership for the community plan program.
So the shorter time frames and different geographic outreach is going to be really dependent on how the outreach is going to be conducted a little differently, which makes sense. And speaking of outreach, thanks for conducting the Planning 101 workshops. I was just talking to Hannah earlier. I think we came up with a better solution as to how to fill the room, because usually on a Saturday, you tell your bunch of neighbors you want to come out to a Planning 101 workshop just to learn how the city functions, and you're not going to get a big turnout. But so we were thinking about maybe just put out a notice that there's a 40-story building being built next door to their home, and all they have to do is show up, and then just tell them, no, we're really just telling you this could happen, and here's how you follow it. So no, thanks for doing those. I think those are very important. And then just the last quick question I had was on, there's been a number of conversations that we've had on where we're going with the idea of having a pre-certified EIR consultant list, and where that might be in the process.
Thank you, and I want to say thank you for being really advocating for the Planning 101s. You're the first one last year, so we appreciate that very much. In terms of the list of consultants, so we have made a commitment as a city to have a list of qualified consultants that developers need to hire off of. In the past, and what our current system is developers will hire a consultant of their choosing, prepare their environmental impact report, and then we review it as our staff. Under the new system is we've gone through and are about ready, which should have adopted this summer, is a certified list of the consultants where the developer has to pick off that list. So what that allows us to do is really vet the consultants to make sure that they're qualified and that they have the expertise to do the work and they have the capability, and it allows us to review that periodically. So if someone isn't performing, we can when we renew lists, we can.
So your timeline was this summer to have that ready?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. I know we've talked about it for, actually before you were here, for years. It's been discussed, so that's terrific. Okay, excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you very much. Let me start out also echoing something my colleague said, which is thank you for the principal planner in the Valley. So important. Blake Lam's been doing a great job, and we're just thrilled to have the support out there. Also, I appreciate all that you've been bringing to this department. Really focus on policy, and we've been making great strides in some really big policies. So those are sort of overarching, very positive things, and then I want to drill down on a few things which maybe need a little attention. Sure. So the last few months, my office has received an increase in applicants reaching out about delays and miscommunications from the Valley Geographic Planning Team. This is concerning because we see that the funding for those geographic teams is lower for next year in this budget. Also, I've heard more and more about Warner Center case planners getting pulled to work on other unrelated cases because of a backlog, which is also concerning because the question is, are the resources allocated in the budget adequate to maintain staffing levels in the Valley with the Valley Project Team? Will this decrease in funding create more issues? What do we do to rectify this? What is the staffing situation? I do want to add, we have seen a more responsive senior management team since we've had the principal planner put in place, but these are still real questions that are affecting a number of my constituents, and probably I would want to get a report back on case processing times for the last 3 years for the Valley Project Planning Team, and specifically for the Warner Center projects.
Absolutely. We're happy to do that. We've actually had an uptick in our applications in the Valley, an uptick in terms of our foot traffic to our public counter there. I want to say it's something like 60% increase in our traffic to our public counter there.
Did you say 60%?
I believe it was over the last 2 years. 75%.
Wow, okay.
Increase. 60% off the top of my head. Lisa's telling me 75% increase. We've actually had, over the last couple of years, a 75% increase in the foot traffic, the customers at our Development Service Center in the Valley. At the same time, we've actually reduced wait time from 14 minutes to, on average, of 14 minutes to 12 minutes. It's still higher than our other Development Services Center, but this one in particular has seen a larger increase in the amount of customers we have there. So we're happy we were able to reduce the wait time, even when we've had such a huge increase. One of the struggles we have, our Development Services Center there, is we're kind of maxed out from a space standpoint, and we're looking at different options there. We've also had, but we've been looking at our Valley office operations very carefully. We have had some increases in terms of our entitlements that have been completed this last year. So we've, this year it looks like we'll have a 21% increase in applications completed over our previous year. And so we've also dedicated a 2-person team for the Warner Center unit. So we have an increase there in terms of our staffing, as well as our high-level staff that we've added there. But we're always looking at ways to do some improvements. We're happy to show the statistics in terms of where we are in terms of the process times. We think we've been able to show some improvements there. I could also have Lisa Weber, our Deputy Director for Policy, to give you an overview. She does spend usually every Friday in the Valley office. This is where she is from. So, Lisa, if you want to add.
Sure. Lisa Weber with City Planning. Good afternoon, council members. As Vince indicated, last year we did create a dedicated 2-person team to create a Warner Center unit. In addition to that, we now have a 3-person team staffing the Mulholland specific plan and all the work that's generated through the Mulholland Design Review Board. Some other enhancements that we're making to improve our process efficiencies is just this last month we've established a new appointment-based services in our Valley Project Planning office. And this is really because our old system was creating a number of operational issues, frankly. There were delays for applicants, there were a lot of staff interruptions, and it was very inconsistent with the way that our other geographic project planning divisions operate. And so this new appointment system is now online, and we're already seeing, just a few weeks in, some process improvements happening. We've been able to really streamline our workflow. We're able to set expectations for these applicants, reduce unnecessary delays and waits at the counter. We're able to use technology when appropriate to avoid those face-to-face meetings. And it allows for, when we do meet, to have much more efficient, prepared meetings. And so we're very excited about that improvement that we've made. We're also now conducting a comprehensive review of all new cases and deeming them complete within 30 days of receiving them into the office. And this ensures that there's clear expectations, again, for the applicants, and there's no late hits. And I will put a little caveat in there that with CEQA, as we know with CEQA, there's always, unfortunately, maybe a need for additional technical studies there that we do have to ask for later on, but we're really trying to capture that very early on in the process. With regards to design review, the Urban Design Studio this year has started holding office hours at our Valley office, and that also includes regular meetings of our professional volunteer program, the PVP, and this is really going to ensure that Valley projects receive that same high level of the urban design review that other cases get that are being processed here downtown. It's also a much more efficient use of staff time, avoiding having to come downtown for meetings. And the council members may be interested that we're holding our first ever design review board training this month in May. 2 full-day trainings starting next week. The first will be held at our Marvin Browdy building, and this is for all 13 design review board members. We have had special attention given to both the Westwood and the Mulholland DRBs, just given the level of the volume of cases that they see and also the complexity of those cases. So in March, senior management staff, including myself, went to those meetings and provided a preview of these trainings. So we're excited to see what comes out of that May training. We're going to be looking at the scope and authority of the DRBs, how to run a more efficient meeting, and also introducing some new procedural changes that, again, we hope will streamline those processes. So all of this, along with additional staff training with regards to CEQA, Subdivision Map Act, reading maps, preparing findings for our zoning administrators' consideration, all of that we really hope will help strengthen our operations in our Valley office.
Okay. Maintaining the focus on project planning. Notice that the proposed revenue projections for case management fund for the next year is almost 20% lower than last year. So why such a decrease in the projection? Does this portend that an issue with meeting our much-needed housing goals will become harder in years to come? What do we make of this?
Well, it's largely because of anticipation of two ballot initiatives. We actually had an artificial increase in applications prior to both measures JJJ and S. And so what we are noticing is a little bit going back to a more historical trend. So we had measure JJJ in November of 16 and then S in the spring of 17. So it actually started well kind of into 16 where you had many developers trying to get applications in before the first one, and then some didn't get it before the first one, they got it in before S. So we're looking at our, we're looking at anticipating applications to be closer to where they were in 2015. Given that was, we think, an artificially induced spike. It was a fairly large spike that happened. You can see the spike that was leading up, started around July of 16, and it really rose until about October of 16, and then it dipped a little bit, and then it rose right again right before the election and for Measure S in the spring of 17. So we're just looking historically at the trend, and we want to be conservative from a budgeting standpoint. We want to be very kind of prudent with our resources because we are, as you know, we are largely special funded. So we want to be very careful with the special funds as well as with the city's general fund.
So you think, basically you're saying you think it's sort of the blips or the anomalies from the various pressure points, the elections that would create the increase that we're just seeing, the related decrease. We're not seeing an actual trend line decrease.
We are seeing, we're seeing what we think is was a natural decrease afterwards. There was a decrease after JJJ and S, actually largely after S, because we were between JJJ and S, between November 16 and spring of 17, was only a few months period of time. So we did see afterwards, but we are seeing the levels of being closer to 2015, which is before the uptick. And I believe the initiatives were announced at the end of 15. So we were looking at before the initiatives were made public and where developers were starting to get a sense that the ground rules could change. So they started getting their applications in 16. So we are seeing those numbers to be about 15 numbers. So the question for us is, where do they go from there? Do they stay at the 15 numbers or do they keep on going back up? We just thought we'd rather be conservative from a budgeting standpoint and just assume that trend line is going to be a little bit flat for a while.
Okay. Nothing else to make of that. I mean, who knows? I guess I can't expect you to know the answer to that. I mean,
well, we have noticed a decrease in things such as general plan amendments and zone changes, throughout the city. And it's probably from a few things. It's probably from a lot of those got front-loaded in JJJ and S. Some of them are the fact that we've adopted several plans recently, which has reduced the complexity of entitlements. So before, where developers were asking for general plan amendments and zone changes, they didn't need to do that. And so some applications are moving to a simpler administrative clearance. So that's what you're seeing that we're trying to factor in there too. That's a good thing from the city standpoint because what it means is the newly adopted plans are more accurately reflecting both in the newly adopted plans, which were built upon a great deal of community consensus. That means that as the administrative clearances go up, as the general plan and zone changes goes down, that means we're doing what we've always said we wanted to do, is have less applications, less developers wanting to come in and change the plan, more want to conform with the plan. So we're doing a lot more plan conformance than we had in the past.
Another issue, outreach, something that's important to me, and I know it's important to you all as well, especially when it comes to updating our community plans. Are the resources there to maintain and expand our outreach efforts? Do you have the contingency funding when more consultants might be needed, or do we have enough to make this a success?
Well, we've asked for consulting money for things such as outreach, and I think that's important that we maintain that in the budget because we need the funds for both doing such as environmental analysis as well as for public outreach. So those are important parts of the budget. We think doing community outreach right is very, very critical. And so we think that, and I don't know if Jason, if you want to add on to the budget in terms of where we are from that, just from the dollars and cents standpoint.
Sure. So as part of the expanded community planning program, we've added about $1.5 million for contractual services And we've also increased our overtime account from just over $100,000 to $1.1 million. We've seen on the development side that our overtime expenditures were trending around $700,000 annually. So the delta between the 1.1 million and the 700,000 is $400,000 for our community planning program, so that we can ensure that we're sending people out in the evenings and on weekends to interact with the public and help inform those decisions.
So we have enough for the contractual services that we need?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the general authority liaison positions, we have enough for that?
This is Kevin. I know in terms of overtime, I think public outreach were covered. I think one of the things, I don't know if this is your question, but one of the things is that there was a small reduction in our overall administration and contractual services budget, which we do use to hire our consultants, our traffic consultants, environmental consultants, air quality consultants. I believe that maybe Jason can remind us of that amount, the $170,000 roughly was reduced. 100. Maybe Jason can remind me. But as we talk about it, it is a fund that we do traditionally are underfunded in. The cost for EIRs is not inexpensive. We do traditionally supplement that fund with salary savings. As we move into having a more fully staffed department, we're going to have reduced salary savings. So we do want to just call that to the committee's attention to make sure we have enough funding there. We're happy to move forward as planned, but we do tend to use that.
Why don't we get a report back on the contractual service funding levels
fine.
that are needed, and that
Great.
way we can
Thank you.
be clear on that. Also, I'm focused on ensuring the continuing success of the specific plans in my area, the city as a whole, of course. My district has both a Ventura-specific plan, the Warner Center-specific plan, which need updating, requires various stakeholder committees and updates. Does the department have the needed resources to adequately staff these plans and the maintenance that they need? Those resources are needed both in the policy and in the project planning areas.
I believe so, and Kevin will just kind of get a little bit of the details on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. In addition to our community plans being outdated, a lot of our specific plans are older. They may have been developed under different market circumstances or changing urban character, so there is a need to update a number of specific plans. The department is working on a comprehensive plan for the Ventura corridor. We're going to be reporting back, hopefully, to Plum in May. We're having, I think, one last council briefing with Councilmember Koretz later this month. Then we'll be back in May to present options there. But the larger idea of updating our specific plans as a whole is something that we have brought to the table in the past. I think we focus mainly on community planning. There is the opportunity through the community plan program to update some levels of specific plans, especially perhaps Valley Village, things that are more of the kind of low-hanging fruit fixes. We do have a number of specific plans. There's been talk about overhauling or revisiting some of our larger, more complex specific plans that are not on the table currently. So we can certainly follow up with that, but it is something we would like to cover in our community plan updates. But if it is an in-depth model, and we do have a report coming on Ventura, but if there's other specific plans, we could report back on that too, if that's something you'd like to see.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, and as part of that, a report back on the specific plan maintenance unit and what that would take. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief because I think we've covered most stuff. Just a couple notes. First of all, let me just thank you, Vince, and your team for the incredible work you've done over the past couple of years. It really has been phenomenal to see the way the department has changed and grown and gotten more responsive and nimble and creative. I mean, it really has been a thing of wonder. And the thing I'm most grateful for is the way the department has really stepped up and helped us implement some of the longer-term strategies we needed to deal with the homelessness crisis. The housing unit that you have, the work Matt Glesney has been doing on so many things has really been crucial. And the work the department has done to help finally remove some of the roadblocks to things as simple as safe parking that had been really clogged up for almost a decade, I'm very, very pleased with. You know, I have this tapestry in my office that you've seen of Ganesha, the Hindu deity whose job is to remove obstacles, and you guys have really removed a lot of obstacles, and so I just want to thank you for that. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Blumenfield's question about the community plans and the outreach process. I'm glad that there's contracts to do the outreach, but I'm curious about what the outreach actually is. I mean, historically, the city has, will notify neighborhood groups and we'll mail something out and the council member will put it in their newsletter, but it never really sort of penetrates, except when you do the Englander example of saying there's going to be, a 40-story tower next to your kid's preschool or whatever. That gets folks out. How specifically are we asking community outreach to be done?
Well, thank you. And there's really a couple issues related there. One of them is, do we do the same old community outreach that we've always done, which is we advertise a meeting, some people show up, we hear what we have to say, record it, and then take that as what all of the outreach is. What we're trying to do is take maybe a different way of looking at that, is trying to get that information in different ways, or way that we can go through social media and the web to get that information. We're going to be looking at surveying people. For example, when I was the director in Pasadena, we updated our general plan. We actually did a survey. We actually hired a pollster and to survey 4 different growth scenarios for the city, and it actually helped us form real scenarios and get some real feedback. And what it did was, as we went through a long general plan update process, it let our city council members know that there's a certain amount of baseline of support for where they were heading on the general plan. So it allowed them to make sometimes some tough calls and some tough trade-offs. What I want to look at here is there a way, we know we're not going to be hiring a pollster for 35 different communities, but is there a way to do some types of surveys within a community that could be relatively done fairly quickly and inexpensively, where we can take the pulse of a community in a different way? So it doesn't mean that it has to be everyone who has the ability to show up to a community meeting and be a very loud voice, because our communities belong to everybody, and whether they have the ability to show up to a meeting, whether their voice is loud or voice is soft, their voice is important. And so we really want to make sure that we can balance that, if you will. And the other thing we really want to do is part of our community plan update. Our updates will take several years, on average 3 years. There's time we're going to be out with the community a lot. There's times we won't be. We'll be doing some technical analysis. So what we want to do is create a process where you can notify people when we aren't out there in the community all the time, to let them know that we're still working on the plan. Here's what's coming up next, so they don't think that nothing's happening, that they feel engaged the whole way along.
Is there money in the contracts that accounts for targeted social media advertising, as opposed to? I'll give an example. As opposed to just having something on the planning department Facebook page, or my Facebook page, or the neighborhood council's Facebook page, something that is sort of a targeted advertising to people in 90066 or 90049 that promotes that survey, or micro-targets that even further to people who are interested in affordable housing, or people who are interested in neighborhood preservation. So you know that you're sort of getting a cross sample of folks.
We don't have a special fund. We don't have a special account for that. So we don't have any kind of special funding for that. We've and one of the things that was important to me is that we really expand our public outreach in general, our communications. That's why we have, we do an annual report, which we never did, a fairly extensive quarterly newsletter, and now just last week we started a monthly e-newsletter blast. So in addition to being on social media, to being on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and LinkedIn. So that's to kind of get the message out there, to give us lots of avenues of communication, but we don't have necessarily that micro-targeted type of capability that you just mentioned.
Yeah, for the community plans, trying to find ways to do micro-targeting would be helpful. I mean, I can certainly help in my district, but I mean, that stuff costs money. It's not free. But speaking of the community plans, you guys have a lot going on. 5 different dedicated teams are going to be dispersed citywide, right?
6 full-time teams.
6. And that's a lot of work. I'm told you could use a deputy director of community planning position.
Yeah, thank you. What we're looking at for community planning is a total staff of about 75. We have 18 community plans will be done at once. We're trying to manage 6 3 principal planners to oversee it, 6 senior city planners, and 6 full-time teams. So each team will have a dedicated senior planner, and then each principal planner will have 2 to 3 teams underneath them, or 2 teams, excuse me, underneath them. And so this is going to be a great amount of work, and it's going to require us to not just to be able to move things through quickly, it's going to have to require us to move things through thoughtfully. And we're going to have to really rethink how we're doing our community plan process. And I think it really takes someone at an executive level who can do that strategic push of moving the plans through and thinking strategically about how we need to do things such as community engagement differently, and also how we make sure that our plans are really being visionary and anticipating what the future of LA is really going to be like. There is that part of it too, and on top of trying to get it all done in 6 years and having good outreach, they have to be done in a thoughtful, visionary way. We do have a funding source with the general plan maintenance fee, which it does recover most of the cost through a 10-year cycle. I should say that we're looking at updating, bringing you the council options later in the year for that. So this is a program that we're looking at that is not heavily subsidized for the general fund.
All right, so I'd like to get a report back then on the position authority for a new deputy director of community planning. I think that's worth looking at. And then I wanted to ask about the implementation of home sharing, and I'll be asking this of Frank when he comes up in a few minutes as well, is in last year's budget there was some money for implementation and enforcement, and my understanding is there isn't in this coming year. Now, last year, having a home sharing ordinance was, in hindsight, very aspirational. This year, it looks like we're actually going to have one since it's on the council agenda for Wednesday. So it's certainly a much greater likelihood that we'll have it. What resources, given what the parameters are of what you've seen in Plum and what's on the agenda on Wednesday, do you have the resources to meet your likely obligations under that ordinance?
Well, the ordinance has been changing through the process, and so recently at Plum, what they did, what the Planning, the Land Use Management Committee, the City Council did was, in essence, shrunk the number of days, created a process where either home sharing was either by right or not allowed, and then instead of and said, okay, we reduced the number of days. I believe it was up to, was it 180 or 240?
180 to 120.
180, it was 180 days, I believe, and they shrunk that down to 120 days. But what they also said was the balance of those days in the year, you may be able to go beyond the 120 days, provided there's a discretionary process that we go through. We don't have the staffing to manage a discretionary process. We haven't put that in the our budget because we would need to see, we would assume this would be fee recoverable. So we would imagine that if the council wanted to go through this process, we'd have to come up with a fee to recover what our staffing costs are in order to provide the staffing. And it still has actually a few more steps to go through. It'll go to the full city council. Right. Then, because it's a new discretionary process, the city planning commission didn't consider that. It has to go back to city planning commission, then to Plum and full city council, and then I believe to the city attorney for form and legality, where it'll come back to Plum and council. So we have a few more steps left in the process to go through. And our thought was, as we go through that process, that we should really take a look at, once it gets out of council, what the lay of the land is in terms of what the processes look like, and then come back in terms of the different methods that we could do for both us to administer and also the enforcement part, if that's building and safety.
So I'll ask then for, and there's no need for it to be a budget impact report, because you said there's going to be some time, a special study report on what the funding needs are going to be for both planning and building and safety to implement. And by the time the special study gets done, we will have a lot of those answers.
And if any other departments involved too, if Department of Finance and whoever.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think my questions are kind of repetitive of what others have asked, so I'm just going to make sure that the reports back that have already been asked include these concepts. First, with regard to the contractual services report back, I just want to make sure that the funding needed to complete the Ventura Boulevard specific plan is a subset of that report and set out. We did have some discussion about EIR turnaround times, and since those are 100% cost recovery items, I'd like some proposals for what we can do to bring that time significantly down and recapture those costs. And then finally, the current metrics that we have for your department, a lot of them relate to things that are easily measurable but not necessarily impactful for the business and development community, like waiting time at the counter and things like that. I'd really like some proposals for more impactful metrics from you, such as the time to hearing for a ZA case, time to issue a letter of determination, how many cases do we have that are older than 1 year and 2 years and 3 years and so on, and then how have those changed over the course of time to the extent that you're able to recapture that. And since those involve metrics for the budget, that really should be a budget impact report back. And I think that's all I have. So, members, anything else for planning? Great. Thank you all very much. And members, as we invite up building and safety, it's now 10 minutes to 5, and that puts us just about 20 or 25 minutes behind schedule, FYI. So I still think we're on track to finish before 7, but I just want to give you that heads up. Mr. Bush, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is. Yeah, see the time wise. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and talk about our budget. With me is Osama Yunan. He is the Executive Officer for Building and Safety. Steve Angali is the Chief of our Resource Management Bureau and an Assistant General Manager. And also is Anime Utan, and she is the Chief of our Administrative Services section. So we just are here to answer questions for you. I know that we are fully in full support of the budget that's been proposed, and are here to answer any questions for you if you have any questions.
Terrific. Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay, I don't have a lot of questions, actually. Appreciate the great work that you're doing, and it's nice having somebody who understands the Valley, and appreciate it. Want to ask you about the Cannabis Business Case Management Group has 2 positions. Considering the broad scope of work required to ensure compliance with the city's new cannabis regulations, are these 2 positions enough to cover cannabis regulation in the entire city?
Yes, it's for the permit case management section, and what they are going to do is to help advise and guide and get the permits, get the customers through the process of what it's going to take to bring a building into compliance or to do new construction and remodel on an existing building that's there. So they are going to be working with DCR, and they have to be registered with them, and then they will refer them to us. So that's what the process is for that. And that will be, the 2 is what based on information we've got on the possibility, the number of cases we'll have to work on, that the 2 would be sufficient.
All right, so they're not really focused on, they're focused on getting the folks with permits into compliance.
Yes.
I've been asking this question of different departments, and a lot of them seem to be, I think they're counting on building, everyone's counting on someone else to do this, and I wanted to ask you your thoughts on this, which is, we have a monumental task ahead of us in terms of, in order to make this whole cannabis thing work, we have to be able to shut down the ones that are not permitted and not legal. I asked the police, are you going to do that? And they said, no, we're basically focused on the ones where there's crime. That's when there's a crime, we'll be there, but we don't have the resources to cover everything. And it seems, and then they said, well, maybe building and safety, maybe Department of Water and Power can cut off their power. Then they'll have generators, and then other folks we ask about it say, well, building and safety, you'll cite them for not having a CUP. or something like that, or you know, any sort of ability to run. So what role can you guys play in that, or are you saying that that's not your role?
Well, our role is to deal with the structures of the, whatever work they've done, alterations to the building, make sure that they have permits to operate for whatever use it is, whether it's cannabis or anything. As far as the cannabis goes, we have been working all along with the police department on the enforcement of these locations as they have been identified that they're there. They have a role. We have a role in dealing with the building. We've been working as a team. We have been working with DCR too, all along in the discussions on this here. We've been working with them as they are going out and doing this enforcement. We go along with them. There are a number of things that are in this that are really required this to be a team effort with the departments. Department of Building and Safety, we have inspectors that are certified building inspectors and various plumbing and heating, I think you're aware of in there. We're not set up to deal with some of the issues that come along with the policing on the security issue. There's some major security issues. So this is really a team effort in working on these things together. We do have the code enforcement staff that's responding every time there is one of these locations that they are going to be doing enforcement on. And we have the staff there to go in and write the orders for the construction that's been done without permits. That's what we found in most of the cases. In most of the cases, there's a lot of bootleg construction, electrical, those kind of things. You talked about the water and power. We also work with water and power in those situations that if there is an extreme hazard inside, we ask water and power to cut this. We declare it a hazard, and we have them cut the power. We've done that on a few locations, not all.
What about, and that's great, and I appreciate it. What about the ones that they may be doing everything sort of to code except for the fact that they don't have a C of O? They don't have a condition of occupancy because they haven't gotten a permit under our system, but they may be, to the T. They're not a health hazard. They're doing everything else right. So the police aren't coming out there because there's no crime. You're not coming out there because there's nothing out of code, except for the one glaring fact that they don't have a permit and they don't have a C of O.
Mm-hmm. Well, I left out one part of the team that's been working with the city attorney has been, as you know, is a big part of this, and they've been handling the enforcement and notifying the owners of buildings that there's a situation in there that is a problem. So they've been one of the main leads on that, along with the police department. And we've been involved in all the meetings on this all along and making it clear. And we have a clear role in here for us, which is dealing with the building and the structures itself in there. And we're there every time they need us to be there to do so. One of the other things is legal issues as far as determining what cannabis is and what cannabis isn't. And that's been one of the issues also. It's been raised in conversations with the city attorney as well. So that the police department's been the main lead on the enforcement in there. And we're there to fully support it.
And I know you are, and I guess I'm trying to lob a softball at you saying, do you need any extra support for this additional role that sort of really is going to blossom as we start to do, finish our permitting process, and there is going to be a need for someone to enforce the C of Os.
Some of the problems one of the main problems that we deal with is we don't have the experts in cannabis and what cannabis is and identifying cannabis and a number of things on there. Because as I mentioned, we have, building and safety, our role is building inspectors, plumbing, mechanical inspectors, and that's what they're certified by the state to do and those things. By not having the expertise dealing with those, we've been advised that it's a problem in putting the cases together with the city attorney and those kind of things in there. So it's been an issue to that. It isn't something that I'm trying to run away from not doing some enforcement on there. Yeah. I think everyone at the table knows that we jump at things when they're ours, and we're right there to be involved with it in our role.
Okay. So. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your work. I want to thank you in particular, Frank. I rank you as one of the most personally responsive general managers. I get an issue, you get back to me like instantly, and things get resolved, and I really, really appreciate that. And you've got a great team.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions. I noticed in your budget there was a line item for residential inspector training program. What is that? What's the purpose, and how widespread is it?
Good afternoon, Steve Ongale. The last year we received 22 assistant inspector positions. 11 of them were for residential, and 11 of them were for commercial. The funding that you see there is for training for those positions.
So it's all for new positions?
Yes.
Okay. The situation I have, and I contact you about something every now and then, is I've just got a ton of residential development going on in my district. Not all of it great because it's new housing. A lot of it is just people tearing down and rebuilding stuff. And we have what feels like constant violations. Constant. And sometimes for properties, we have to call out inspectors multiple times. Is there any way we can get more proactive about certain hotspot areas? I mean, I've got literally some stretches in my district where there might be 8 projects going on at the same time.
We would love to sit down and talk with your office about it. You can identify the area, and then we'll take a look at what's going on and see what we can do enforcement-wise on our end on it, and then bring in other resources from other departments as necessary. So we'd be happy to sit down and identify that area with you.
Thanks. And so this training is for the people who go out and actually do the inspections. I'm curious, we had a little bit of a discussion over the past couple days over email about some of the narrow areas in the northern part of my district that have a dramatic and scary history of landslides in the past. I'm wondering to what extent the folks who are issuing the permits are trained on evaluating an area like that differently than you would evaluate sort of a flat area of Delray.
I was very happy, after receiving your email, I was very happy to speak with the head of our grading section, because we brought him in the next morning and had a discussion about it, and I was very happy to hear that they are very familiar with that area and all other areas that are identified with situations like that, and that they look at everything that's going on in consideration of the design that they're bringing in for the new house that they're going to be building there, and it's taken all that into consideration that's in there. So they are taking those things into consideration, especially in the grading section there.
Well, I understand why that's gratifying to you. It's a little disturbing to me, because my constituents feel like I was hoping that folks weren't aware of the problem, because that would explain why there's so much activity.
Yeah. Well, they are aware, been made aware of the problems and situations, and they're having to redesign their initial thoughts and come back in with another plan that's going to stabilize. It stabilizes the other hill areas around them and to prevent it from happening again in that area. So they are being taken into consideration.
Okay, more to come on that. We're going to ask to flag some of the properties up there for special attention. And
that's another one. I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's another one we'll be happy to sit down with you and identify anything that's really jumping out at you right now.
Great. Okay. And as I mentioned with planning, I want to get a report back on what funding will be necessary for home sharing. And just for staff, whoever's compiling the list, that should be HSID as well as planning and LADBS. Make sure all 3 are incorporated. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would echo that sentiment. I've found you and your predecessor, Ray, very responsive and helpful in a district that often needs a lot of response and help. So thank you for all of that. Couple of questions on construction inspections and code enforcement. First of all, what are the typical inspection processing and response times that we have currently for?
Currently, in the new construction inspection, we're running about a little over, it's about 88 to 89% within 24 hours and 99% within 48 hours to respond for their inspections for new construction in new construction.
And let me ask you more about illegal activity. What happens after an order to comply is issued for an illegal activity? How long after the order do inspectors wait to return to ensure compliance, for instance?
So an order is issued, typically has a 30-day compliance date on it. We usually do the inspection unless a customer calls and wants a meeting or wants an inspection out that they've made progress or they're done. We usually do an inspection 15 days after the compliance date, because that's when we're enabled. We can then charge the non-compliance fee that helps to pay for the service as a code enforcement to cover the costs of it. Then once the non-compliance fee is assessed, it is then submitted for a hearing. If they haven't complied at all, they're not doing anything, it's then submitted to the city attorney's office to schedule a hearing.
And my concern, among other things, is that where we have pretty flagrant scofflaws, that they'll continue to build something, then they'll come in to try and have it permitted, and we might have something permitted that we never would have approved in a million years. And to give you a couple of the most high-profile examples, of course, we have the Mohammed Hadid example, where he allegedly, as Stephen Colbert would say, even though we know damn well it's true, ripped out a bunch of the hillside and graded it, and then submitted grading permits as if it had never been there, then was given multiple orders to stop work. And allegedly, although my planning deputy at the time actually stood out in front of his home and watched his construction workers come in after the stop work order and could hear them working, now we're going to go through a process where we're going to look at legalizing that property. Could that actually ever happen, or are we not in a position to actually make them knock off a couple floors or do whatever they should be doing to truly be in compliance?
Well, actually, I don't want to get into too many details on that one case because it's still in court and it's being dealt with, but that project is not going to be the size that it is when it's completed. That's for sure. It's going to be part of it's going to be demolished and bring it in there. But talking about the compliance issues, one, we don't have any way to physically stop anybody from doing anything. We order them to stop, and if they continue, we sometimes can get the police involved with us and order them to stop, and we'll go from there. We can, when we have repeat offenders or scofflaws, someone that really just saying, forget you, city, we can then step up our timelines on our resources. We get assistance from the city attorney's office as well in doing so and trying to expedite a case, which they work with us quite often on. So that's just some of the things that we can deal with.
And another example, and probably one of the more awkward ones, we have a synagogue that has essentially tiled over all their parking and back, fenced it off, turned it into a patio without permits, and parks its cars up and down the alley where it's very difficult to traverse. I fear, and it's a natural instinct, you come into building and safety, most people are going to want to be cooperative with the synagogue and not make their function more difficult. But on the other hand, the neighborhood is somewhat up in arms about the fact that there's no parking, and they have to park on the permit parking streets illegally and often block people's access to their driveways. So what do we do in that circumstance? Do we have a way, even though we've issued orders to comply and they haven't complied, how do we make that happen?
Well, that case in particular, I'm aware of that one as well, and that one has been submitted to the city attorney to schedule a hearing, and that's within the process of it. If they continue to work, we'll identify that that they have continued to work, and keep eye on the progress and let the city attorney know that. Ultimately, it could change from a hearing to going to a criminal filing if necessary, if somebody continues to do so. But a synagogue, no matter what the business is, whether it's a synagogue or a restaurant or a church or whatever it is, they're going to have to meet the same requirements, whatever's required for their parking. And if they want a variance from that, they'll have to go through the planning department to get an approval to do so.
And I've heard from some constituents that they think there are longer wait times than there should be at the counter. Are we staffing our counter enough, and how are we doing on service times?
We are, and we just heard that from somebody today too. So I wanted to check that out, and we aren't aware of any drastic wait times. Just to give you some information, in all of our office, the average of our 5 permitting offices altogether is that we serve about 60% of the customers within 15 minutes. They are dealt with. About 84% of our customers within a half an hour, and 99%, over 99% of our customers, all of them at the counters within 1 hour. So we're not aware of any. If you have somebody that's given you some specific information, you can let us know that and we'll look into it. But we aren't seeing that.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes applications might be on hold for a lengthy period of time because of difficulty in communication between departments. And we recently had a good example in Circle Park in Beverlywood. I don't know if you're familiar with that case. It turns out it was closed for over a year because they were waiting for clearances from Building and Safety and other departments to renovate the park. But when my deputies looked at it more carefully, it turned out everyone was waiting for a clearance from sanitation, and the clearance was actually not required, so sanitation would have never done the clearance. So it never would have actually been done had we not figured out what the snafu was. How do we avoid those kinds of odd miscommunications in the future?
That one does sound kind of odd. I'd have to look into that one specifically, but I can tell you that the communications between the departments in development services in the city have drastically improved in the last few years. I think everybody here knows, we've been working real hard with that. As Mr. Bertoni was talking about it from the planning department, about his processes and everything, we've been all working together on the communication issues with the departments, with Bureau of Engineering, Building and Safety, Department of Transportation, the Planning Department, and Water and Power, HCID. We have all the departments involved in development services having regular meetings. We have monthly meetings. Matter of fact, Vince and Osama and I and his management there, we meet once a month at least, sometimes more if we need to work on issues. So it's drastically improved. I can't tell you that it's perfect. Oftentimes building and safety is the starting point for these permits, so we're always the one that say building safety is taking forever to get our permit done, where there are needs for processes and for clearances to be done from other departments, which we don't have control over, but we've been working really hard on improving that. So if you have that, if that one's still outstanding or an issue with it, I'd be happy to look into it specifically.
Yeah, I think that one's now been corrected, but we were surprised enough with that I thought I would
Was that recently?
raise the issue.
Was that a recent issue?
Very recently, yes.
Okay.
And one last question. How much success have we had with Building and Safety's Green Building and Sustainability Code program? I've heard that there have been some difficulty getting solar panels and EV chargers installed. So what do we know about that?
I'm going to let Mr. Yunan talk about the green bill, but I want to say about the installing. There should be no delay, and I would like to have whoever it is that's giving you this information contact me directly, because we issue solar permits online, and we do the inspections on them fairly quickly. And we have standard plans that they can use and get a very simple permit. So I'm not sure who it is that's having a delay on that as far as getting the solar panels installed, but we'd be happy to speak to them.
We'll check and we'll forward those.
Okay, that'd be great.
Thank you.
You want to? Okay.
Unless you have something else to add to that answer.
we do, as Osama Union Building and Safety Council member, as you may be aware, we do have a green building division, and it's working very smoothly. We have not had any issues with that. The latest program to implement is the EBW, which is the existing building water and energy efficiency program. And for 2016, we had an 80% of all owners report, which is pretty high for the first year. And it's working on track. As far as the solar, I am also surprised because we have it online 100%, especially for residential. They don't even have to come into Figueroa Plaza. They could do it online.
All right, we'll check on the individual cases and forward those to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The holdup is with DWP on that, usually.
Mr. Englander.
Yeah, thank you. Follow up on Mr. Bonin's statement. I was under the impression that you only called me back. So you guys have been great. I mean, the department is a different department than certainly what it was years ago, and we don't have to revisit that. But it's just been an incredible turnaround. But it's also been sustained in good service, and so we appreciate it. It's been remarkable. The I guess the one question that I have is what's the turnaround time just for general response, I guess, and that let me frame it. And looking at the current turnaround for really for complaints, I guess, because we're a complaint department. So, what's our sort of normal turnaround time for complaints?
Well, I'm happy to report to you that the staffing that you've provided and assisted us with in the last couple of years to restore code enforcement services has really helped. You know, at one point we were 28 to 30 some days responding to a new complaint at one point because of all the cuts during the the budget crisis and all that. But we right now, our goal is 70% within 10 days on a new complaint, and we are running about 73% within 10 days right now. Responding to the new complaints coming in. That's what our goal was set, and we're meeting it.
But at 73%, which is phenomenal, within 10 days, what are the worst case scenarios? What's the other?
Well, you know, we
30% look like?
we categorize. We have for all the complaints that we get, some complaints, for non-hazardous things, we prioritize them. We have a one for emergency comes in. We're going out there today. We have construction going on without permits. We go to those a lot quicker. But the rest of them, the trash and debris, things like that, we take a little bit longer to get to. We deal with the hazardous ones first. Also like an overheight fence in a front yard that's not going to fall and hurt someone. It'll have a longer time for us to go out and look at those because we're going to deal with the life safety issues and the community blight issues first on those kind of things. So they may have a little longer time frame on some of the lower priority things, but that's in our overall calculation.
About the and then the last thing is on the retrofit, how we're doing on the resilience plan and how many are compliant now? How are we doing on that?
We're doing pretty good. I don't have the exact numbers for you on the soft story or the non-ductile. We've issued all the orders on the non-ductile and on the soft story as well. People were complying. We had a lot of people coming in before they got their orders to bring, to do the work on their buildings, on the apartment buildings for the most part. It's going well. If you, excuse me, if you want specific numbers, I could get those to you if you want. We have them. I think we've generated a report per council district on the status of those right now, so we can get that to each of your offices when it's all done.
That's probably a good thing to have.
Matter of fact, there's a report coming to Plum. Is there a report in Plum about the status? I think there is one due there as well.
Well, if there's one due there, don't do two. But I'll get it there.
We're already
and we
working.
can all share
We're
it.
working on it so that you'll be able to get that information anytime you want it. We put that together on us.
Great. Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much other than to say, as my colleagues have said, that your department really has been the model for other departments in a lot of ways, especially with regard to encouraging economic development, creating jobs here and opportunities for people, while still ensuring the safety of our built spaces. And I can't say enough good things about the job you've done, Mr. Bush, you and your whole senior team. The response times and turnaround times have fallen dramatically since the days when those were real delaying factors. Plan check time, grading plan checks times, code enforcement times, all, a fraction of what they were. So I just want to say congratulations to all of you for continuing to do that, because that resonates, I think, out there with the business community, that Los Angeles is a place that's open for them because of the work that you're doing. So thank you. I have one question.
Yeah.
How are you doing on targeted local hire?
We're doing pretty good. We have been working on that in our, we have, I believe the number, has it gone up since?
So in this fiscal year, we had the opportunity to hire 18 entry-level clerical positions. All those entry-level positions came in. We hired them as within the program, and so that's 100%.
Outstanding.
I was going to say 13, and I'm glad he jumped in because it's 18 now. But
tremendous.
We've been focusing on that. I just wanted to say one thing to your comment about to the department about the compliments and the management team. I have to say that our entire staff in building and safety, whether it's permit issuance, inspection, whatever service to the customers, they've been the big factor in this, because they've bought into it and doing everything, and we sit at the table and we hear the good things and everything, but they are really doing an outstanding job. We are very fortunate to have the ones that we have in our department.
Absolutely.
All the employees.
It's a philosophical change that's permeated every part of this department, that it's no longer about bureaucracies. It's no longer about, regulation number 85/38A. It's about, figuring out solutions to get things done and to ensure safety and efficiency. And it resonates throughout the department, and your leadership, Mr. Bush, is largely responsible for that philosophical change, and I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else? Oh, Mr. Blumenfield, and then Mr. Kretz.
Just one more thing. I agree with everything my colleague had said. Quick question, though, about having inspectors on the weekend. One of the issues we sometimes have is that we get a complaint, but, construction, something's happening, but it tends to happen at the hours, not during the regular business hours. Is there something that we can do to help make it easier to get inspectors on those off hours for those kinds of situations?
In the new construction inspection, we have inspectors working on Saturdays. So if we're aware that, we'll get you the contact information for you if you're having that. There's someone that you can call on the weekend, let them know. We also have code enforcement people working on weekends as well. We do that to address the complaints. So we just need to know what's happening. So we'll get you the contact information.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, just one other question. Are you looking at adding building and safety to the ACE program at some point in the immediate or moderate future?
Actually, no. And the reason for that is because we were one of the first departments involved when they were first discussing it. We worked with the city attorney, and some of the direct our orders that we issue, the process that we have, the code violation inspection fee pays reimbursement for the city, for the staff, so it's funding our staff directly now. And also then the non-compliance fees, so they're reimbursing the city's time for that as well. And that's the way our system is set up in there. There were no guarantees to us in discussions on funds that were ever going to come. We may or may not get some funds back from the ACE program. It may or may not increase our compliance times and rates on there. So that was one of the reasons why that we weren't involved in it.
And it sounds like from that we're already using fees as a method of compliance.
Yes, we are.
And they actually help fund the activities rather than do it in a more modest way.
They do.
And
They do.
probably get the same level of compliance we would anyway, so.
We are getting a lot higher compliance nowadays on our orders when they're issued initially, because it has the big $660 non-compliance fee warning. If you don't comply, this is going to happen, and once they get past the code violation fee, they don't want to pay it. We do have people that decide they don't want to. I think you're all aware that we have cases in every office that we have to go to the city attorney and then ultimately have a jury trial if it comes down to that with somebody. And believe it or not, we do have people that have had jury trials because they want to keep their junk and debris in their property. So,
Well, it sounds like it's being done well as it is, so thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Department on Disability. And as Mr. Simon and his team is coming forward, members, just heads up, we're about 25 minutes behind schedule. We're still going to finish before 7, but we are behind schedule, and we have disability, aging, and cannabis still to complete tonight. So, Mr. Simon, welcome. We do have your letter, thank you, which I think all of us have had a chance to consider. And I'm going to start things off. But you know, I don't want to do that disservice to you. If you'd like to give a brief opening comment, that'd be fine, and then we'll go right into it.
I'll keep it.
But we do have your
short. I
letter.
wanted to introduce who I'm here with. This is my 3 division directors: our community outreach, referral and education director, Lourdes Tinabaldi, the city's acting ADA compliance officer, Jeffrey Struneri, and the city's AIDS coordinator, Ricky Rosales. You know, the requisite thank yous are really heartfelt to both the mayor's budget team and CAO. They did a pretty deep dive with us on this budget, and I think it was very thoughtful what's in the recommended piece so far. And I do have to give a special shout out to John, Alma, and Margaret on our mayor's budget team, who spent the time to look at us from a policy perspective and really understand, I think, where we're going in the future. And I think it makes a difference in this budget. My last opening note would be that, yes, there are 7 things in my budget letter. I'll be honest, I really believe they're all critical. But we're at a historic turning point for the city around accessibility, in great part because council has made the recommendation, not the recommendation, has directed all city departments to engage in the self-evaluation and transition plan. This will be the first time we've formally updated it since 2000, and it's going to make an extraordinary difference in our risk management and reducing the cost of ADA lawsuits. So here we are with really a budget that I think is our transition into that plan in our next decades.
Terrific. Thank you. Well, let me just say first that I think over the course of the time that I've been budget chair, the requests that you've made during these hearings have usually been the most modest and most impactful of any department that comes before us. They're always very reasonable, usually quite small requests in the big scheme of things that have dramatic, life-changing impact for the people who are served by them. So, and this year is no exception. So I'd like to start off by asking for a report back on each of the requests contained in the department's letter with cost-benefit analysis and potential funding sources to fund them. And then I'd like to add a couple of caveats, I guess, if you will, on some of them. With regard to the request for funding for the case management platform, I'd like you to consider and to include in the report back whether the department would be open to having ITA be the procurement body for that solution, so long as you're served appropriately, but have ITA administering the procurement and running the contract.
The answer already is yes. I've had a conversation with Ted. We're trying to do a formal sit-down literally this week, and we're looking forward to trying to work that out.
Terrific. And then with regard to the AIDS coordinator's office, seems like this is something each and every year that we have to add funding to, and I'm sure this year will be no exception. But given the increased demand around homelessness and the AIDS, people who are impacted by AIDS, I certainly, think that supplemental funding in that area in our budget would be appropriate, but I also wonder what services would be appropriate for county funding under Measure H or otherwise with regard to that segment of
the community. So
I
if
respond to that
you
here,
could
or-
respond now, sure.
Certainly. I think I have a brief one. I'll probably throw it to Ricky in just a second. I think up front, I want to clarify, when we've had sort of the discussion in front of Budget and Finance the last few years, it's mostly because they were proposed cuts that we're sort of trying to make sure we stayed at least flat funded. So I think the AIDS program has, for the most part in the last several years, been pretty flat. And we certainly appreciate your support, always kind of bringing it back. This is a case where, particularly with syringe exchange, it's been a challenging dynamic for a lot of people and a lot of NIMBYism. County did start providing that service modeled on how city does it, and they wrap around our services. We've been doing it for a couple decades now. We rarely expand the services, but when CENTCOM called on Mr. Rosales, the AIDS coordinator, to come talk about how his programs, or the city's programs, could really help in essentially a lot of the cleanup issues around the encampments. People are finding dirty needles. I think Mr. Englander referenced it a little earlier, and this is a problem in a lot of places. Ricky's been working with sanitation, police, fire, and so on, to very thoughtfully come up with new strategies and tactics for how they're going to get out in the street and get these needles out of our parks, off our streets, away from these encampments. So this particular ask is focused around a very discrete program. Ricky chairs the, I'm going to steal your whole answer, but hold on. Ricky chairs the County HIV Commission. So the city of LA is at least the co-chair of that body. We work day in, day out with county to certainly not only leverage county funds, but get them to pay for, quite frankly, everything they can over and above and around what we do. There's still a gap filler mission here. So Ricky is literally on a day-to-day basis addressing issues of other sources of funding, and they're hard to find because, one, either the city doesn't provide direct services, so the funds can't come directly to us, they're passed through. We work with our providers to seek additional funds for them. I know Measure H comes up a lot. I think our answer on that is nothing like the work the AIDS Coordinator's Office does is referenced in anything around Measure H, and I think we could probably use some help from council perhaps around how to properly approach that process and apply for funds for something as specific as the AIDS Coordinator's work we do. If I didn't steal everything, please.
You said it. There's no specific mention of services for people living with HIV in either of the homeless plans, and there haven't been any services that have been prioritized through Measure H. The only mention of HIV is through the coordinated entry system, and it's a single word.
Wow.
Yeah. So we'd love to see that expansion, and I would love to work with you on looking for other sources of funds. Again, this was a very moderate ask for a specific problem, but there's a lot more work we could be partnering with, and I think we should be leveraging those other sources of state, federal, and other funds.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Bonin.
In the interest of time, I will pass. You covered everything I wanted to cover, and I could elaborate, but I wouldn't add anything. So,
all right. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Thank
Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The $30,000 budget request, it's so modest that I'm not entirely sure what exactly it would do. I wonder if you could give me a little more detail on that.
So the idea is that as I work with the CENTCOM team on opening up new sites in conjunction with the focus areas, we will bring in a partner to do the syringe exchange program at the site, and we'll pay them for it. So right now, the funding covers specific sites that are already open. Opening new sites would require more resources in terms of staffing and supplies, et cetera, for the organizations.
And there are 4 new sites you're contemplating in districts 1, 13, 14, 9. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And how many exchange sites do we currently administer?
Right now, we have 27 exchange sites and 4 new ones potentially.
And the 30,000 will cover all of those sites?
It would basically, so I'm treating it as a pilot program. So we're seeing if they're going to work in these focus areas, because sometimes we know that they're not going to work out. So we're going in with the teams, we're providing the service, and if the service isn't working the way that we designed it, we tweak it. And if it doesn't work, we try to figure out something else to do. It might not be the exact site where the location needs to be. It might be a couple blocks away where there are more homeless individuals.
Okay, and another bigger dollar amount. I know the city is being held liable in a $200 million lawsuit settlement about providing units for the disabled. What's the city doing now to comply with the Fair Housing Act to try and mitigate its past actions?
It almost sounds like a trick law school question for me. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if DOD is the best person to answer that in full detail. I'll do the best we can. We're partnering a lot with HCID and the team over there. They've hired staff. They have a whole, I don't know if they're called a division, but a group of folks who are working on the settlement. We are doing trainings for developers and landlords and managers. My staff helped to develop the curricula for it and physically does the trainings along with them. We're working directly with LASA. We've created or partnered on a training for them. So again, that they're making sure staff, staff in particular, and program directors are fully aware of their fair housing as well as their ADA and general accessibility requirements. I believe also as part of the settlement that HCID is going back and doing an inventory on all the housing that the city has either used federal or state funds on, and maybe even without that, but the city has contracted for, and determining how many accessible units are there, what units need to be made accessible or adaptable, and then once that's brought up to appropriate standards, ensuring that people with disabilities, the broader community is informed, and this is another place we'll partner with them, informed about when and where those units are available. I feel there's a couple more pieces of it that I may be leaving out that covers most of DOD's partnership with it, but I think HCID has been extraordinarily invested in really making sure that LA City-related housing remains, becomes or remains accessible.
And I assume as we go down the HHH path that we're being extremely careful that every unit is accessible as well.
We've been chiming in on everything, from new construction pieces. There was the ordinance, the motel ordinance recently, where we asked just be thoughtful about even going above and beyond the legal minimum requirements and try and really ensure that there's, look, people with disabilities are disproportionately represented in the homeless community. It could be as high as 40% have some kind of mental health or physical disability. So it's a very serious concern of ours, and I think we need to go above and beyond base law to make sure our housing options from shelter space to permanent supportive housing is accessible.
And your department, in most cases, probably not the primary one responsible, but you're obviously the ones to hold up your hand and say, make sure we're doing this piece or that piece to the best of our abilities.
Yeah, we don't have a formal set of meetings for me and Rushmore, their GM, but we honestly talk pretty regularly about how we continue to work together. And we have a full-time housing staffer who's spending most of her time working directly with them. And I think we may enter into agreement soon to see if she could even be on loan to really help manage that process for him.
Very good. Well,
he's just hearing that now.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Englander.
I think everything I asked, I was going to ask, is going to ask.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you, and thank you. I know you guys have been doing great work this year. A couple of questions. On the CASP position, how much of the position's time would be devoted to the ADA transition plan motion that I passed, that we did, to look into the city's, how the city provides better services to people with disabilities, and how much of it would be sort of more specifically focused?
Sure. I'm going to give you what would have been my opening pitch, because this is our most critical item, I think, that's in this budget letter. So two things on it. One, just what it does. This is a certified access specialist. This guy here does everything that position would do and more. Okay, he's administered that program on a scale of several $100 million for LA Unified under a consent decree to address accessibility. So that's the scale he's working on. It's something that we need to take note as we start moving forward about looking at all of our access issues. What I need is a right hand for him who can be out there with the tape measure and the level and, you know, literally physically looking at city space. What are the bathroom measurements? What is the angle of that grade at the curb cut? And really making sure he gets all the data he needs as we fully partner with city departments to bring in the transition plan. So Jeffrey's time is actually half spent on the sidewalk program himself. So I would say, is it a safe guesstimate that this new position would spend probably 70 to 80% of its time working on the transition plan? And then outside of that, honestly, we get a lot of requests directly from council offices. Everyone here has had some constituent who needs help with an access issue that we need to get somebody out there on. He's been doing that stuff personally, and we just need more hands doing it. Something that is in the budget is there's a contract pool for access specialists that is over and above this because we're going to need more hands on deck. I am trying, as per the chair's opening, to be very conservative in my asks. I didn't ask for 10 of these folks or 6 of these folks. We've honestly had a conversation. We probably need that. But having the pool that we can look to that's contracted, having another full-time person, I think certainly gets us well into the transition plan this year.
And how does this fit with the, or complement the CASP positions that like BOE and other departments are asking for? You know, should they all be consolidated in DOD, or how does it work when you have CASPs in different departments?
Yeah, they're different functions. Traditionally, there haven't been a lot of folks whose full-time job is a CASP in other departments, which has been interesting. There are folks who kind of sort of happen to have the certification, and it's vitally important in the work they do. Mostly, they're up in building and safety. The building and safety folks tend to focus more outward-looking, right? So they are, when people come in with permit issues, in the public, in Title III space. They're generally spending, so even the cannabis regulation you discussed about earlier, it's not that they're providing that service to the Department of Cannabis Regulation, they're providing that service to the providers on the street with a business. So that's their primary focus. They were able to do their own self-evaluation far more than any other department could for the couple few that have already been working on that. And they, you know, submitted something to Jeffrey that, you know, we're still talking about how to do the transition plan. So there really is a different general function. My understanding is Frank's also looking at getting more of his inspector staff trained up and formally certified as CASPs, and I think that's fantastic. So we're very excited about seeing that happen and are fully supportive of that, and want to partner anywhere we can share, but honestly there's so much need out in the Title III space, particularly for small businesses, to help make sure that LA is accessible, that I think they've got probably more than enough work at their end.
What about the transition plan itself? Are we have updates on the different departments, and are we going at a good clip?
Yeah, we're getting started. It's not a good enough clip, to be honest with you. This is easily going to be a 3-year plan before we have something that's a formal plan in front of you. Jeffrey's already projecting out 2 more years ahead of that because the implementation could be long, could be like sidewalks, quite frankly. Depends on how we prioritize the different pieces we do. So some things will get done in a month, some things will get done in a few years. That said, so some departments have already, by default or by lawsuit, already been started. So again, building safety has done one. HCID is working on a self-evaluation. Jeffrey's been working with convention and tourism on their self-evaluation moving forward. We already have, and it's partially budgeted, support for Dunn is in their budget that we are working with them and about to expand dramatically a program to look at all 96 neighborhood councils. It's about 105 sites total. It's moving. Rec and parks and airports are the 2 where we're really starting to have more deep discussions, myself and the general managers and various folk there. Airports is really going to have to hire at a big scale to bring in firms to help them do this. It's too big for us by a long shot. There's so much construction coming. And so we've been talking about that, and we hope they'll have an RFP to their Board of Commissioners fairly soon at a significant scale that we're very supportive of. And it contemplates working with Jeffrey to make sure it's consistent with our city values. Rec and Parks, I just met with Mike recently. And though they had someone on contract for a little bit, they may need to actually hire a CASP of their own because they've 400 plus sites we need to take a look at, but they've also probably made the best progress on the transition plan from 2,000 of any department. So we're getting there. We will be I swear this answer is going to end in a second. The plan for how we will implement the transition plan and call all the relevant departments together and prioritize them and give them a packet with their 2,000 plan requirements and their checklists and where we're going to prioritize them is coming in the next several weeks. So you'll have that directly to council.
Great. And obviously, if you need something from this council to help make that happen, it is budget related and just policy related that we know we need to get this done expeditiously. Both it's the right thing to do and it's going to cost us if we don't. So just keep us posted if you need something from us. Regarding case management system, we want to make 311 a more user-friendly application for everyone. Could this program also meet the needs as well as enhance your department's ability to respond and track requests? And how do we integrate 311?
I think, again, with the recommendation of working with ITA on developing what we need for our case management work, I'm going to just assume that's going to be fully integrated with 311. Again, it's sort of an outward and inward-facing piece of this. 311 tends to be outward-facing, so we can get information from the public. People should be able to use an app and see an accessibility issue, for example, and, put it in that app and it comes into 311 and we get that complaint, if you will, so we can start moving on fixing things. But a lot of the work that we have is internal. It's really managing very confidential Title II formal federal complaints and things like that, high confidentiality needs. I assume it will be all integrated, but again, I really need to sit down with our tech folk and see where we go with that.
Great. No, I certainly would want it to be. It makes sense. Regarding the emergency management materials, the printing costs, it's a minor thing, but how do we distribute those costs now? How can we make the distribution of the material more available through our city, libraries? Is that a viable option? Do you pay for it all yourself? Do the departments pay for it? How do we make that work?
So I'm going to start. I will actually throw this to Lourdes quickly. Bottom line, I have to start by saying I'm always embarrassed that we're not making everything digital because digital is the future, and I understand that. But I do have this image of, particularly emergency preparedness manuals we talk about, and I've got, someone who's blind and uses a wheelchair, and we just had, the big earthquake. They literally need somebody with them. They need a manual they can work with one way or another. And doing everything just on a computer screen isn't the answer. And so that's why we're still printing things, and we get thousands of requests for them. So let me turn it to Lourdes real quick to tell you how we distribute them now and what we anticipate doing soon.
Sure. Part of the distribution includes attending some of the outreach events that we've attended in some of your council districts, and we've done over 50 events, 55 thus far, and during our outreach, we reached 2,100 individuals. So some of the folks there would like the manual directly. Sometimes there are accommodations that they would like, so they'll ask for it in Braille. We provide those in Braille. We've also included flash drives so folks can access them in their computers, and they're fully accessible. So we've done a lot of outreach, not only in the council district, but our largest event is probably our Abilities Expo, which is one of the largest events that we have in the city.
Sorry, it was what?
Abilities Expo.
Okay.
And that's where we've probably given about 600, but it's year-round and in multiple events throughout the city and at times county.
So it's available in English, Spanish, and Braille presently.
And large print.
And large print.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is aging with Cannabis on Deck. Ms. Trejo, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I will shorten my remarks in the efficiency of time, but I wanted to take an opportunity to thank the mayor and the council for their continued support of the department's mission. Also, I want to thank the Department of Aging staff and our community partners. Without them, our delivery of services would not be possible. As our letter described, you asked us to discuss metrics, and I wanted to give you the approach the department is taking to measuring not only what we do, but its impact on our clients. So I'm going to just cite a couple of examples. 83% of the 16,000 plus older adults who have lunch at one of our 80 dining sites report that they have remained independent because of that service. And over 98% of over 4,700 seniors who receive home-delivered meals report that it's kept them independent as well. So we are really trying to gauge what is the impact of our services on our clients. Family caregivers tell us that our services not only have helped them with important information, but 68% of them help tell us that they credit their ability to care for their loved ones longer because of the information or services we connected them to. So we feel very proud of the work that we're doing. I also want to thank city family, city employees, who in the course of doing the regular activities also find time to really pay attention to older adults at risk. In the last fiscal year, we received over 570 reports from city employees doing their regular duties to tell us that they were concerned about an older person they came into contact with, and we are so grateful to have all those good eyes paying attention on behalf of our residents. That was an increase of 17% in our report, so we're very proud of the city family. As our status report to you has been indicating, we continue very involved with the Los Angeles County on the deployment of Purposeful Aging Los Angeles, our age-friendly initiative. We've been working with a myriad of cities, government organizations, non-governmental entities, and communities to bring age-friendly initiatives, programs, and services that are good not only for older people, but for people of all ages. I'm especially thankful and for the proposed budget that includes 2 positions to help us in the full implementation of that initiative. As discussed in our letter, the department is concerned over the impact of city policies on our services, most evident in our meals program. The combined fiscal impact of implementing the living wage, the sustainability, and the good food purchasing policies are increasing the cost of producing and delivering our meals. We cannot put all of those costs on our grants because those are not related to the grants. We have maximized every efficiency that we can find, I promise you, for the last 4 years. That really has been James Don, our Assistant General Manager's responsibility to look at ways that we could maximize those dollars. Yet we find ourselves that we are either going to decrease the number of services we deliver if we do not realize about an additional $793,173 to our meals budget. We're also requesting in our letter to this committee's consideration $70,000 to support the increase in administrative workload that was not funded by our grants in the full deployment of the Echo Park and Estelle Van Meter senior centers that are now both fully operational and providing services to some really highly underserved communities in Los Angeles. We have in the last year, just to give you some examples of our innovation and leadership in trying to create new programs for our community without really incurring additional burden on the general fund. With our partners at Alzheimer's of Greater Los Angeles, we were able to launch Dementia Friends, which is looking at how to make Los Angeles a better place for families caring for somebody with a dementia. We have also, in partnership with the National Council on Aging, deployed the Age Mastery Program. Just last week, I received some findings of our evaluation, which make me feel very good that we're doing this work. Social isolation, it has an incredible negative impact on the health of older people. It's actually considered to be equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. The one outcome that we are now evaluating that is tracking very well in the Age Mastery Program, seniors are telling us is affecting their loneliness, that they're feeling more socially connected to the community, and that they're actually having fun learning about how to plan for their longevity. So we're very happy with that program. We also are supporting the use of technology. We've been working with our partners in the community to look at gathering innovators, funders, providers, older adults, to look at how technology can provide us more efficient ways of supporting older adults aging in place. In closing, while I regret that I do not have the funds to continue the Older Workers Employment Program, I want to share my heartfelt thanks with the mayor, the council, and our community partner agencies for giving the Department of Aging the opportunity to learn and implement strategies to address some of the many challenges faced by older adults who are homeless. We are deeply grateful to the 128 participants, 4 of which you met this morning, who taught us so much about their life experience and how to be the most helpful we could. I also want to thank the employment program staff at the Department of Aging for their remarkable dedication to demonstrating that a social and economic justice jobs training program could and did work. With that, I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Well, on the subject of the Older Workers Employment Program, I'd like to get a report back to this committee, a budget impact report on the costs and benefits of continuing the pilot program, as well as lessons learned from the pilot and potential opportunities to improve upon or change the program, and what the lessons learned were from the pilot. I'd also like to ask for a budget impact report back on cost, benefits, and funding sources for the mini MPC centers at Cisneros Learning Academy and Estelle Van Meter Community Center. And then finally, I'd like to get a report back on the additional funding necessary and potential funding sources to fully continue the senior home and congregate meals program. But I would like to also have, as part of that report, information with regard to the particular cost impacts of the particular city policies that you cite to, so that we can determine as a body whether policy changes may be appropriate to address that need, number one. Number two, I'd like to know what other meal provision options the department has considered in light of those policy changes that might help to mitigate some of those cost impacts. And specifically, I'd like to know whether or to what extent you have explored social enterprise providers, for example, for senior and congregate home meals. And if that has not been an option, what are the policy changes that we need to consider as a council to enable and even to encourage social enterprise meal provision that will be economically beneficial for vulnerable people in Los Angeles, at the same time that we're hopefully saving money on providing meals for other vulnerable people in Los Angeles. So that will be my only request, and we'll go next to Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to double down on Mr. Krikorian's request. I think continuing to fund one way or another the meals program is critical. I mean, that's got to be one of our highest priorities. We can't be literally taking food out of the mouths of people, which it sounds like we would be doing. And how many meals did you say that was going to be?
We are currently serving.
That the cut would be?
The cut would affect, James has it, 99,881 meals.
Wow.
So it's almost 100,000 meals.
That's
significant.
That's huge. Similarly, I support the request for a report back on the homeless program, the worker program, and I would specifically ask that when staff reports back, if they look at the possibility of Measure H funding from the county, whether or not LASA has any leftover unspent funds from the current fiscal year, which I would suspect is likely, and other resources like that, because it's a program that seems to be working, and frankly, it's a segment of our homeless population that is unfortunately growing and is particularly vulnerable.
It's actually the only targeted homeless program for older adults in Los Angeles County right now.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Even more important then. And then I just had one other question. It's become a bit of a ritual and a custom each year for me and Mr. Koretz to try to restore funding for the evidence-based programming in West LA. That's okay this year?
Yes, it is. We're good.
Okay, awesome. Well, this is a very different year for me. All right,
We're working hard for you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, almost everything that I wanted to ask about has been asked, and answered and good news. One I do have a lot of questions about, and in fact, it's complicated enough that I'll give it to you in writing, so you won't have to take notes. But I'm not entirely clear about the costs of the good food purchasing policy and other city policies that are attributed to over $1.8 million. Number one, in your documentation, it seems like you merged the good food purchasing policy and sustainability packaging. So if you can sort of split those out so we can figure out what's what. The bigger question is the good food purchasing policy and why that should cost. My understanding is that particularly with large distributors, they're able to make purchasing changes and move either towards or achieve full compliance without any additional cost. And in fact, that's how school districts and rec and parks and the Greek Theater have apparently been successful without any additional cost. So I don't know what efforts you've made to communicate and verify compliance with the good food purchasing policy with large distributors from whom your contractors purchase. But it seems like we should be able to do that without additional cost. And I know in the department's 2013 baseline assessment, you were already able to comply with 3 of the 5 categories before incurring any additional costs, and that every one of the other 24 agencies or departments across the country that has adopted a good food purchasing policy has been able to improve their participating in the program without incurring any additional costs and without reducing the number of meals offered, including our Department of Rec and Parks and Greek Theater. I know the National School Lunch Program reimburses at a lower amount than Department of Aging's per meal cost, and yet they're able to follow this program. So I'm not sure whether the department hasn't exercised its influence in purchasing, and also I don't know whether we even monitor compliance and where your contractors purchase food and whether they could do it in a way that allows us to do this without extreme additional costs. So, I mean, you can give me a preliminary answer, but I'd like a report back, and I'll give you all the details.
We're actually working with the Good Food Purchasing Policy Council. Part of our discussion with them has been an ongoing concern about how the policy would impact our providers. All of our providers are not large scale, sir. Some of them are very small nonprofits that are also having production kitchens. So for them, the purchasing capacity is a lot more limited. The Good Food Policy Purchasing Council has acknowledged that their conceptualization is to concessionaires, which our providers are not. So they're thinking more like Starbucks, Subway, those big companies that can actually have the financial acumen to be able to do the trace and the large-scale purchasing. Our small contractors that are producing 300 to 500 meals really do not have those capacities internally to implement fully the policy. We've actually been working with them. They acknowledge that there has to be a different solution for departments of aging. I think we're the first department in the country that's an aging provider that is actually implementing that policy by both my research and the council's. We haven't been able to find anyone else in the country that's working with them that has adopted the policy. So we're actually the test site to see how this will roll out, and we're working very actively with them. We believe in the values of the policies, but what we're trying to do is to protect the service integrity of our providers and the delivery of services to our clients. So we're actively working with them to try to come up with a solution that would be a recommendation to council for a different modified policy to be adopted on behalf of the department while upholding the values of the policy. So we are actively engaged in trying to figure it out, but at the bottom this tends to be the assumptions were for a very different business model than what the departments of aging are structured to deliver. So we're all learning together about what may be the best solution and the best model moving forward. So
hopefully we can balance it in some way, and I say that as the person that's been trying to kind of drive this. At the same time, I don't want to see the department spend $1 million additional funding to do this perfectly. Maybe you move largely in the direction, and if you have a couple misses, and it saves us a few $100,000, it may be worth doing that. And it does have some competing values because in this case, dealing with larger contractors will give you economies of scale that'll help you meet this goal and then foul up some other goals. So I'd recommend a balance. I wouldn't recommend a tremendous additional expense to meet this perfectly.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander? Okay. Mr. Blumenfield?
Yeah, my questions have been asked and answered, but one sort of clarification issue. When you're talking about the senior nutrition program, the meals, and the different drivers that have made that more expensive, can't we also cast some blame on the federal government in the sense that this has been a program that was originally funded by the feds. This was never a city program to begin with. I think it's important that folks, especially folks at home who are watching this, realize that the bind that we're in here is a direct result of Washington, cutting our funding year after year for this program. It's not the city sort of being cheap. In fact, the city is coming back time and time again trying to backfill these horrendous cuts in an area that was not traditionally a city function. We've taken this on because we care about our seniors, and when Washington, casts them off, we try to pick up that slack. But it wasn't really clear in the way that this is written, so I wanted to give you an opportunity, although I've kind of done it for you a little bit, but maybe with some of the real details to clarify how we got into this, the result, where Washington's policy and this administration's policy, and what they've done to seniors and to this program in particular.
I wholeheartedly agree with your statements about the federal responsibility as well as the state responsibility. Both have pretty much abridged a lot of that contract with older adults. By keeping our budgets flat, we've lost purchasing power over the last 15 years. Sequestration, which we're still under, has kept us at almost, just level funding of the funds that were available to us almost 10 years ago. The current budget that was just passed gives us these minimal increases that won't even make up for cost of living. I mean, we are talking food in particular is very, very sensitive to the cost of gas, employee wages, and the cost of food. None of that has been reflected in any of the discussions that I've heard from either the state or federal administration, which is very, very disturbing to all of us in the Aging Network. And I can tell you that as national advocates, we have been at the gates clamoring for this to be remedied because it is at crisis level. I mean, we have increasing levels of hunger among older people, just as we're also losing the capacity to serve the volume of meals that people need. We have a population that's growing every day. 10,000 older people reach their 65th birthday in our nation. And that's going to happen for the next 15 years. So we're in a growth industry just as our programs have stagnated for almost a decade. So it is beyond crisis. I can tell you that the management team of the Department of Aging works on a daily basis to leverage every dollar we receive with public community partners, with foundations, with donations that seniors give us. We're serving the lowest income residents of our city, and yet they still find this service to be so important that they give us donations, which really makes us feel very good at the end of the day that what we do matters. But it's also impacting our ability to provide for the needs as they continue to grow. I can tell you the older adult population that is frail over the age of 75 is going to quadruple in our region. Those are the clients that are most likely to need a home-delivered meal. And that is the fastest growing part of our meals program. And those are the ones that are the most expensive to deliver because we actually have to take it into their home. So I appreciate your awareness, of the challenges before the department and the city in managing these services.
Didn't the federal government also cut $500,000 from the dining center?
Excuse me?
Did $500,000 from the dining center the federal government cut?
That's correct. And as Laura just mentioned, her thank you for this committee and this city council for always backing us up to make sure that seniors are fed. For many years, the council has put in GCP $2.5 million just for our home delivered meals to ensure that the cuts made at the federal level are backfilled, and $544,000 into our dining sites to ensure that, again, funding levels remain the same after there were federal cuts. But as Laura also pointed out, in spite of the fact that the city has made our funding whole in the sense that it's flat for so many years because of the inflationary costs driving up, now it's gotten to a point where we're asking for additional dollars in addition to what you're giving us in this budget.
And what we're giving you in this budget is basically trying to make up for the cuts that the federal government has put in place on these programs.
Right. So essentially, you're in this budget, almost $3 million is directly to address the cuts that the federal government has made over the years, and we're at this point asking for additional almost $800,000 just to maintain our service levels at the current year levels.
No, I appreciate that clarification, and it sort of highlights this challenge that we're under as a city as we put our budget together for traditional city functions, and we have to expand those functions oftentimes because we're making up for cuts that have been put in place most often by the federal government, sometimes by the state government, where we're trying to do that. So the public looks at it and they see flat funding or they see this cut, and they get concerned with us here. And I just want to make it clear that we're on the side of the angels here, so to speak, and that we are making up for these cuts and trying to make seniors whole.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members, anything else for aging? All right, thank you very much. Next and last up for today is Department of Cannabis Regulation. So I'd like to invite Ms. Packer to come on up. Members, as she's making her way up, kudos. We started today's session 9 hours ago, and we are only 10 minutes behind schedule after all that, so not bad. Not bad. But I hope you'll all remain mindful of the tremendous success record that we've had over the last 7 years of finishing before 7 o'clock every night, every single night. So, mindful of those facts, Ms. Packer, welcome. Good to have you here. Feel free to, we have your letter, but feel free to give an opening comment or two, and then we'll get right into it.
Sure. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here before the Budget and Finance Committee to respond to the 18-19 proposed budget. First, want to introduce myself, Kat Packer, Executive Director, Department of Cannabis Regulation, and seated to my left, Jason Colleen, Chief Management Analyst with the Department of City Planning, who has been on loan and helping the department out as we launch our regulatory program. In addition to thanking the mayor and his budget team, I'd like to thank the council, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the other departments who have been working very intentionally and collaboratively with the department as we launch our first-in-time regulatory program. As folks here know, the Department of Cannabis Regulation and a Cannabis Commission were established to implement the city's local regulatory program and to license and regulate commercial cannabis activity at the state level and at the local level. In order to engage in commercial cannabis activity, operators now need both a state license and local authorization. The two forms of local authorization that the City of Los Angeles and that the Department of Cannabis Regulation will provide are either temporary approval or licensure. But to date, we have begun our Prop M priority processing. We have 142 businesses that have gone through this Prop M priority processing and have temporary approval. There are a number of businesses who have pending applications due to address changes or ownership disputes, but we intend to be able to move forward with furthering those businesses through our process. These businesses that have temporary approval, those who are being recommended for approval, will receive information soon about submitting a full application for an annual license and then go through a pre-licensing inspection process. Because all of these businesses have a retail component, they will be required to go in front of our commission for their public hearing. The cannabis ordinances articulate 2 other phases of licensing, one for non-retailers who were engaged in commercial cannabis activity prior to January 1st, 2016. And then the third and last phase of licensing opened up to the general public. I'm excited to have this conversation for a number of reasons. One, because I understand that cannabis and cannabis policy have been impactful to many Los Angeles communities for a period of time, and we intend to be able to work intentionally with the council and the mayor's office to make sure that we implement policies that are smart, responsible, and equitable. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Englander.
Thank you. Well, you are the last one today, but sometimes we'll save the best for last, right? So what's interesting, and let's see if I could just draw a picture, because this is your first time here under this process, clearly, with the new department. The previous departments all day before you have been lining up around the tables with some of their key staff. You're here today because you have no staff yet. This is what this process is. I support moving forward. Asking you to report back on anything at this point, from my perspective, and maybe my colleagues will take one from that playbook or not, would be ridiculous from my perspective, because it would shut down everything you're doing so you can report back to us on everything we know what you're doing. It's been very transparent. You as the department, with your, I think, 5 staff now, have been very forthcoming and clear in what your objectives are and where you're at. And we don't have to go far if it's not told to us. We're reading about it in the newspaper every day, exactly where you're at. So from my perspective, moving forward to get this department funded, get it off the ground, start getting the personnel hired, doing all the things that we need to do. We've already asked and had several departments here today, from building and safety and what they're doing in cannabis enforcement regulations, to go down on and go against the ones that are operating illegally. We've asked LAPD the same thing. We've asked, virtually every fire department the same thing. And so we know what your role is in this, and I appreciate that you're here. This is going to be a very interesting year as this starts to unwind and unfold. And I would imagine that from a budgetary perspective, you'll be reporting back at least during the FSRs at a minimum to this committee. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloomfield.
Great, thank you. First off, I want to echo the sentiment of my colleague and congratulate you for all the hard work getting this department up and running. It's a brand new department. There's no roadmap, and you are driving us forward, and it's much appreciated. But also to follow on the question about enforcement, and it's come up, and I've asked each of the departments that was mentioned about, particularly about how they're going to go after the unlicensed ones. And the answers I heard are a little concerning in terms of the police department said, well, we're going to go after the ones when there's a crime and there's a violent crime situation. That's where but we don't have the resources to actually go after all the unlicensed ones. Building and safety, same kind of thing. They have the resources in their budget asks to help with the permitting, but they don't really, to go after certificate of occupancy is beyond. We're thinking maybe DWP. So I guess it all comes down to the question of how do we enforce against, in order for this to work successfully, we're going to have to enforce on the unlicensed one. Who's going to be responsible for doing that, and how do we get them the resources to do it? And that's where the budget process comes in.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield. I appreciate the question. The city developing and implementing a collaborative enforcement strategy is critical to the success of our regulatory program. Absolutely true. Part of what the Department of Cannabis Regulation has been doing very intentionally for the last several months is coordinating and communicating with other city agencies to determine what enforcement tools the city has at its ready. Most recently, we've been working very intentionally with the mayor's office. The mayor, not too long ago, held a first cannabis CENTCOM meeting where we invited a number of different departments to discuss just what those very tools were that the city had at its ready. And throughout this process, I personally have learned that the city has a number of tools that it can use to enforce against unlawful commercial cannabis activity. I think that part of the challenge in how we implement this is making sure that it's done so in a way that is intentional and smart. And I think that there are a number of ways that the Department of Cannabis Regulation can play a critical role in that policy. Part of what I found is that many departments somewhat operate in silos in a sense, and LAPD will enforce against commercial cannabis activity, and city attorney has taken multiple steps to enforce against commercial cannabis activity, and at times folks come together and create task force to go against general operators, but I think that generally a collaborative enforcement process is necessary. I think that this requires us to engage a number of city departments, including city attorney, LAPD, fire, building and safety, the Department of Water and Power. And every tool isn't going to be appropriate for every operator. I think that what the city should be moving forward with, and part of the conversations that we've been having throughout this process of developing a collaborative enforcement strategy, is one, there needs to be a central entity that's collecting complaints relative to cannabis activity that is unlawful. And there needs to be accountability in folks responding to folks who are making those complaints, first and foremost. Secondly, I found that different city entities collect different information on cannabis businesses, and that information isn't always shared. So fire department, city attorney, LAPD, DCR, we all have data sets on various engagements that agencies have had with unlawful cannabis operators. But that information hasn't been compiled into one data set, and so I think that it has been difficult for the city to even understand the scale of the illicit market in the city. I think that moving forward, there is an intention to have departments share all of their data with one entity and to determine who's engaged in significant criminal activity and who's operating too close to sensitive sites and who is merely unlicensed. And I think that once the city moves forward with understanding the scale and scope of the industry here in the city, we can be very strategic and intentional about how we move forward with enforcement. And so these conversations, largely organized by the mayor's office, will continue, and we intend to be able to work with city stakeholders to put together recommendations on a collaborative enforcement strategy. But I think that part of this process is going to require the Department of Cannabis Regulation to be that central agency coordinating and communicating and collecting information relative to unlawful cannabis businesses in the city, and communicating with other city departments to say, this entity has been sent multiple letters at this point. It's time to disconnect utilities, or this property owner actually has 5 locations throughout the city that are engaged in unlawful cannabis activity. Let's use our criminal enforcement tools against these operators. And so I don't think that this is something that is going to be cleaned up overnight. I think that we're dealing with a challenge that has been culminating over the course of several years. But again, it is going to be critically important for us to figure this out in order for this program to be successful. So I look forward to working with City Council, Budget and Finance Committee, and other stakeholders to make sure that we move this conversation forward intentionally.
And I very much appreciate that and have every confidence that you'll do that. The concern at the moment is that I didn't see it in the budget asks of the different departments. And so do you have enough in your budget for that process? And part of it, presumably, a lot of this can be funded through fees, you know, and so this shouldn't be coming necessarily from the general fund, but we need to figure out a way to process that money from the fees to all of those different pieces, because the departments themselves don't seem to, it hasn't been developed yet, don't have that role in their at least intentions moving forward. So do you feel like you have enough funding to get that process rolling?
I think that we have the tools necessary to begin the conversation, but again, if a specific policy direction is given to the department and we take on a role outside of the licensing and regulation of commercial cannabis activity, there is a chance that we would be coming back and asking for additional resources. Part of this conversation, and this is what we have identified in our letter as well, is that we understand that a part of this enforcement strategy has to be a public education and outreach campaign. There are so many different stakeholders that are involved in this conversation that need access to simple information to allow them to engage in lawful activity, namely consumers, communities, businesses, and property owners. And so it would be our intention to, at the same time that we're moving forward with this enforcement strategy, to be able to stand up resources necessary to educate folks and to share with other city departments as well so that they can engage stakeholders on what is lawful, what is not, and what the penalties are for engaging in unlawful cannabis activity.
Thank you. The phase one of licensing, priority processing, pre-existing cannabis, are we almost complete with that, or what's the status?
Sure, so I'm going to ask Jason to report out on our licensing thus far.
Good evening, Jason Kleen, Department of City Planning. To date, 488 of the 519 submitted applications have been reviewed by the department. The department has granted authorization to 142 different businesses throughout the city. Of those businesses, over 1,050 temporary licenses have been granted. The department is issuing temporary licenses for retail, cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution activities. An operator engaged in both medical and adult use cannabis activities must possess a temporary license for each of those activities if they're going to engage in it. We currently have 320 applications that are fully processed by the department. Most businesses submitted multiple applications, one for medical, one for adult use, and some of them actually changed their license mix throughout the process. So we have some businesses that submitted 8 licenses for a particular location. We have 73 applications that are being held due to inconsistencies with the application, where the applicant's address or business name or some other information in their application doesn't match city records. So we've been going back and forth for the last couple of months with those applicants to clean up the records and get the appropriate documentation. From there, we have to share that documentation with our partners with Office of Finance, Building and Safety, and others to ensure that they have updated and corrected records. And then we have another 86 sets of applications that are actually being held right now. A lot of those are being held due to inconsistencies tied to location, where the location itself isn't Prop D compliant, and we've notified the operator that they'll have to move to a compliant location. We also have a number of ownership disputes. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 of these applications are actually involved in ownership disputes. The court system has been moving a few of those ownership disputes through the process where they've been ruling in favor of one party or the other. However, some of these disputes will not actually be resolved before we close the books on Proposition M priority processing, which may result in the issuance of denial letters. To date, the department has collected almost $3.4 million in licensing-related revenues. The department hasn't expended the majority of that because the department doesn't have the staff to do the expenditures. Moving forward into next year, we anticipate that the department will have about 18 filled positions moving into next July, at which point the department will start doing the full application process for these businesses, as well as doing the application inspections and then moving through these existing businesses through the commission process.
And then for the non-Prop D compliant dispensaries, when does that process start?
So it is our intention to begin phase 2 of licensing before July 1st. In the past, we have hesitated at externally sharing that information because we understand we'll be held to that standard. As soon as we share that information, there are a number of steps that the department still needs to take before we're able to move into phase 2. I've largely broken those up into 3 different categories, the first of which is making sure that our licensing software itself is configured to move into the next phase. The City of Los Angeles chose Acela as our licensing software, namely because this is the same software that the state of California was using. When we built out our software originally, we had only built it out for the priority processing application. And so we've been working very intentionally over the last several months to build it out specifically for full application. That process is just about done. The second step that the department needed to move forward with before we launch our phase 2 is the creation of content relative to licensing. It's going to be critically important, particularly as we are short-staffed, to make sure that we are as transparent as possible with our application instructions, because if we're not transparent, then that means that there are that many folks showing up at our public counter, sending us emails and calling us via phone. So there's a requirement for us to create resources and content for us to move forward with the next phase of licensing. And then third, simply to expand our personnel so that we have the staff in place to review licenses. So the build out of the licensing software itself, the creation of content for our applicants, and then the onboarding of staff for our licensing function. We intend to be able to do those things by July 1st. Additionally, important to note that we intend to have our first Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting sometime next month. And it is our intention during that meeting where largely the commissioners will adopt their procedures. There will be an election of chairpersons. We plan to announce the launch of phase 2 at that commission meeting.
Right. And now phase 2 deals with the non-retail business, right?
Correct.
So, and I appreciate all the answers to those. Those were all my next questions you just answered on in terms of phase 2. But in terms of the retail folks, we still have a whole list of folks who were not in the initial Prop D world. When do they get processed?
I can't share, I don't have specific information to share about when we would start that process, and part of the challenge is that our ordinances specifically designate that we give priority processing for our existing medical marijuana dispensaries, and it has been quite clear from council and city attorney that folks who have fallen out of this limited immunity framework aren't supposed to be operating right now, particularly retailers. I think that that's kind of a myth that has existed within the city, that folks can engage in retail operations without any type of express authorization. So we don't expect for these folks to be operating right now, although we know that they are. We'll note that there is a loophole at the state level and somewhat at the local level as well that will allow these operators to continue to operate under the medical collective model. So while the City of Los Angeles still allows for a restricted medical collective model, the state's collective model phases out on January 9th of 2018. So despite our local ordinance requiring businesses to have either a temporary approval or a local license, state law still does allow collectives to exist without registering under the new state's framework until January 9th of 2019. Because our ordinances provide for priority processing for a number of different applicants, we are focused on prioritizing those applicants, and when appropriate, we will move forward with licensing and opening the application window up for the general public. Without more information at this time, I cannot tell you when we'd start phase 3 at this moment.
Okay, and that's considered phase 3?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the limited number of phase 1 and phase 2 licenses, and we have social equity folks taking advantage of that in a good way. I'm concerned about the MedMen model, where large financial interests provide all the financing and net nearly all the profits, and then technical license holders are essentially fronts or pass-throughs. How do we solve this problem? Is this something that we need to work on during this phase right now?
I think that it is. I think that there is an intention to make sure that folks are very transparent in whether or not there are management companies that are associated with these cannabis businesses. Part of the challenge is that our ordinance doesn't require management companies to register or provide any type of disclosure. And so we are working with the Rules Committee now to discuss amendments that would allow for cannabis operators and those management companies to be disclosed so that we can know exactly who is owning and operating and managing these businesses. Part of the challenge is that the state law and our local law, which is based largely on state law, requires disclosure of owners who own more than 20% of the business. So folks who are falling under that ownership threshold are not required to disclose themselves either to the city or the state. We understand that on one hand, there's a role that management companies probably have a role to play in this, and I would caution and would like for this council to be aware that the management company conversation is probably going to be critically important for social equity applicants as well, particularly if we're expecting and encouraging the incubation of social equity applicants in these particular businesses. And so I think that we want to be very intentional on how we move forward with amendments that would restrict the very things that you're concerned about.
Okay, and then sort of bringing it back to the budget in terms of the personnel you need for all of these things, is there anything, obviously you're asking for what you need for authorized positions, are there any other impediments that this body or this council can help you with to move you forward?
Absolutely, and again, I appreciate the question. I think that largely because this was my first budget process, we focused very intentionally on personnel that were necessary, and realizing now that we probably needed to spend additional time on programming. And so part of what we have identified in our letter to this committee, if there are any changes in policy, specifically relative to the social equity program, enforcement, and public education and outreach strategy, we are likely to be asking for and would like to work with this committee to identify additional funding for those various programs and policies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on that point, I suspect more than most departments, as through the course of the FSRs, through the course of the year, as you are filling out your first full year as a department, we'll have a lot of opportunities for more in-depth discussions about adjustments as we go. So both on policy and on the budget. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have much to add after Mr. Blumenfield's line of questioning. He covered really what I wanted to cover. Just a note on the social equity component. It was a wonderful thing we did in including this in our policy. It's a really difficult thing to achieve, and I think it's becoming clearer how much more difficult it is to achieve because on one hand, there's a need in many cases for the management companies because the people who qualify for the social equity license, because they've been dinged or held back in life by the war on drugs, don't have access to the capital or the business track record to get started by themselves. So there's a need for some sort of partnership there, and it's one we're going to have to carefully navigate to make sure that folks don't get further exploited by just being the front who gets no profits. But you guys talked about it a bit, and I'm happy to have more of a conversation offline to find out what we can do to help you make sure that it's the most robust and productive and equitable system possible. But
Thank you for the comment. The one thing that I'll relay quickly is that this is the case for the social equity program, and it's largely the case for our overall licensing and regulatory program. But there are requirements and regulations that exist today. And as we recognize additional challenges and opportunities, there will be changes to these policies that can significantly impact the capacity of the department. What I'd like to focus on today is what we are responsible for today. Under our ordinance, the department is responsible for providing outreach and recruitment for the social equity program, priority processing, business licensing and compliance assistance. The department is also responsible for reviewing and enforcing social equity agreements, which are agreements between incubating businesses and the city to provide capital, space, mentorship, et cetera. And then our ordinance says a fee deferral program if established and an industry investment program if established. And so even piecing out the fee deferral program and the industry investment fund currently, there are requirements and responsibilities of this department that we'd like to be able to very intentionally move forward with. I appreciate the support of this council in ensuring that the social equity program move forward at the same time as our overall licensing program. I intend to be able to implement those programs at the same time as well, and in order to be able to do so, they need to be funded appropriately. So thank you for the question.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz, bring us home. Final
you, Mr.
person
Chair.
of the final department of the day at 20 to 7. So
Well,
bring us home.
Well, I will take no responsibility if I blow our track record and go over 7 o'clock, but hopefully not.
We are going to hold you responsible.
Everything's been asked.
Now, ever since we passed our cannabis ordinance back in November, December, one of my main concerns has been that this department wouldn't be adequately funded to cope with a tidal wave of activity. And of course, it wasn't. Now, we've since approved additional staff, and this budget appears to pay for it. But I want to ask you in all candor whether you think you're going to be staffed and equipped to deal with all of this in a timely manner in terms of the flood of more complex social equity and open license applications that are coming. And I would say, I don't think there's any great valor in falling on your sword and being a team player and saying, yes, this is fine, we'll make our way through it, because I think every dollar we short this program winds up costing us revenue that we would have collected sooner. So honestly, are you fully funded to what your needs are in terms of ramping up and doing the job, or should we be looking at something further?
Part of what I try to relay to stakeholders over and over again is that regulation is a process, not an event. And I think that what the department has been allocated thus far allows us to begin this process. I think that as we continue this conversation, there will be particular matters and issues that come up that will change the course of this conversation. I've had very intentional conversations with regulators from other municipalities and other states who are much further along in our program, and I think I described this process earlier. We're building the plane while we're flying it, and so this department is prepared to lead the city in the direction that it needs to go in order to begin this process. But we will absolutely be coming back and communicating regularly with the mayor's office, with city council, with this budget and finance committee to make sure that we're doing so responsibly.
Yeah, I would encourage you very strongly during the FSR process to keep us posted on really where you are. So if you need more funding, we need to at least be aware that that request is out there, because if that's true and we're not responding to it, I think it is costing us. And the same with enforcement. I would have suggested a plan which, as you described it, sort of falls into place as to what I'd be looking for. Ideally, a database of all complaints from all the different places that it could come from, which it sounds like in some form you're looking at putting together. Logical first steps, and having done, although a million years ago, collections for a business, there are certain steps that you do. The first one is sending out a letter. Well, if the city attorney sends a cease and desist letter, not only to the dispensaries, but to all their landlords, I think you'll get a fair rate of compliance, and you won't actually need a city attorney prosecution. As long as the landlord also knows they could be criminally prosecuted for continuing to allow the place to be open. Then presumably a visit from law enforcement. Again, a physical visit might be enough to trigger a certain number of dispensaries to close down, seeing the inevitable ahead. And then a combination, if assuming legally possible, of prosecutions and DWP shutoffs. I don't think there are many places that if their water and their electricity is shut off, that they'll be able to function successfully. And again, not sure what the legal implications are, but you might well be able to shut off an entire building's electricity and water if a dispensary might be one of 5 or 6 businesses. Mm-hmm. And if you can do that, the landlord would obviously have to take immediate action on behalf of their other places. So I think there are a lot of steps that can be taken. There's just the fact that you can put on your website, and I don't know if this is planned, a list of all the dispensaries that we have given permits to, so people will know if they are seeking a legal dispensary that these are the ones. So I assume if we take all those steps, then for instance, LAPD said they were budgeting enforcing against 400 dispensaries. And my initial response was, oh my God, that's not nearly enough. But it could be if we take all the other steps in concert. And I know we've talked about prioritizing, which I think is critical, to go after the really criminal ones first. But I think we actually have to be going after every single violator ultimately, because it creates unfair competition for the places that are legit and have licenses, and it cuts our revenue dramatically, because none of these illegal places are going to be charging their taxes and fees. They're breaking the law, so they might as well go for the whole thing. That will dramatically increase our revenue and presumably cover the cost of enforcement. So I hope we are thinking in all those directions, and that you're able to help be the driver of all that. And I don't know if that is the plan, but it sounds like what I've picked up from the conversation.
That is the plan. The Department of Cannabis Regulation is working with a number of city agencies to develop what we're calling a collaborative enforcement strategy. And of course, again, education is going to be a critical component to that strategy. I think that, again, it makes sense to work and communicate information to property owners to let them know what those penalties are. And the additional thing that I want to share is that I think it's going to be important to speak directly to cannabis consumers and let folks know who the authorized businesses are in the city. And the Department of Cannabis Regulation has listed on our website those retail operators who are authorized. I think that we can make a more intentional effort to try and communicate directly with consumers to say, this is how you do this the right way. These are the benefits of doing it the right way. When you participate in a regulatory program, you have access to products that are tested. You're supporting your local economy. And one of the ways that we intend to be able to do this is by working with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. They have begun and developed a emblem program similar to how they have their restaurant grading, and intend to be able to launch their emblem program throughout the county later on this summer, and we intend to be early adopters of that emblem program. And again, we'd like to be able to use public education and outreach resources to amplify the public education campaign that the county is moving forward with. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to address this committee.
And I know we have around 140 dispensaries with temporary licenses. Are any of them now also allowed to sell recreational, or have we not reached that step yet?
Yes. So when we made the application process available for our existing medical marijuana dispensaries, we allowed them to submit applications for temporary approval to engage in both adult use and medical retail, cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution.
And so have we approved those for recreational use yet?
Yes, we have over 130 businesses that have authorization specifically to engage in retail sales.
Great. And my office has really stopped hearing complaints about the legal places. Is that the experience we've had across the city? How are we doing with response to the ordinances?
So I think by and large, the complaints that we're receiving, that the Department of Cannabis Regulation is receiving, are relative to unauthorized, unlawful businesses. There are a number of complaints that we've received about authorized businesses. I think that, again, part of this is responsibility of the department to provide educational resources. There are some community members who are concerned because certain cannabis businesses have moved, and community members were concerned that they weren't given notice as required in our ordinance when these businesses moved. Part of that reason is because the ordinance requires that the department and that these operators give notice for a complete application. These businesses haven't submitted a complete application yet, and so again, I think that with more of an approach to lead with education, we could see a large number of complaints go away. But our authorized businesses in the city have a lot to prove. They are working very intentionally to differentiate themselves from the stigma and the experiences that unauthorized operators have had on community members for a while. And so I think that for the most part, folks are on their best behavior.
A couple more questions and then I'll be done. One area where the city attorney and I have pretty vehemently disagreed has been over some enforcement against Prop D dispensaries. I think it's certainly my objection and the council's stated intent in the cannabis ordinance not to prosecute what we'd sort of consider ticky-tack offenses, some caused by dispensaries following the city's own bureaucratic errors. So while the prosecution isn't in your bailiwick, deciding what happens to the Prop D businesses that were victims of being in that situation is. So what's your understanding of how that should be approached?
So I think that it's probably going to depend and be a case-specific determination for how the department treats city attorneys' prosecution of cannabis businesses in the past. Largely, our process of Prop M priority processing was done through verification of previous city records with Office of Finance and City Clerk. We actually received a number of a data set from city attorney relative to prosecutions that had taken place after we began our priority processing. And so I think that in addition to the data sharing that's necessary for the enforcement side, that information is going to be necessary for the regulatory side as well. And so we encourage city attorney and other city agencies who have accounts with these cannabis businesses to share this information. But part of what the department has recognized thus far is that as different city agencies were collecting information about cannabis businesses over the years, we also understand that cannabis businesses were put in a tough position, and many folks did what they could to try and stay compliant. Folks might have changed locations, moved multiple times in order to try and be compliant. And so through our public hearing process, we intend to be able to listen to a number of stakeholders who are involved in this conversation, particularly have the commission listen to all of these stakeholders who are involved in the conversation and to try and reach a reasonable result.
So let me give you an example that I recall as being the most egregious. There was one dispensary that was given a form to cover their taxes and how they should approach it. They were given the wrong form by the city. So and they paid based on that form. When it was brought to their attention, they filled out the proper form, they paid some additional back taxes and got cut up. The city attorney prosecuted them for not using the right form. So one would hope that in a situation like that we would look at the fact that there was no sign of intent to break the law, and rather than say, well, they violated the letter of the law, hopefully we would continue to give them a shot at maintaining their business.
I would consider that to be reasonable.
Okay. Well, that's encouraging. A last question just on something I heard, that where the ownership of a business is still in dispute, that we would just deny them, and that there are 60 of them. I would think a more appropriate approach would be to extend the period in which we're considering them, rather than just to put them out of business because they are still dealing with that issue. So I don't know if we're planning on doing that, or if a denial is a permanent denial, or if it would put them in the back of the list of all people that have applied, or how we're doing that. But I would hope we would just extend the period for them and give them the opportunity to make that determination.
And again, I think it's going to depend on the specific circumstances that are involved. Part of the challenge with these ownership disputes is that a lot of businesses have, by way of their ownership disputes, split themselves in 2 or 3 or 4. And you might have multiple businesses operating at different addresses throughout the city. And so we could very easily see the 140 authorizations that the department has given jump up quite exponentially if we were to do so. And so I think that we want to work very intentionally with the city council and even with state agencies to determine whether or not these businesses are authorized or not, because important to note, these businesses not only need local authorization but a state license as well. And so we want to make sure that we're in communication with state agencies so that we have consistency with how we're treating these businesses.
Very good. Well, just wanted to thank you for your great work in pulling together a very difficult process, and look forward to continuing to work with you to make this work.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, members?
I was hoping to drag it out to over 7 o'clock.
Get us over the set. No.
I was going to say what an outstanding day's work we've had. Ms. Packer, thank you very much for your patience in staying so late and for your thorough responses. It is 6:57, members. We are prepared to recess for the day, but before we do, let me just say we have 61 reports that we've requested back so far. Not bad, and we're doing good work and expeditiously moving through the departments. We'll begin again tomorrow at 1 p.m. And we'll start with the Los Angeles Department of Housing and Community Investment, followed by LAHSA, HACLA, the Bureau of Sanitation, the Board of Public Works, the Bureau of Street Lighting, and the Bureau of Contract Administration. So I look forward to seeing you all again at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and until then, at 6:57, we are in recess.